till my baby comes. 'Cause I know she's coming back. Oh, I know she's coming back to me, yeah. Someday, pretty baby, you're gonna come back to me. Someday, pretty baby, girl, you're gonna come back to me. Oh, you're gonna crowd it, baby. I said things ain't like they used to be. Someday, pretty baby, you're gonna reap just what you sow. Someday, pretty baby, girl, you're gonna reap just what you sow. Oh, you're gonna catch it, baby, further on down that road. Oh, why you laughing at me, baby? I told you you should have been crying. Whoa, why you sitting there laughing at me, mama? Didn't I tell you you should have been crying? Oh, you're losing a good thing, baby. Let me tell you, I ain't lying. Let me tell you something else, baby. Look at your mama. Well, you're moving up, pretty baby. I guess you think the grass is greener on the other side. Oh, look at you, you're moving on up, pretty baby. I guess you think the grass is greener on the other side. Well, you're moving up, pretty baby. But let me tell you, I'll be right here when you slide. Can't you see? I ain't lying, pretty baby. And I don't mean maybe.
Well, come on, pretty baby, won't you walk with me? Come on, pretty baby, won't you talk with me? Come on, pretty baby, give me a chance. Try to save our romance, slow down. Baby, you're moving way too fast. Oh, yeah, give me a little loving, give me a little
Tampa City
loving.
Council evening session for November 18, 2021. A little bit after 5. Get a roll call.
Carlson.
Here.
Maniscalco. Dingfelder. Citro.
Here.
Vieira. Miranda. And Goods.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Just a point of note, Mr. Vieira should be online. When he pops up, let us know, Madam Clerk. Mr. Carlson is here, reference to his memorandum, and I think Mr. Dingfelder is in back, and he'll be up here shortly. All right, Mr. Shelby, your honor, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, members of City Council. Martin Shelby, the City Council Attorney. Today, as the Chair said, is Thursday, November 18th of 2021. It's after 5 o'clock. We're here at Old City Hall at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard. And tonight's quasi-judicial and land-use-related matters are being heard tonight with a live in-person quorum of the City Council present in City Council chambers. However, in light of the continuing COVID-19 government-issued health standards or guidance now in effect, members of the public have the opportunity to participate virtually through video teleconferencing, referred to by Florida statutes and rules as Communications Media Technology, or CMT. The public is able to watch, listen, and view this meeting on cable TV on Spectrum Channel 640, Frontier Channel 15, and on the internet at tampa.gov/livestream, one word. Now, there are multiple ways of participating with City Council in these hearings. One way is to participate remotely through CMT, and that requires pre-registration. The instructions for that are available on the City Council's webpage at http:// www.tampa.gov/quasi, QUASI, or on the City Council's webpage at tampa.gov/city council, one word. Again, that requires pre-registration. And also, council, that it also requires, for quasi-judicial matters, a device that has the access to your microphone and video. So a reminder that in order to participate, it has to be either a desktop or a laptop or a tablet. A smartphone is not compatible with the GoToMeeting platform. And while we're in the subject of GoToMeeting platforms, please be advised, members of the public, there is a chat function. That chat function is not to be used to communicate with city council members or other members of the public during the meeting. It is only for technical issues, and if you have technical difficulties, you can communicate with the clerk regarding that. But other than that, please do not use the chat function to communicate. Also, council, there is ways to communicate through email, and that the instructions of that are also available on the City Council's webpage. And just know that written comments received by mail or email have been distributed to City Council and will also be included in the permanent record of the meeting. And all comments timely received by email, mail, or CMT are afforded equal consideration as if the public comments were made in person. Now, for those people who do want to come to City Hall, or those people who don't have access to a communications media device at home or at a remote location, they do have the opportunity to come here to Old City Hall at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard on the second floor, where the City of Tampa has made available to the public communications media technology to participate in today's meetings live. And please note that those attending the meeting should wear face masks if they are not vaccinated inside Old City Hall. Council, in the sense that this is now a hybrid meeting with virtual and live participation, your rules of procedure do have to be amended to be consistent with these instructions, which have been available in the notice and in the agenda. So I'd ask for a motion to adopt that and waive the rules.
Madam Scalco, moved. Ms. Carlson, second. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion granted.
And before we begin, Mr. Chairman, if council wishes to entertain the housekeeping matters at the start of the meeting, if council would be able to open those public hearings tonight, and I would ask council then to make a subsequent motion after that.
Second.
Mr. Maniscalco moved. Mr. Cicero, second. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion granted.
Thank you. My last request, council, is that there have been written communications that have been received by City Council and have been made available to the public for inspection and uploaded. But for the purposes of the record, I would like the ex parte communications be received and filed for tonight's hearings into the record at this time.
Move to receive and file.
All right, Mr. Cicero, second. Moved it. Mr. Maniscalco, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted.
And Mr. Chairman, I have been advised that Councilman Vieira is waiting to join the meeting.
Madam Clerk?
Chair, Deputy City Clerk Celine Lucas. Councilmember Vieira is on the line. He just needs to unmute himself and turn on his video.
And
also, can we have TIT give us a little volume? We could barely hear her at all. I believe she said that Mr. Vieira could turn on his mic, I believe.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, sir.
Okay, my camera is having a rough time here, but I'm here. It's bandwidth issue or one of those technological things. So, but I'm here.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just concerned if we could talk with Ms. Wells about this. I believe that's an issue with regard to quasi-judicial matters, and we've had this issue come up in the past, and I believe video for both the public and for the council remotely are required.
All right, I believe so. So we'll just wait to, Mr. Vieira to participate once he gets his technical difficulties rendered.
Yeah, and if I may, Mr. Chair, for the record with the public, I am here. I am listening to everything while my camera works. So hopefully it will. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Shelby, ready to get through the housekeeping matters with staff?
I believe Ms. Barnes is present.
All right, Annie Barnes, your turn.
Good evening, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. There are a few
Excuse me
items to clean up
one
before
second,
you.
Annie. IT, can we get a little volume in here? We can barely hear the speakers. Thank you. You try it again, Ms. Barnes?
Can you hear me now?
A little bit better.
Okay, I'll speak up.
All right.
Good evening, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. There are a few items to clean up before you tonight. First item is item number 3, REZ 2146. The applicant is requesting to continue this application to the March 10th, 2022 council hearing. I believe the agent is available to speak on this item as well.
If the agent is present, please, Mr. Chair.
All right, is agent present? All right, we have any?
Council members, did you hear me?
We can hear you, Mr. Mechanic, but we can't see you, sir. All right, we can see you now,
Okay.
sir.
You see me now?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, council members. We are here on item 3 to request a continuance to March 10th in order to address issues that were raised by the staff that we didn't have sufficient time to correct in time for the previously scheduled hearing. So we would respectfully request that continuance, March 10th.
You're recognized, sir.
Yes, Council, if we could just confirm by staff whether that date is available, and also a discussion as to whether there's anybody who is present to speak to the continuance. And I believe I had an opportunity to speak to Deputy Clerk Lucas today regarding that issue, because that has come up before. And I believe there is an opportunity for people to press a button remotely to raise their hand, so the clerk is now then aware to be able to move them over. We have not done this in the past, but the clerk has been looking into being able to how to do that efficiently. So I would just ask if the clerk would do that, and I don't know the process because we've not done this before.
Madam Deputy Clerk, are you there?
Yes, sir. On this current item, we do not have anyone registered.
That settles that then.
All right, we have no one on the second floor to speak on this item? I think Ms. Rosario's down there, I believe. Slow down, we waiting for you. Slow down.
Good evening, council members. This is Eileen Rosario from Planning and Development, and we have no one here to, we have no one here to speak on this item.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, move to grant the continuance.
And just to
You're
confirm,
recognized.
with Ms. Barnes as to the date and time on that again, please. That was-
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. There is availability on the March 10th, 2022 date to continue this case. So it looks like there's room.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move.
Recognized.
I'd like to move that we continue this item to March 10th.
All right, Mr. Carlson has moved it. Mr. Moran has seconded. All in favor?
501,
Any opposed?
Pardon, sir?
501.
Yes, I was going to ask for the time on that.
501.
All right,
Okay,
for 501 time.
And if I could have the vote announced, please.
Oh, you want a roll call?
Well, you could do a roll call, but either way, I'd like it to be announced.
All right, roll call.
Carlson,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Vieira, Citro,
Yes.
Maniscalco, Dingfelder, and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried with Vieira and Dingfelder being absent. Correction, Vieira being absent at vote and Dingfelder being absent.
Thank you,
All right.
Councilman.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Barnes, you can continue.
All right, the next item is item number 12, REZ 2141. The applicant has withdrawn this application. Can you please remove this application from the agenda?
Motion withdraw.
Move to withdraw.
Stitcher has moved it. Miranda has seconded. All in favor? I'm sorry, Mr. Shelby wants a roll call on these.
Make it official. Thank you.
Dingfelder, Maniscalco, Citro,
Yes.
Vieira, Miranda,
Oh, there he is.
Miranda,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
and Carlson.
Yes.
Motion carried with Dingfelder being absent.
Also, Mr. Chairman, just for purposes of the record, I noticed Mr. Vieira did vote, and Mr. Vieira is present on video.
That's correct, sir. I was going to recognize that. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Anything else, Ms. Barnes?
Yes, Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 11 is REZ 2104. The applicant is requesting to continue the application to the March 10th, 2022 council hearing. The application was continued previously from the May 13th, 2021 hearing. Additionally, the applicant will need an extension to the 180-day rule. I believe the agent is available to speak on this item as well.
You recognize, sir?
Yeah, unfortunately, I discovered today that that I have to recuse myself from this issue. There was correspondence that we received at City Council this morning, which is in the quasi box. We all received it, but from that I realized that there is a client of my firm that may have an interest in this. Just for the record, my firm does not represent anybody in any capacity on land use issues in Tampa. But when we have a client that may have an interest in some way, then I check with legal counsel and sometimes with the Ethics Commission, and in abundance of caution, they've recommended that I recuse myself. I want to also state for the record that going back over the records of recusals, looking at how many times I recuse myself, it's less than 0.5%, although sometimes it comes up on issues that have very complicated issues. I'd like to please recuse myself, but also make a motion to receive and file. Can I do this during the hearing?
Do it now.
Can I make a motion to receive and file?
Ms. Carlson made a motion to receive and file. Mr. Miranda seconded it. I think in this case, we'll take a roll call vote.
Carlson,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Miranda, Vieira,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Maniscalco, and Dingfelder. Motion carried with Dingfelder being absent.
All right, let's hear from the applicant.
Good evening, Council. Steve Michelini, representing the petitioner for REZ 2104. We believe that it is most prudent to request a continuance regarding this item, and the attorney for representing us is here, Allison Doucette, and I'll defer to her to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My firm represents Mr. Michelini with respect to a public records violation lawsuit against Councilman Dingfelder. A copy of the amended complaint filed in that action was attached to Mr. Michelini's request for a continuance on behalf of the applicant. I'm happy to go through that request for continuance and outline all of the various reasons why we believe a continuance is warranted in this case. I believe that council is probably quite aware from our other requests for recusal. However, we believe that it's become apparent ever since the filing of the public records violation action in October that Councilman Dingfelder has been engaged in a pattern of conduct that violates Chapter 119 of the Florida statutes and the Florida Constitution. However, even more importantly with respect to this continuance is that after a public records request was made to him seeking documents related to this very application, Councilman Dingfelder confronted Mr. Michelini in this building. While Councilman Dingfelder disputes what was said, he does not dispute that he confronted Mr. Michelini regarding this public records request. It was Councilman Dingfelder who put the parties, including the community opposition here, in this position we find ourselves today. Such a confrontation, however you put it, was designed to chill Mr. Michelini from obtaining public records relating to this application and to force him to rethink whether such records should be sought. To be clear, these records were ultimately, some of which have been produced and some of which still have not been produced, include records from private email accounts from Councilman Dingfelder's spouse as well as himself. Councilman Dingfelder's attempted intimidation didn't work. Mr. Michelini has filed the public records lawsuit and is sought to vindicate his rights under the Public Records Act. To date, as detailed in the litigation and in our letter, Councilman Dingfelder has still not produced all records and is impermissibly delaying the production of public records, including, we believe, records related to this application. Given this, Mr. Michelini does not feel that he or his client, the applicant, Mr. Lum, can have a fair hearing regarding this request at this time. Tampa City Code 27148E provides that the City Council may extend the 180-day timeline to take action on an application if extenuating circumstances are present. Although extenuating circumstances is not defined in the code, and I understand there are no formal rules of procedure regarding such requests, the actions that have occurred to date, all of which stemmed initially from a public records request relating to this application, absolutely represent extenuating circumstances, we believe, to continue this application to March 10th, 2022. I've confirmed with Mr. McElhaney that the applicant is willing to renotice the hearing for March 10th, 2022, and I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Well, thank you for your comments, young lady. We're not here to judge any other colleague. We're just here to hear the facts. And there are other folks that we're going to let hear as well. Once we're on the second floor, we're going to hear them, and then council will make his recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman, if I
You're
can.
recognized.
With regard to Ms. Doucette, you may want to have that opportunity to respond after the public makes comments before council takes action, if that's your desire.
Yes, thank you. I would like the opportunity if something is presented that needs to be responded to. I'm happy to, and I'm also, again, happy to answer any questions after you've heard from the public.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, it's been brought to my attention that there are people online who are registered to speak on this item, and there are 6 people on the second floor who wish to speak to the continuance. Again, Mr. Chairman, in the past we have allowed people to speak. If people are in the noticed area, I would appreciate if they did receive written notice that they do state that so that council is also aware of that. But that being the case, with regard to the 6 people downstairs and to the people online, the issue now before council is not the substance of the matter before you. It is a request to continue. So I would ask that anyone who speaks to this item speak solely to the basis of their support or opposition, whichever it is, to the continuance, and not to talk about the substance of the application.
Mr. Shelby?
Yes, sir.
Since this number 11 is a sensitive subject, I'd like you to repeat that again for the viewers and for those who are online and on the second floor so they understand we're only going to speak to what?
To the issue of whether one and why is in support or in opposition to a continuance, not to the substance of the facts upon which council would ultimately base their decision. And that being the case, Mr. Chairman, in talking with Deputy Clerk Lucas, the people who are online, who are registered, who wish to speak to the continuance have the opportunity to, I guess, on their screen to raise their hands so they have the opportunity to be brought over. Again, only those people who wish to speak solely to the continuance. So I don't know whether you wish to take the people on the second floor first and then take the people who are going to be moved over, if any.
I'm going to take the second floor. That way it gives Miss Lucas time to get ready for the adjustments if she has to do that. So we'll start with the second floor.
Now, Mr. Chairman, I just want to ask one last question of council. Again, with regard to your rules, normally it is 3 minutes per person if someone is going to be offering testimony during the hearing. I don't know whether you wish to approach that with a different time limit with regard to just speaking to the continuance. I don't know whether if you want to not change it and do it the way you normally do.
Shelby, Madam Clerk, you put the timer on, please. 3 minutes.
Thank you. Ms. Rosario.
Good evening, Council. Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth Management. We have 6 people here who would like to speak on the continuance of this matter, and they all 6 have been sworn in. And here's your first proof.
Thank you.
Good evening, gentlemen. You should have a copy of the transcripts from our last meeting in May about this particular item. They're on green paper. If you would take just a minute to pull those out, I'd like that very much. There is no extra documentation in there. It is simply a copy of the transcripts. Good evening, gentlemen. I have provided you with the transcripts from the last meeting on May the 13th on green paper. This is not new information.
Ms. Pointer, one moment. Mr. Shelby, are you aware of any green paper she's talking about?
I gave it to Ms. Mercer
No, I'm not.
right before the meeting.
Okay, if you gave that right before me, there's no way council members would have received that in time for us to review what you're talking about. Mr.
Well, there's not much to review, it's just a set of the transcripts. But I think I can swag it without it.
What I'll do is I'll have one of the aides bring that green book to Mr. Shelby.
If I can,
You're recognized, sir.
I'm concerned that was done. Now you have not seen them. And the thing is, if you do see them, I believe that a copy would have to be provided to the petitioner or the applicant's representative and attorney as part of that process. That's one of the issues that we'd have to deal with.
Excuse me, sir. I think I can do it without it. It'll be okay. I was just giving it to them so that they could have a piece of paper. The reason why I brought it was because the font is small. I had to condense 32 pages into 6
All right, well, you
pages.
can proceed, Ms. Pointer. Madam Clerk, 3 minutes, please.
You ready for me?
We're ready for you. You're on the clock.
Okay. I'd like to point out the orange highlights at the top of the first page. I watched the video again as to make sure I was accurate. The applicant said there has been a lot of information that was put on the record by various individuals speaking in opposition to this that have absolutely nothing to do with the rezoning. Some even have to do with civil issues. Well, gentlemen, here we are 6 months later, and the applicant is now asking Tampa City Council to consider making a decision based on a civil matter that he caused. Please flip your green paper to the back and notice that the arrows are pointing to a July deadline for application. They were supposed to turn in this information by July the 26th. It has still not been turned in to the city. What? Wait, what? August, the applicant files sunshine on Councilman Dingfelder's documents. The last time I checked, August comes after July. So how is this civil matter impacting a rezoning now? So for months, the applicant and their representative did nothing that the city council asked them to do during the continuance. But now they want to cry wolf about they need longer. Nothing was done. That's why they start to fight to protect their lack of movement. I think this case should be heard tonight, not tomorrow, not next week, and certainly not next year. But if you allow him to waste everyone's time again, I ask you, Chairman Goods, to ask the question of the applicant. Did you do any of the 5 things you were asked to do during the previous continuance? The 5 items were listed by Mr. Michelini at the bottom of page 5 and 6, highlighted in pink by me. Why have a continuance if you don't do what you agreed to do? The disrespect to Tampa City Council in applicants' lack of action is absolutely offensive to me as a citizen. I've been asked to do things by City Council I would never dream of ignoring their request. Just a reminder, you had 117 pages worth of objections last time with traffic studies, 30 plus speakers. I honestly believe that the numbers are lower tonight because many had less faith in you than I do. Please deny this continuance. Just say no to drugs and to unwarranted continuation.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello? Can you, oh.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you whenever you're ready.
Well, I see I've not been to the second floor before. Welcome, hi. My name is Jean Stromer, I have been sworn in, and I am speaking against any continuance in this matter. The civil matter between the petitioner and the Councilman Dingfelder is just that, a civil matter. It has absolutely nothing to do with the situation at hand, especially since Mr. Dingfelder is not here. He recused himself, is from what I understand, and so therefore it's irrelevant. This continuance is being requested because of that matter. Again, it's irrelevant to the situation here. He did not do what he said he would do. The petitioners did not do the items that they promised they would do. They're just asking for a continuance. When you come to the city council with a plan that is not workable and just you bring that plan here without it being complete, just to get the city to pay their people, their staff, to basically look at the plan and tell them how to fix it. That's just a bad waste of our time. Mr. Michelini is not entitled to endless continuances. He asked for a continuance in May in order to perfect his plan, but failed to submit the plan. Mr. Michelini is not entitled to endless continuances because his failure to submit the plan is requesting another continuance and blaming it on the witch hunt with Mr. Dingfelder's communications. He's wasting city staff time to obtain free planning. He is wasting city council time by going over plans that did not pass the muster. He promised 6 months later and failed to submit such to anyone. He's not entitled to endless continuances. He is wasting my time, and that's valuable time, by the way, and he's wasting all of the other neighborhood leaders' time, as well as all of the citizens south of Gandy. We got to stop wasting everybody's time by bringing incomplete plans just to keep coming back over and over and wasting everybody's time. Thank you very much, and deny this continuance, and please, if it does not get denied, then deny the application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pulling double duty.
You have no even cleaning staff?
I don't think so.
She may be late with the bus. It happened the other day.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Maniscalco. Yes, sir.
Hello, council members. My name is Michael Beard. I own a business at 4465 West Gandy Boulevard, known as 813 Brewing LLC, DBA 81 Bay Brewing Company. I'm here today to speak against the continuance that was filed by Mr. Michelini. I believe it's improper. I believe he's playing games with the city council and its institutions. I was at the last meeting when he was awarded a continuance after many comments opposing the application, and he asked for it specifically so that he could revise that application, and no revisions were made. He submitted the same application. I took off work. The neighborhood has organized. There are a lot of people here that have wasted their time for this continuance if it's granted, and I think it would be improper to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, Council. My name is Matthew Borash. I live at 4703 West Bay Vista in the neighborhood, and I'm in opposition to the continuance. Just as some of the other folks have said here, they've been granted the continuances before. They did not do what was said to do in the application, and we're still here. So we're trying to get this resolved. They should not be granted the continuance, and stop wasting everyone's time. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Pete Trella. I am the president of the Bayside West Neighborhood Association. I'm here to speak in opposition of the continuance that is currently being requested by Mr. Michelini. Number one, we were all here back on May 13th when this entire rezoning went down. We had multiple folks speak against this with the multiple points that the fellow speakers have already addressed in terms of the reasoning why it should not be continued. And we're back here again for another frivolous reason for it to be continued. Mr. Michelini was given ample amount of time to be able to address the concerns that were raised. 5 points specific, what I have here listed, which I will save because I believe you all understand the situation. At no point was any communication provided to our neighborhood, neighbors, or myself as the president of the association. We feel that this is an important piece for you to understand, as what was spoken last time in the meeting. Not only is this a waste of the citizens' time, it's a waste of the staff's time, and more importantly, this continues to move other applicants further down the docket who have done their due diligence in preparing the right applications and making sure that their site plans are correct so they can sit before you and have their rezoning request heard. I ask you again to please allow this rezoning to continue tonight, and please oppose this continuance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
My name is Ken Chapman. I am legal counsel to Grace Family Church, which owns the property which is adjacent to the subject property. I'm here on their behalf. Had the meeting gone forward as planned, I would have been speaking in opposition to the application. However, in light of the continuance, I'm going to speak in opposition to the continuance. I'm going to suggest to the council that the issues of pursuing and prosecuting the application are completely independent and unrelated to the fact that there's this other pending lawsuit going on that relates to a councilman who's actually recused himself from the matter, if not just the evening. I think the two can run parallel to each other. The fact that the applicant has failed to file documentation that it was required to file shows that there's a complete lack of urgency from the applicant's perspective. This in so many different ways shows that this application has no basis being continued. In fact, it should automatically just be denied outright. I'm going to ask the council to deny the continuance, to actually move forward with the hearing, and that we actually have some substantive information provided with respect to the hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We got to buy Miss Eileen a dinner, guys. Man, she works so hard.
Yes.
We got to buy her a dinner soon.
Pulling double duty tonight.
Any more speakers, Miss Eileen?
There's no one else left to speak on this item.
Thank you so much. Madam Deputy Clerk?
Yes, sir. I have 4 people that raised their hand to speak on a continuance. That is Carol Ann Bennett, Callie Dino, Kevin Freed, I'm sorry if I say the last name wrong, Freedy, and Sarah Freedy.
All right, let's swear them in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
All right, we'll start with Miss Bennett.
Okay. Hi, my name is Carol Ann Bennett. I'm a lifelong resident of Tampa. I'm speaking against allowing the continuance. In May, after hours of time, Mr. Michelini said that presenting the things that needed to be done by July gave him plenty of time. And because of that, I don't believe that the reason he's asking for a continuance has anything to do with the lawsuit. I think that if he had done all of the things that he said July gave him plenty of time to do, then I might believe that that was the true reason for doing this. I am getting very tired of coming to meetings and seeing city council and city staff basically doing the planning for the applicant. They come with something that's incomplete, and you're actually like on the fly designing the project. I think Kate Wells said it best. I really liked it when she said whenever she had to appear to represent someone, she was prepared. The best part about that, or actually the worst part about that, is it shouldn't even need to be said. It's so automatically common sense. This is an important, serious governing body. The citizens want the officials that they were elected to do their jobs and represent them to not have games being played and be interfered with and wasting hard-earned tax dollars with shenanigans and tomfoolery. Frankly, this has become like a 3-ring circus. We even have the clowns. It's almost a sideshow. I'm asking, this is becoming an embarrassment to the city. It's giving the city a black eye. I ask you to deny this continuance and other continuances like that. If they're not prepared, too bad. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll go with Miss Sarah.
Hi, good evening, City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here to ask you not to grant a continuance to the developer. In May, many of my neighbors spoke in opposition of the new complex. At that meeting, the developer requested more time to adjust their plans and get community feedback. I live within 200 feet of the building and have not been contacted about my concerns regarding the development. There has not been any sort of neighborhood meeting during that time. None of the concerns from that meeting have been addressed in the plan that was submitted. The developer has had ample time to make changes based on our concerns from the May meeting, and they have chosen to do nothing. Please deny a continuance tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from Kevin next.
On Res 2104, the neighborhood emailed and came out en masse to see the city council would take our concerns seriously, since the developer did not incorporate our feedback from the only meeting he had with us in April. That first public hearing was back on May 13th. The developers asked for the continuance to address these concerns. Here we are on November 18th, and the exact same proposal from May has been delivered to you. I live in the notice area. That is the only way the developer has communicated with me through these mandatory notices. The neighborhood got an ever so slightly altered version of the proposal mailed to us when the developer sought a different kind of rezoning, SU1 2161, in June. That proposal was withdrawn in the Acela system. In May, June, and now, the neighborhood has gone out of our way to express our concerns to you and the Planning and Development Office, only to be told by the developer, false alarm, at the last minute. This is a very perverse version of the boy who cried wolf. In Aesop's fable, it is the boy who raises the false alarm who is eaten by the wolf. In this version, the city council time is wasted, neighborhood time is wasted, and the boy who cries wolf bides his time, watches the number of city council members dwindle, and waits for the neighborhood to let our guard down so he can put up a 300+ unit apartment. Please reject this continuance, reject the proposed rezoning, and advise the developer to take community input seriously and respect the time of this council and citizens of this city. Thank you for hearing my concerns.
Thank you, sir. And we have Kaylee.
Callie Denault.
Okay.
Hello. My name is Callie. I am the president of the Port Tampa Civic Association. I request the members of City Council deny the request to continue this agenda item. In May, we spent 2 hours and 45 minutes discussing this project, only to end in a continuance that you, members of City Council, and members of city staff were reluctant to do because of the number of applicants who are pushed back due to these full agendas. Mr. Manassi pointed out several items to Mr. Michelini that Mr. Michelini would need to adjust and resubmit with adequate time for review before today's meeting. Mr. Michelini repeated all 6 of those items back to confirm he understood correctly and stated himself that he had, I quote, significant amount of time to address. I rewatched it last night just to be sure. Here we are tonight allowing this incomplete and messy proposal to take up a slot for another project. Here we are asking for another continuance. When the applicant speaks again, I would like to know how many of those 6 items were addressed over the last 6 months. I was aware of the lawsuit being pursued against the one city council member who voted against this continuance in the first place. Nothing productive was done for the sake of the city or the sake of moving this project forward, but a tactic to get a potential negative voter to recuse himself. I sincerely hope this is not a precedent you wish to set. This applicant is taking up valuable time here at City Council, and it appears not spending their own time fulfilling their own commitments. Meanwhile, other applicants are proactively speaking to neighborhoods, members of city staff, and members of City Council before they submit their plans to ensure a thorough plan is submitted. It avoids hours of discussion like this during these meetings, and those people can't be heard for months because of applicants like this taking up their time slots and your valuable time and doing nothing to make the improvements asked of them. I sincerely ask you to deny this continuance and allow this to be heard tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more speaker. I don't think he's been
Mr. Chair,
sworn
if I
in.
may, just to clarify things, Mr. Denault, you had mentioned
Mr. Denault, did she leave already?
I was just wondering if she was speaking for the homeowners association or for herself.
She's there now, sir.
Ms. Denault, you mentioned the homeowners association. Were you speaking on behalf of the homeowners association, or were you speaking just for yourself?
Because the continuance was given such last minute notice, we did not have time to have an official meeting and gather the vote of the neighborhood to fully say that they would vote against the continuance. So because of that, I'm speaking against the continuance on behalf of myself.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, we have Mr. Marcus Dossel. Raise your hand, be sworn in.
Hello, good morning. I'm not sure if I was sworn in. I logged on online and
Are you
to this
speaking
point
for,
now.
are you speaking for item number 11, sir?
Yes, sir. Yep. And I'm a neighbor as well.
All
I'm
right,
three homes away.
1 second. We'll have you raise your hand. She can swear you in, and then we'll let you speak, sir.
Do you swear or affirm you would
Yes.
tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good to go?
Good to go, sir.
Yes, okay. Well, yeah, my name's Marcus Dosel. I'm a neighbor as well. I live 3 doors down from the proposed apartment complex. I'm strongly against this continuation. I took off work early again tonight. It was long days at Tico, but I wanted to make sure I was here. I think everybody here tonight, I think everyone's time is extremely valuable for work, for family, and you as well, the city council. I know everything that you guys and girls must do on a daily basis. I don't think your time should be wasted, by no means. The professionalism that needs to be brought into this needs to be recognized. It's like me coming unprepared to work. They're just gonna send me home. I gotta come, with my tools ready to go. So again, I just want to strongly oppose this continuation and get on with it tonight so we can finally see what's gonna happen in our neighborhood that we're so strongly fighting for to keep safe and to make it as good as we can. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Madam Deputy Clerk, any more registered speakers?
Chair, I do not have anyone else raised to speak on this continuance. They did not raise their hand to speak on this continuance. However, they are registered if it does continue on tonight.
All right, keep them in the holding block. Mr. Shelby, you recognized?
Mr. Chairman, my apologies to the City Council and to the public. I was informed by the clerk, and I verified looking at the agenda. This particular item, I believe, when it was continued in May, was continued to 6 o'clock, even though council did change the agenda start time to 5 o'clock. And I apologize for that oversight. The question is, what is the legal effect of the fact that this is now set on the agenda for 6 o'clock? Obviously, the applicant was here with their attorney, and they proceeded, and there was public to be able to discuss this. I just want to be sure that we are on firm footing, and I don't know whether Ms. Wells has any comment or suggestion, but I just wanted to bring that to council's attention and to the public's attention.
Well, Mr. Shelby, I can tell you this, sir. I'm not going to move anything else. If anything, we'll take a recess until 6, and then keep it moving so we can get this item.
I agree with that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Thank you. Unless, Ms. Wells, is that, you followed what Mr. Chairman was saying?
Yeah, I was going to defer to you, Mr. Shelby, as the legal advisor to council.
We stand in recess, Mr. Shelby. That's
Well,
the case.
thank you.
Until 6 p.m., sorry, 6 p.m.
And again, council, the go-to-meeting platform is still live. The microphones are still live. I would just caution you to not discuss this, please, during the recess.
Muted.
Down to the crossroads, tried to
a crossroad, believe I'm sinking down.
I'm crazy for my baby. I'm crazy for my baby. I'm crazy for my baby, and my baby just as crazy for me. Every time I lay down to sleep, I dream my baby is kissing me. The sweet little girl, well, she's so fine, I just can't get her out of my mind. I'm crazy for my baby. I'm crazy for my baby. I'm crazy for my baby, and my baby just as crazy for me. When the sun go down and Nelly make me shout, I know she will be home before the lights go out. Early in the morning, about the break of day, I can't hear nothing but my baby say, I'm crazy for my baby. I'm crazy for my baby. I'm crazy for my baby, and my baby just as crazy for me. I'm crazy for my baby. I'm crazy for my baby. I'm crazy for my baby, and my baby just as crazy for me. She hugged me long and she squeezed me tight. She made me love her with all my might. She bring my food right to the bed. She talk, baby, talk till I'm out of my head. But I'm crazy for my baby. I'm crazy for my baby. I'm crazy for my baby, and my baby just as crazy for me.
Now, darling, please don't leave me. Baby, please don't go. Yeah, yeah. I'll be unhappy in this world, you know, all alone. Oh, yeah. I won't be happy till I hear you knock up on that door. Oh, baby. Until then, I'll be so lonely in this old home. Oh, baby. Won't you please, oh, won't you please, please write one letter? Oh, yeah. Won't you tell me you're headed this way? Yeah, yeah, yeah. You would make me feel so much better. Oh, baby.
one bourbon, one scotch, and one bill. One bourbon, one scotch, and one bill. Hey, Mr. Bartender, come here. I want another drink and I want it now. My baby, she gone, she been gone tonight. I ain't seen my baby since night of full life. One bourbon, one scotch, and one bill. And then I sat there, getting high, mellow, knocked out, feeling good. And by that time, I looked on the wall, at the old clock on the wall. By that time, it was 10:30 then. I looked down the bar at the bartender, said, what do you want, Johnny? One bourbon, one scotch, and one bill. Well, my baby, she gone, she been gone tonight. I ain't seen my baby since night of full life. I wanna get drunk, get her off of my mind. One bourbon, one scotch, one bill. And I sat there, getting high, stoned, knocked out. And by that time, I looked on the wall at the old clock again. And by that time, was 1:45. The last call for alcohol. I said, hey, Mr. Bartender, what do you want? One bourbon, one scotch, and one bill. One bourbon, one scotch, and one bill. One bourbon, one scotch, and one bill.
Send all night. I got an email for your inbox. Been trying to send all night. You've been getting another download, and your laptop's locked up tight. Can I text you, babe? I wanna do something digital to you. Let me text you, babe. I wanna do something digital to you. When I get my hands on your keyboard, you'll say no other man will do. You can be my brand new friend. I hope you get the message, babe. I I've been trying so hard to send. Let me show you my hard drive. My power supply is strong. I want to show you my hard drive. My power supply is strong. We can share so many files. We can download all night long. And no viruses, baby.
Just takes its time. Just a little taste is all it takes to make a mind. You get it when it wants it. He's the finest loving man around. Some women they act just like the men won't never amount to no good. You know they're always on to cheat and never treat him like a good woman should. You want him to do you right, honey, that ain't the way. You got to love him all night. You do just what you say, and you get just what you give out. That's the only way the game is played. Now me and my baby will always know just what we're and we know we'll be together till the day when something better comes around. Till that day comes, you won't hear me complaining. I'll take him like he is, 'cause you know I can't change him. I love him best I can. He's the finest loving man around.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Coconut Grove. Tonight we present those fabulous recording artists, Bobby Bland and B.B. King. You ready, Bob?
All right.
Everybody, let's have some fun. You only live for once, and when you're dead, you're done. So let the good time roll. Let the good time roll. And let it roll on. I don't care if you're young or old. Get together, let the good time roll. And don't stand there mumbling, talking trash. You wanna have some fun, you gotta go out and spend some cash and let the good time roll. Let the good time roll. I don't care if you're young or old. Get together, let the good time roll. Look out, son. Don't sit there mumbling, talking trash. If you wanna have a ball, you gotta spend some cash. Let the good time roll. Let the good time roll. Yeah. I don't care if you're young or old. Go ahead and say it.
Madam Clerk, take a roll call, then I'm gonna have a conversation with Mr. Shelby.
Carlson. Maniscalco.
Here.
Dingfelder. Citro.
Here.
Vieira.
Here.
Miranda. And Goose.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
All right, Mr. Shelby, I understand that we have some technical difficulties with the live streaming, but we do have the applicant which is here, and their attorneys are here. It is after 6. We do have some folks who want to speak in opposition of the continuance, my understanding. But do we still have some type of capabilities that the CTT is live, and we just don't have any live stream per se for the internet, or how does that work?
Well, right now, Mr. Chairman, what I've learned is that with regard to tampa.gov/live stream, the live stream on the internet is down right now. But pursuant to your notice, there are alternate methods of being able to participate in this meeting. Just as I had said at the outset, there's Spectrum Channel 640 and Frontier Channel 15 for those people who have cable. For those people who are able to listen and are able to get to YouTube on the internet and are able to hear this, I'm understanding that the YouTube channel, the city's YouTube channel, is available that is also live streaming. And that is, I guess it's youtube.com, and I believe it's City of Tampa is the, /City of Tampa is the website, and if I need to be corrected, I will be. Also, Council, just another reminder to the public, for those people who recognize that they are not able to see this meeting, it still is a public meeting. It is still convened here with an in-person quorum, and it is also available, as I did state, in the notice, and also when we discussed it at the opening of the meeting, that we do have closed-circuit CMT, communications media technology, available on the second floor. So those people who are unable to, for whatever reason, see it virtually and still want to participate in an in-person meeting have the opportunity to see it over here at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard on the second floor. So that being said, Mr. Chairman, with that technical difficulty stated, we will attempt to restore it, but that being the case, there are alternate means of participation, and I just wanted the public to be aware of that. I wanted council to be aware of that, and I don't believe there is any need at this time, unless there's an objection or unless legal has a position different than mine. I believe it would be appropriate to continue tonight. While this
Shelby, I believe the key word you said, we have alternative methods pursuant to what you've read at the beginning and now. We have the applicant, which is here with their attorneys. We have people in opposition that are here, and we have alternate means that people can view this in the public eye.
And one more.
I don't see why we can't continue, but I will hear from you, and I will hear from Ms. Wells, and then we will make a decision if we're going to move forward or how we will proceed.
And also, Mr. Chairman, one other method of participation that is certainly significant is the GoToMeeting platform that we discussed earlier, which did require pre-registration, but those people who did make the effort to pre-register are fully engaged and fully able to participate as we move forward.
Ms. Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Mr. Shelby pointed out, those that have elected and expressed an interest in participating in tonight's meeting have the ability either to be in Old City Hall in person or registered through CMT. And because of the alternate methods of being able to view this meeting, I agree with Mr. Shelby's conclusion that the meeting can move forward.
In that case, we will move forward.
And one more thing, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry
Recognize,
to
sir.
interrupt, sir, thank you. But another point to recognize with regard to the agenda tonight is these are all first reading and first consideration, first public hearing. And anybody who did miss an opportunity for whatever reason certainly does have the opportunity to review these meetings, these hearings, prior to second reading, and assuming that they move forward, they will have an opportunity to come back at second reading if they wish to participate at that time.
All right, well, I think right now, all the hearings should be open, right? Am I right,
That's
Madam
correct.
Clerk?
They have
All the
been.
hearings are open, and
Yes, sir.
we were just doing cleanup items with staff. I think that, and that's how we end up on number 11, still cleaning up number 11, decide if we're going to do a continuous or if we're going forward. So I have someone speak, okay? All right, well, Mr. Shelby, we're going to go ahead and rock and roll, and we're still, Madam Deputy Clerk, let's go in. How many do we have? Just one you said to speak still? All right, let's bring them up, let's swear them in.
Yes, I have Mr. Larry Gisbert. He would like to speak on the continuance.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Larry Gisbert, and I live at 4607 South
Mr. Gisbert,
Cortez.
just 1 second, sir. We're going to swear you in, and then you can go ahead and repeat your name, sir. Madam Clerk.
Please raise your right hand.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, once again, my name is Larry Gisbert. I live at 4607 South Cortez. I'm currently the Vice President of the Bayside West Homeowners Association, which is the homeowners association directly affected by this zoning application. We attended the May 13th hearing in force, and we had plans to attend this hearing in force. And then we suddenly discovered that the developer was going to ask for a continuance. Not only is it inconvenient to us as citizens who often work and take time off in order to attend these meetings, it is also, I know, a big problem with city staff and the city council itself. I would urge that you not grant the continuance and that you go on and take up the matter of the rezoning application. We are prepared to speak to the opposition of that rezoning application. So once again, I would like for you to deny the request for a continuance and take up the application as we were expected to occur tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I believe we still have speakers, Mr. Shelby. You recognize, sir?
Yes, we.
Never mind.
He might still be there. Call him out again, Mr. Central. See if he...
Are you still there? Again, I heard the mention of the homeowners association, and I was just wondering if he was speaking for himself or for the homeowners.
There he is, sir.
Mr. Gisbert, I heard you mention homeowners association, and you are the vice president of that homeowners association?
Yes, sir, I am. And you heard from our president earlier, Pete Trella, who was down there on the second floor, sir.
And I understand. Are you speaking for yourself, or are you speaking for the homeowners association itself?
Well, since I'm only the vice president, I'm speaking for myself. Pete, who was the president, spoke for the homeowners association.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, sir, we have one more speaker, Catherine Hickey. She has requested to speak on the continuance as well.
Catherine, if you can please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Ms. Hickey, please unmute yourself. We cannot hear you.
Hello. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I would like to speak in opposition to the continuance. I believe that everybody that has been organized to come here and speak tonight has taken time out of their day to do this, has prepared, has worked, and given it appears that the applicant has not done that and has not submitted the correct documents. I really think that you should take up the matter tonight and make the vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Clerk, is that it for the speakers?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll go back to the applicant now. Rebuttal before we can bring it for a landing for a decision.
Yes, thank you. I'm not sure if I'm on yet, but
You're on.
there you go. Thank you. Allison Doucette on behalf of Mr. Michelini. This continuance request is based on a legal issue that we believe must be, the process must go through before this applicant is able to have a fair hearing, and we think that this qualifies for a continuance in this context. And while we appreciate the community opposition that was out tonight, nothing that was placed on the record today actually negates the need for a continuance on this application. So I submit that the most prudent course of action is to grant this request and continue the hearing. I'll say that we suggested March 10th, 2022 as the first available date. If council would prefer to push it out further, or if we could try to get earlier, that would be fine. But
there's no earlier date available.
But it's my understanding there's no earlier date available. And to the extent that you want to hear from Mr. Michelini with respect to any of the nuts and bolts of the application or the request for continuance, he's here as well.
Well, see, I'm hearing two different things. I'm hearing what the community is saying that some things were not done. Then I'm hearing from you as a legal portion. So I'm hearing two things into a pot. And that concerns me, that we're saying that we had a process in place, and then something came down the road later, and now we have a legal situation we're saying we have that you're asking for continuance. So what my question is, you had several folks spoke on us in May. July you were supposed to come back, my understanding, what I'm hearing, and you didn't complete any of the process that council had talked about when you asked for the original continuance. So my concern, before any legal issue had transpired, that's what the gray area for me, what I'm confused with. And maybe Mr. Michelini, or you can fill that gap.
Mr. Chairman, Steve Michelini, what occurred was that our ability to comply with the original request for the continuance and the conditions that were associated with that were preempted by the matter that is now before a judge and considered to be the legal matter. So that happened early on, within 24 or 48 hours of the hearing that was originally when the continuance was granted. So it wasn't that we were trying to ignore making those changes. We were preempted from making those changes until the legal issues were resolved.
Any other questions for the applicants?
If I may.
You recognize Mr. Vieira. Mr. Vieira, you recognized.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. You're recognized.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I have some questions, especially for Mr. Shelby. Just a couple of notes I made over here. On the items that Mr. Michelini and his client were supposed to do, the issue of them being preempted. I want to hear about that. Was it a preemption that they felt on their own part that they had to stop dealing with this case? Was it something given by the judge or something of that nature? I'll make an inquiry in that regard. regarding the underlying case and any allegations.
Well, Mr. Vieira, 1 second. Can IT give Mr. Vieira or in his body a little more sound so Mr. Shelby can hear Mr. Vieira's questions? I think they're very pertinent to what he's saying.
And also, if we could bring him up on the monitor, please, so the council can see him as well.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me?
Do you want
to? Can everybody hear me?
We can hear you a little bit better now, so yes.
Thank you. Okay, and you know what? If I may, I'll start with Steve, with Mr. Michelini and his attorney. What did you mean by preemption? Is it something that the judge said you shouldn't go forward with it, or is it something that you felt on your own and was improper?
Who is this question to?
Mr. Michelini, I think that Mr. Vieira was sending his question to Mr. Michelini in reference to this exemption, so I'll have Mr. Vieira repeat the question for an answer from Mr. Michelini.
Yes, sir, and I hope y'all can hear me. With regards to the statement of preemption, Steve, Mr. Michelini, is that something that you felt voluntarily that you had to do, or was there some sort of either a legal requirement or a legal theory behind it?
I can defer to Allison Doucette regarding that matter.
Thank you, sir.
The issue, we're getting a lot of echo on this microphone. Can you hear me clearly?
Can hear you, sir.
The issue related to actions and activities that were unrelated to us, that were beyond our control, and it's the basis of the suit that is now pending before the courts. And anyway, Allison can go into the details of why that it's contained in the documents that were filed with you all as a city council, and the basis that was reviewed by the city attorney's office. All of this was done in advance of this evening. And anyway, I'll defer to Allison Doucette.
Thank you. I think that what Mr. Michelini was referring to is found on page, I believe, 2 of our complaint. In addition to the public records request that is still unfulfilled, that is related to this application, and in addition to the confrontation of Mr. Michelini right outside of City Council chambers regarding the public records request that remains unfulfilled, it's also the other actions that occurred. This includes, and again, this is pled in the complaint, which was filed of record here. There was a TV interview in which Councilman Dingfelder urged, particularly as to this application, his other city council members to vote against this application. And this is actually the TV interview, as detailed in our complaint, was the initial inkling that there was something strange going on. And again, as we sit here today, the lawsuit is directly related to documents that we still don't have with respect to this quasi-judicial proceeding that are public records. So I believe that's what Mr. Michelini was referring to, and we believe that, again, as detailed in the lawsuit, this is a basis, and the most prudent course of action in order to ensure a fair and complete hearing would be to allow a continuance. Thanks.
And thank you, ma'am, for that very much. I appreciate it. So is it essentially I'm trying to get this thing down, that these records that you still don't have could be relevant to this matter that we're hearing tonight in one way or another, in part?
Yes, we believe they are relevant, or they could be relevant. We don't know what we don't know. However, just the sheer amount of time that it's taken to obtain them and what we've received so far, we believe there could be records that are out there that are relevant to making sure that this proceeding is fairly accomplished and that the applicant gets a fair hearing before this body. And so that's where we're coming from with respect to how this all ties in together.
Thank you, ma'am. I really appreciate that. Mr. Shelby, potentially Ms. Wells, I'll let other council members ask questions, but typically, Mr. Shelby, when issues like this come up, you correct me if I'm wrong, you usually give us legal advice. This is something where if we go the wrong way, make a determination, there's potential issues here. And I'd like to explore those because there are issues of equity that the public brings up in terms of them showing up and whatnot. And trust me, that weighs heavily. But if there's legal issues by which our hands are tied, I want to know about that and whatnot. So just, that's it for now, Mr. Chair.
And that brings me to the circle, Mr. Vieira, and I'm glad you pointed that out. I'm hearing about a continuance from the community about things that were not done, are supposed to be brought back. Then I'm hearing from a legal side with the applicant about all this legal stuff. And I'm just, I want to be clear because I don't want the public to feel that we are afraid to make a decision. And I don't want people when the city council is being bullied. I want to make that clear that this council is going to make whatever decision we need to make the right for all parties. But I think right now, legal needs to let us know if this needs to be held up, this whole case needs to be held up until all these matters are cleared. And maybe this case, I don't know, maybe council needs to withdraw this whole matter until all this is cleared up. That way there's no opposition on either side and we get a firm determination how we need to go forward. So I'm going to ask for legal or Mr. Shelby or I guess again, Kate, maybe council needs not to hear this case at all until all matters are cleared up.
We agree.
Mr. Moran, I see your hand, sir.
I agree with what you're saying, Mr. Chairman. From what you hit it right the nail on the head with a very slight hammer. You talked about the neighborhood. Certainly, they're entitled for what was happening, and they feel frustrated. I can understand that. On the other side, we heard from the neighborhood what they said that nothing happened in July. And then from the attorney's side, it didn't happen because of this case going on. So this may continue, may still be a result. So I agree with you wholeheartedly that this should be held at, to a point in time when this case is heard and settled.
Mr. Shelby, how should we handle that, sir? Because I think just us going forward here, we're not going to get to it, and then we don't have a full council. It could be a close vote, and I just don't want to shortchange the community or shortchange the applicant. And I'm thinking that maybe we just need to withdraw this case and hold this until all matters are resolved.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney, with regard to the concept of having it withdrawn, or continued indefinitely without a date set at time certain, that's something that we can discuss with legal department. That's something we can discuss with Ms. Wells. As part of Ms. Doucette's presentation, that whatever date this is going to be reset to will be renoticed. Is that correct, Ms. Doucette?
Yes, Mr. Shelby, I did suggest that we would renotice the application, and I can commit to that.
So that is with regard to the notice train, that would be a possibility. Also, the other thing that I would point to, Council, is under the code, as Ms. Doucette set forth, you have the issue of the 180 days, and they are requesting a finding of extenuating circumstances. That is ultimately Council's decision, as Ms. Wells would also tell you. So that is, if Council does make that finding, and these options are available, and the applicant and the applicant's representatives do not have objection to it, that is something that I believe Council can be considered as a possibility. I certainly would like Council to hear from the city's legal department. As you know, the city attorney is the chief legal officer for the city, and as this does involve quite a complex matter, that certainly you would want to rely on the advice of the city attorney.
I agree, Mr. Shelby, but we're still kicking the can a little bit still. To say indefinite, we're still kicking the can.
But, Mr. Chairman, I understand what you just said. However, this has now gone from a neighborhood that has a right to be before the council to something possibly much greater that involves all the cities, the taxpayers of the city. So, and you have to understand the 180 days, but even then you have to be cognizant of the fact that anything can happen when something's in court. It may go one way or the other way. And when these things happen, the outcome, this council or the neighborhood or the petitioner really they have the right to hear the case, and they're going to hear this case, I assume, in the next 100 days, 200 days, whatever it is. And they're going to renotice. So I think, I'm not a lawyer, but I think because of the situation that we're in, because of the lawsuit, either way we turn, we're not going to be accepted.
Right.
So I think what your compromise is to, when this case is heard, then we have the right to send out they have the right to send out the notifications, I guess, when this hearing is going to be held.
We could hear from Ms. Wells, because this is a different circumstance that we have not encountered before in terms of certainly what happens is this: when the notice train is lost, In other words, when it's not continued to a date or time certain, as a general rule, for whatever reason, whether it's a cancellation or something like that, they do require renotice. So we comply with Florida state law. So that is an option. I don't know what petitioner's attorney's position is relative to that, and I don't know whether you wish to hear from Ms. Wells first.
Of course, but again, and I heard what Mr. Miranda said, but I guess still in my keen mind is that we have litigation going on. And to me, to move forward with current litigations and not a full counsel, not knowing, to me, it's an unfair situation to both parties. And that's why I asked the question about withdrawing this whole case until whatever litigations are settled, that way his counsel can function and operate.
Mr. Chair, may I?
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, sir. I mean, I think City Council is asking for a legal opinion on this, unless if I'm reading this wrong, which is by denying the continued request, the City Council risk additional exposure with regard to this case. If we deny the continuance and then hypothetically, I don't know, deny the case, right? The City Council risk to the city additional exposure. And is that risk of exposure a reasonable risk, one that could occur? I think that's the opinion that we're asking for, if it can be given.
Ms. Wells, are you in position to give recommendations?
Or Mr. Shelby, Ms. Wells, whoever. I mean,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I may take a moment to address that concern and others that have been raised by the council members. In a quasi-judicial hearing, as you know, and as we advise you on a consistent basis, this council is required to make a decision based upon competent substantial evidence in the record. You're required to provide due process to the applicant as a party to the proceeding. And the request before you for a continuance, I believe, relates directly to that due process that is required to be given to the applicant. They have made a request for public records. It is their position that not all records have been provided as they relate to this application, not other applications, but this application. And that those records may or may not impact how they move forward with this application. So from that perspective, while I understand the frustration of the community in that this was previously continued, this request directly relates to the process that is due the applicant. So I think under those extenuating circumstances, this request is properly before council. Now, an indefinite continuance, I would recommend against that. The whole purpose of a continuance to a date certain is so that everybody interested in this knows when this will come back before council. An indefinite continuance, I don't know how we would get that back on the agenda. And in the correspondence that Ms. Doucette's office filed, or Ethan Loeb filed, dated November 15th, the third paragraph indicates that the request for an extension to March, they believe, and what was said here is that they're asking for a continuance of this rezoning until the public records violation action is complete and all documents have been produced. So the request to March, and I'll defer to Ms. Doucette, but I would suspect that they anticipate completion of that action by that date. Or perhaps this is continued further out if they believe additional time is warranted. But I would recommend that if a continuance is entertained by council and granted, that it be to a date certain.
We don't know.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Miranda was first, and then I'll let you go next, sir.
And
Yes,
please,
sir.
I want to say, I remember something in the past. That would mean that for whatever reason, if this is continued to March, and then in March, for whatever reason, it is not heard, then the petitioner loses all rights. They got to renotice. This is the third time. First one they appealed, July was one, this is second, and the next one would be third. So we don't do more than three. We don't do more than two.
That has not.
I'm not clear on that. I believe the three attempts you're speaking of is if there's a misnotice. But each hearing that I'm aware of in this matter has been properly noticed for council. So I don't know that the situation, Councilman Miranda, that you're describing would be triggered.
Mr. Vieira, you recognized.
Thank you, sir, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that, Ms. Wells. And to the public, you know, the reason why we were inquiring on that issue is because, you know, the apparent promise, however you want to note it, of the applicant to inquire with the neighborhood on these 5 issues, and it being apparently, note my qualification, apparently not done, is and then asking for a continuance would usually not be well met by this city council. That these legal issues are very, very binding, very binding, where, you know, we can't give some momentary comfort because those people are going to come home to roost later on. And that's something and that's why I asked those questions to see if there are chickens home to roost. And just to be sure, Mr. Shelby, you agree with Ms. Wells' legal assessment, sir?
Mr. Vieira, I think Ms. Wells stated it very clearly, and I certainly defer to her in her position, and I don't disagree.
So you agree with her statement? Do you agree with her statement? I just want to make sure that we're all on, you know, with vibes.
I don't. The short answer is, Mr. Vieira. Actually, it's not the short answer, but the answer, Mr. Vieira, is I think your arguments do have merit, and I understand your concern, and I think Ms. Wells articulated the basis of her decision very clearly, and I think it is. I do, under these circumstances, agree with that position.
Okay, and for the record, I'm not making any arguments. I'm asking questions in terms of what the legal proper thing to do is, because again, just my concern. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let me ask the applicant, Mr. McElhaney, and his attorney. As you can see, this council is concerned about different issues, sir.
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
we are equally concerned, and I can tell you this was not a sleight of hand issue. We intended to go forward, but for the fact that extraneous issues occurred, and we're perfectly willing and suggest, you know, if we're not sure we can resolve all of the legal issues by March. I mean, it could be a continued out to set a date in April or May, and we've taken the full responsibility of fulfilling the obligations that I made back in May to you all, including the renoticing and the meetings with the neighbors in the event that we can't resolve these other issues. But we're very cognizant of the fact that the courts move at the pace that the courts move in. And as Ms. Doucette has already pointed out, we still don't have complete discovery of the documents that were requested and should have been provided to us by law. So
would you and your client look at possible withdrawing until these issues are resolved?
I don't think that we can withdraw this case while the legal issues are still pending. I think that affects the material elements of the case itself. We could ask, you know, for a date in April, as I said, which gives us approximately 4 months, you know, past the holidays that we get away from Thanksgiving and Christmas and New Year's, and but that gives us 4 months of typical work months to resolve the matter with the courts, and we should be able to do it by then. If it's not 4 months, 5 months. We don't have a date specific, but we do need to keep the petition in an active status.
And I can address just on the legal side in terms of timing. We had a judge assigned initially that recused himself. We initially had a date certain for a hearing on December 3rd. So we would have resolved this, I think, by the end of the year, had the recusal on his own volition, one of the judges in Hillsborough County. So we now have been reassigned, and we actually have a status conference on December 2nd in order to set a hearing. And I wanted to point out that under Chapter 119, Section 11, so 119.11, the courts are required to give Public Records Act violation cases an expedited hearing. And so all the parties, including Councilman Dingfelder's counsel at this point, are pushing towards the earliest date possible. Like I said, if not for this unanticipated changing of judges, we would have been able to absolutely commit to a March date. I still believe, although maybe naively, that we should be able to complete this by March, given that statute that requires Public Records Act violation cases to be moved ahead on docket. So that's where we're coming from a scheduling perspective. If council is concerned about an additional continuance request in March, as Mr. Michelini stated, we have no, problem scheduling it in April or May, and it's our intent to have this heard at the beginning of next year in the court system.
Mr. Chairman, what we don't want to do is to notice for another hearing and then have the neighbors come down if they have concerns, or the homeowner associations, and then still have a pending issue before the courts. And that's why I was suggesting perhaps April or May may give us enough of a buffer where we can provide adequate notice and meet with the conditions that we've already committed to previously. March was simply the earliest date that the staff told me was available, and then that's why that was in the letter. But we don't have no objection to moving it further out, and in an abundance of caution to make sure that we have enough time and that we're not bringing people down unnecessarily for a hearing that we then again have to ask for another continuance because the matter still is unresolved in the courts.
All right, any other questions from council members? Because we need to bring this in for Orlando. We've got tons of cases that people are waiting downstairs. Any other questions from council members? Do I entertain a motion for a continuance from there?
Move to continue to the March 10th, 2022.
Second, and these are extenuating circumstances. I hope everyone involved understands that either way we go here, it's not going to be acceptable to one side or the other. But that's
have to waive
based on what we've heard today about we had a judge who was supposed to hear December 2nd or 3rd, and he or she withdrew, and now we have another assignment to another judge, and it's not very difficult to do this without having the court case settled.
All right, Mr. Maniscalco has moved for continuance. Mr. Rand has seconded. You recognize, Mr. Shelby.
The time associated with that?
5:01 p.m.
And again, if we can, for the purposes of the record, with regard to notice, council?
They renoticed. They said they were going to renotice.
And is Mr. Michelini, is that
Yeah.
part of, that is acceptable as part of the motion?
Yes, sir, we're going to renotice, but also council has to have a finding that the 180-day extension is granted due to extenuating circumstances.
And that should be part of the motion, Mr. Maniscalco?
Yes, sir. Due to extenuating circumstances which were very well explained in full detail. This is not something I don't remember any kind of case like this in regarding this type of continuance and the reasons why. And for that, I've made this motion to continue it. I think the petitioner has explained it with their legal representation, abundantly clear as to why.
And that's, Ms. Doucette, that's consistent with your client's position?
Yes,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
All right, the motion on the floor. Mr. Maniscalco has stated the motion. Yes, Madam Clerk.
I think Ms. Wells wanted to say something.
What?
Oh, Ms. Wells.
Okay, well, she's not around screen, so I can't see. Ms. Wells, you want to say something?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one thing that I wanted to mention as this council and the applicant decide the appropriate date for the continuance, and I know that March 10th was requested and it's part of the motion, but in the event that Mr. Michelini and his client wish to revise the site plan and go back through DRC, I've been able to confirm that, just as an example, if this were continued out, the DRC date would be February 22nd and 23rd. So while the focus perhaps has been on the conclusion of the litigation, if the applicant wishes to also consider when they would be in a position to submit a revised site plan for DRC and not have to request yet another continuance. I just wanted to mention those dates as an example in the event that a March hearing date, which would require, I think, DRC at the end of December.
Excuse me if I can. Ms.
Right,
Wells,
sir.
did you say then that would require some form of action on the part of the applicant by the end of December? Even with the March date, is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, I see that Ms. Barnes has joined us. She can address the DRC deadline and submittal deadline for a March hearing.
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. So for the March 10th, 2022 hearing, the DRC meeting would have to be held on December 28th through 29th. So we would have to receive the revised site plan before that as well for reviewers. December 28th and 29th. There are other dates. I can continue if you'd like.
Mr. Chairman, I think that based upon the DRC deadlines, we're probably going to have to request a date in May and not in March.
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. So the May 12th, 2022 public hearing, the DRC meeting is held on February 22nd and 23rd.
Maniscalco?
Well, if we can have Ms. Doucette. Ms. Doucette, you having heard that and having heard what your client has suggested, is that amenable to the request that was put forth initially by Mr. Loeb in his letter? This amendment, is that acceptable to?
Yes, given the DRC deadlines that were articulated by Ms. Wells and Ms. Barnes, I think that makes the most sense. And Mr. Michelini has already stated that he's comfortable with that as well. So a March 12th, 2022 date is fine with
March 10th.
Sorry, May 12th, 2022 date is acceptable to us.
So I have to amend this motion to continue to May 12th, 2022?
I believe so. Now, the question, counsel, is this is set forth, and I know Ms. Lucas is online. The time that this should be set for, is it council's pleasure as we move forward into the spring to continue the 501 hearings, or do you want this set for 6 o'clock?
Set it for 501 right now, Mr. Shelby. We can always change it, because we don't know what we're going to do.
501, and again, the date, Madam Clerk, you have that as?
May 12, 2022, 501.
May 12th, 2022 at 5:01 p.m. Mr. Maniscalco, that would be?
Yeah, so I modify my original motion of continuance from March 10th, 2022 to May 12th, 2022 at 5:01 p.m. And I've already stated the reasons why. The applicant and legal counsel have already stated in detail as to the reason why this is happening, the renoticing that will take place, and the technical legal details and whatnot that have compelled me to make this motion for the May 12th, 2022, 5:01 p.m. continuance.
Second.
Mr. Miranda is seconded. Roll call vote.
Carlson, Goods,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
and Dingfelder. Motion carried with Carlson abstaining and Dingfelder being absent.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you, counsel.
Wow. 2 hours for a cleanup portion of the agenda. Ms. Barnes, anything else?
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. There are no other items for cleanup at this time.
All right. All right, gentlemen, we'll go to number 1. Hear from staff and keep moving.
Need to swear them in.
Ma'am?
Swear them in.
Yep.
Please raise your right
Shelby?
hand. Do you
Let's hold on a second.
do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. I do.
All right, thank you.
Before we get started, the record reflects Mr. Dingfelder is present. Thank you, sir.
You're gonna have to ask for the ability to share our screen.
Okay. All right, Ms. Barnes, you may begin.
Thank you, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 1 is REZ 2153. The subject property is located at 825 West Linebaugh Avenue. The request is to rezone the property from PD to PD to allow for development of a medical office and residential multifamily uses. I'll turn over the presentation to the Planning Commission, and after their presentation, I'll conclude mine.
Good evening. Can you see my screen?
We see in the bottom corner there, sir. We did blow it up for us.
What about now?
Madam Clerk, let the record reflect Mr. Carlson is on the dais.
Yes.
All right, you may continue, Danny.
This is Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I've been sworn in. Our first case is within the University Planning District, and more specifically within East Forest Hills neighborhood. Daniel Del Rio Pool is the closest recreation facility, being located adjacent to the subject site to the north. The closest transit stop is located adjacent to the subject site at the corner of North Boulevard and West Linebaugh Avenue. This stop is served by Part Route 14, providing service to the Yukon and Britain Plaza transfer centers, and runs mainly along Armenia Avenue. The site is located within a level E evacuation zone. Here is an aerial of the subject site and the surrounding properties. The subject site is located at the northeast corner of North Boulevard and West Linebaugh Avenue. There's predominantly non-residential uses found along this portion of West Linebaugh Avenue. There are some residential uses directly to the northeast of the subject site. Here is the adopted future land use map. Currently, the subject site is recognized under the residential 20 future land use designation. There is residential 10 within proximity of the subject site, represented by this orange tannish color. That is to the east, to the north, into the southeast of the subject site. The residential 20 is also to the south and west of the subject site. The subject site was previously approved for non-residential uses through rezoning 9858. Therefore, locational criteria, the site would meet locational criteria. The request is comparable and compatible with the surrounding area. The site is located at the intersection of West Linebaugh Avenue and North Boulevard, which are both collector roadways. And there is an existing presence of non-commercial uses found along this portion of West Linebaugh Avenue. The request is providing adequate buffering to the adjacent residential uses to the northeast of the subject site. The proposed PD is providing a safe pedestrian connection from North Boulevard to the entrance of the office, meeting policy direction of the plan that seeks to engage the public realm and provide safe pedestrian connections. Since the comprehensive plan is supportive of interconnecting uses, Planning Commission staff recommends that any residential development on the eastern portion of the site to utilize the proposed future cross-access easement that is proposed on the PD and provide a pedestrian connection to the western portion of the site. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds that the request is consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, Mr. Collins? All right, Ms. Barnes, are you handling this?
Yes, thank you. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Can I please share my screen? Great. Can you see my screen?
Yeah. Can you just blow it up for us?
Oh.
All right.
Can you see it now?
We can see it.
Great. Again, the applicant is proposing to rezone 825 West Linebaugh Avenue from planned development to allow for development of a medical office and residential multifamily uses. Because this case was presented by staff previously, I will provide a brief presentation mostly of the differences. The rezoning was presented to Council on August 19th, 2021 with the following 5 waivers shown here. At that hearing, the agent requested a continuance of this application and resubmitted revised plans. At this time, only one waiver is requested based upon the revised plans to remove 2 non-hazardous grand laurel oaks. This was a picture of the revised plan submitted by the applicant. Again, to familiarize you with the area, here's an aerial map of the subject property and surrounding zoning, as well as the subject property located on the northeast corner of the intersection of West Linebaugh Avenue and North Boulevard. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and found it consistent with the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions you might have.
Any questions, Ms. Barnes? Ms. Dingfellow, you recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Ms. Barnes. So you mentioned about the 2 non-hazardous laurel oaks. Do we have tree staff on tonight to testify?
Yes, Aaron with Natural Resources is also available on the line.
There's Aaron. Good evening.
Good evening, Council. How are you? Aaron Mayer, Development Coordination. Yes, the applicant has amended the site to save a grove of trees, which includes, they have also saved 2 grand live oaks that we were opposing removal of. They do still need to remove 2 grand laurel oaks, which are considered preservation quality, but we have called the project consistent since they have amended and worked with us on saving many more of the existing trees on site.
Approximately how old are the laurels? Because I know they tend to have a certain lifespan, right?
Yeah, these laurel oaks are, I would surmise, 40 to 50 years old.
Okay. And what's your experience for a typical lifespan of laurels in that condition?
These trees have some minor decay and cavities on them. I think with the proposed construction, I don't think laurel oaks are going to handle the construction very well. There's going to be much more, impervious surface on the root zones of some of these trees, and I think that's going to negatively cause them to decline over time.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any more questions for Ms. Barnes? All right, we'll move to the applicant.
Good evening, Truett Gardner, and I'd like to share my screen as well.
Sworn in yet? Everyone's been sworn. Okay, thank you. Ricky hasn't been sworn? Let's go ahead and do him now, but I'm sure you're probably going to speak.
Ricky, if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Gardner.
Thank you. Correct. Can you see the
Yes, sir, we can see it.
PowerPoint I have up? Okay, perfect. I'll be real brief because this issue was discussed before. I know it was back in August, so happy to answer any questions you may have. But it's really focused on the tree issue. At the time, we had received comments from staff. We're working through some site plan revisions, but we just didn't have the time before council to make those. And so we were granted the continuance to work with staff. And Ricky and Aaron worked closely together and believe we came up with a compromise that works. Just real brief, this is our project team. Steve Sloan with Sloan Engineering is on the line in case you have any questions of him. Ricky, as you saw, is also on the line with Dark Moss. The site is 3.9 acres, and just to clarify, it's rectangular in shape. The west side is parcel 1 that we're referring to, which is the real subject of tonight's hearing. Parcel 2, which is the eastern site, was previously zoned for multifamily, and we're holding those, but there's no plans to develop that at this time. Existing, again, this is parcel 1, so the western side are 3 abandoned buildings, and that we're currently zoned and used for medical office, which is the use that we're also requesting. This is the elevation, front elevation of what's being proposed. It's a 7,600 square foot medical office building being developed on parcel 1 at a 0.1 FAR. we're at up to a 0.5 is allowed, so we're developing approximately 20% of the site's potential. And again, phase 2 is the eastern portion, and we're just using that as a placeholder since multifamily was allowed there before. And so what we're saying this, since it's not designed at this time, is we'll be required to develop the RM24 standards. And then, as mentioned before, we had 4 waivers in the August hearing. That has been reduced down to 1. And then noticeably, we had natural resources finding of inconsistency, and they've now found us to be consistent, given that we're saving these 2 additional grand oaks, and also we've increased the overall tree retention on site. This is the revised site plan, and you'll see the red boxes with the lines drawn. Those are the primary areas where the site plan was changed through the work of Aaron and Ricky. Again, this is phase 1, which is the medical office, and then phase 2, which is the placeholder for multifamily. And with that, we've got waiver criteria reference as well. This is the original site plan. So happy to answer any questions you may have, but we have full findings of consistency. I don't believe we have any opposition, and have resolved the one outstanding issue, which was the tree issues. Happy to answer any questions you may have, but in the respect of your time, I'll close with that.
Any question for the applicant? All right. We have anybody registered for this item, Madam Clerk?
No registered speakers for this item.
Anyone on the second floor for this item?
Eileen Rosario, Development Coordination. There's no one here to speak on this item. Thank you.
Mr. Dingfeldt?
One quick question, Mr. Chairman. Do we have transportation staff on the line for this item?
Good evening, Jonathan Scott, City of Tampa Transportation Planning.
Good evening, Mr. Scott. My gut tells me that since this PD was originally medical and now we're switching some of the use to multifamily, that the total trips and parking and that sort of thing might actually be decreased, especially because you're only talking about 36, I think it's, the staff report indicates, I think 36 units. But tell me if my gut is correct.
Well, yeah, originally that was approved, I think, for more multifamily units, even though it was never built. We kind of look at it as a vacant parcel, but when we distributed the new trips, it was a de minimis impact, so we didn't have them do anything more than that. But your inclination was somewhat correct, sir.
Okay, so I see. I don't have the original PD in front of me. So was it Annie? I think the original PD was medical and multifamily residential. This is just slightly a different configuration.
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. So yes, you were correct. There were actually 3 phases, and there was also 4 development. But as Mr. Scott already stated, they weren't all developed, just the office portion.
Okay, and they state that they're going to do this in conformance with RM24 standards. And I guess that's just what's imprinted on the PD site plan. But how do we enforce that without enunciating those standards? I mean, is it the RM24 standards as of today, or what if the RM24 standards changed before they started construction next year or something?
It would be as the code states now.
Okay, and that we don't have a problem with enforcing that along those lines?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any more questions for the applicant? Move to close?
So moved.
Second.
Scalco, Miranda, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Mr. Vieira still there?
I'm here. Want me to read it, sir?
Yes, sir. Number 1. Yes, sir, if you would.
Yes, sir. I read an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 825 West Linebaugh Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification PD Plan Development Office Residential Multifamily to PD Plan Development Medical Office Residential Multifamily, providing an effective date.
Second.
Second by Mr. Dingfelder, roll call vote.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Cedro?
Yes.
Viera?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Goods?
Yes.
And Carlson?
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on December 16th at 9:30 a.m.
All right, item number 2, staff.
Thanks so much, Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 2, case REZ 21-77. This is being heard for first reading consideration. 5415 Mariner Street and 5420 Bay Center Drive are the two properties being rezoned from OP1 Office Professional to PD Planned Development Residential Multifamily and Retail Sales Convenience Goods. I'll now pass it along to the Planning Commission with Danny Collins.
This is Danny Collins with the Planning Commission staff. I've been sworn in. Our next case is within the South Tampa Planning District, and it's within the West Shore Employment Center. The subject site is located within the coastal high hazard area and is also within a mixed-use corridor. The closest transit stop is within 3/4 of a mile to the east of the subject site at the intersection of West Kennedy Boulevard and Southwest Shore Boulevard. This transit stop is served by Route 30, connecting the subject site to downtown Tampa, Tampa Airport, and the Northwest. The closest public recreation facility is Cypress Point Park, which is located within a half mile to the northwest of the subject site. Subject site is within a level A evacuation zone. Here is an aerial of the subject site and the surrounding properties. This is an outline of the subject site is shown in purple. The surrounding area contains predominantly residential uses. There is a multifamily directly to the east of the subject site, and there is also a presence of multifamily to the west of the subject site. There is also single-family detached residential uses just southeast of the subject site, and then also as you move west from the subject site. Here is the adopted future land use map. The subject site is currently recognized under the Regional Mixed Use 100 Future Land Use Designation, and that's shown in this magenta purplish color. That RMU 100 surrounds the subject site on all sides. About 1 block to the east of the subject site on West Cleveland Street is residential 6, which is shown by the yellow color. And as you move west from the subject site, there's also residential 6. The subject site is designated Regional Mixed Use 100. This designation provides for high intensity density, high-rise residential, major office, and regional serving commercial developments, which are typically located near major transportation facilities. There are 3 multifamily developments to the east of the subject site have been developed under the RMU 100 Future Land Use Designation. To the southwest are 2 additional multifamily developments within the RMU 100 designation as well. The proposed development furthers many policies in the comprehensive plan and will provide a mix of uses for the surrounding neighborhood while furthering the compact city form strategy. The site is in an area with convenient access to transit and services and is placing additional multifamily in an area where it is already developed, which is consistent with the comprehensive plan. To ensure further consistency with the comprehensive plan, Planning Commission staff requests that the applicant provide a safe pedestrian connection from the existing 5-foot sidewalk along South Hoover Boulevard to the main entrance of the commercial entrance. Pedestrian connection should also be added from the entrance located along Bay Center Drive to the 6-foot sidewalk. Planning Commission staff requests that this detail is added to the site plan between first and second reading. The subject site is also within the coastal high hazard area. As such, the applicant is required to work with the City of Tampa and other regulatory agencies to ensure any multifamily residential units mitigate for its impact on shelter space. In conclusion, the request is comparable and compatible with the surrounding area and is consistent with the intensity anticipated under the RMU 100 Future Land Use Designation. Based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, Mr. Collins? All right. Zane?
Thanks so much. Zane,
He's rocking the mustache, Mr. Dean Fellas.
Yes, little Movember look here. Thanks so much. Saint Hussein Development Coordination, case REZ 21-77. The applicant is Woodfield Acquisitions LLC. Representative is Cammie Corbett. Property address at 5415 Mariner Street and 5420 Bay Center Drive. There are two waivers for this property. We have one waiver that states to allow loading to occur in more than one continuous maneuver and to allow maneuvering in the right-of-way. And the second waiver is to reduce the required buffer of 15 feet and 6-foot masonry wall to 10 feet and a 6-foot masonry wall to the northeast property line. This shall be revised between first and second reading. Coming to the parcel here, you'll see that the subject site is at the corner of Hoover and also Mariner. The site is surrounded by offices to the south and the west. To the north, you have I-275, and also you have the West Shore Mall right here. To the east, you'll have residential multifamily and office space. And to the south, you'll have a residential single family. The whole entire site is approximately 2.84 acres. Coming to the site plan here, talking more about the site, the proposed development is for a single 7-story building with an integrated parking garage. The proposed building contains 277 dwelling units and a 1,600 square foot of retail sales and convenience goods. The building entrance is facing the southeast corner of the property, facing Hoover Street and Mariner Street. The retail sales and convenience goods is located along Hoover Street. The building height is proposed 107 feet tall, which is also consistent with its neighbor. A total of 490 parking spaces are required and 509 are being provided. The property is located in the West Shore Overlay District. I'll come to the pictures here. As you'll see the current site, current structure on the site. To the south, you'll see more of those office spaces, and to the west. To the southeast, you'll see office spaces and residential down the street. To the east, you also see residential multifamily. To the southwest, you'll see more office space. And to the north, you'll see office space, and above that, you'll have the West Shore Mall. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request inconsistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Should be the pleasure of City Council to approve the application. Further modifications must be made between first and second reading as of the revision sheet. Thank you. I'm here for any questions if needed.
Any questions for staff? Being none, we'll hear from the applicant. Swear them in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Cammie Corbett with the law firm of Hill, Ward, and Henderson, representing the applicant this evening. We're going to be doing a brief presentation. I think staff did a great job of outlining the request. The one thing Zane concluded with saying that we have a finding of inconsistency, as you'll hear when Mr. Cohen makes our presentation, that's based solely on the one waiver regarding maneuvering in the right-of-way, and we'll go ahead and explain to you and justify that request for the waiver as part of our presentation. And I'd like to thank you, Council, for allowing us to continue this case last month. I know that you just, continuances are disfavored and you're reluctant to do it, but in this case, it really was beneficial for everyone. It allowed us to work with the neighborhood and get some more certainty on a matter that was really important to them, and so I thank you for that. Also like to thank the leadership of the Beach Park Homeowners Association, the Mariner North Homeowners Association, and the Save Beach Park organization, which you may be familiar with, but it's a new organization that represents residential interests in the area. We have been actively working with them throughout the process, and we've had good conversations, and although we don't agree on all points, We think the conversations have been professional and very productive. And if Randy, if you could allow Randy to share his screen so he can begin the presentation, I will take the first couple of slides and then we will go from there.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, go to the next slide. This is just a summary of our community outreach. Like I said, we met with the community leaders. We contacted them by email to let them know we were filing the application at the end of April 2021, and let them know that we would be meeting with them and wanting to meet with them to get their input on our proposal. We held a meeting with them on June 22nd with the leaders. It was Beach Park, Mariner North, and Save Beach Park. We heard some common concerns. They all had different concerns, but some common concerns were the density intensity we were proposing, the building height we were proposing. They had made a request to include neighborhood commercial because there is a lack of walkable neighborhood commercial in the area. There were concerns raised about transportation, and they asked us to explore potentially limiting right turns onto Hoover into the neighborhood. And they had significant concerns about school overcrowding that really weren't concurrency related, and they were more related to the possible reassignment of their properties into a different school district than where they are currently assigned. We also then had a virtual town hall on September 15th, and we've had multiple one-on-one phone calls and meetings with the leadership and representatives throughout this process. Next slide. We did, after that meeting in June 22nd, we did take a hard look at what we were doing, and we were able to incorporate 1,600 square feet of neighborhood commercial into the development. We wanted to avoid anything that was a significant retail component that would end up drawing traffic to the neighborhood, but we could accommodate the 1,600 square feet, which would allow for an opportunity to have that on-site commercial that I'm serving. We reduced the number of stories to 7 stories and reduced the height to 94 feet. Those two adjustments brought us down to 277 dwelling units, which is below the 100 units per acre that is permitted in the RMU 100, and it is well below the 3.5 FAR that is permitted under the RMU 100 land use category. We did proffer a condition to the mobility department for a no right turn sign at Bay Center Drive. However, that was not supported by city transportation staff. They encouraged the neighborhood that if they wanted to make adjustments, that they could contact the mobility staff and talk about it more globally on a neighborhood basis. And then finally, with the school crowding, we requested a voluntary reassignment of the school attendance boundary for this property. As you know, school concurrency is a matter that's taken up at site development and is really not the basis for a denial of a rezoning. And likewise, the school attendance areas are not purview of city council. However, we agreed when we met with the neighborhood in June that we would work in good faith to see what we could do about that condition. And we were having some luck with the school board, having good communications about the possibility of reassigning this property into the districts that had school concurrency. And ultimately, we decided in order to move it forward, we would put in a written formal request of the superintendent back in October. And that's what we were working on with the neighborhood in the meantime. Next slide. And we actually received a letter this last week that the school board has conducted their community input meeting, and based on the feedback, they're taking the boundary reassignment to school for 2 readings, the first being in December and the second being on January 11th. And while again, this is not relevant to the zoning decision as far as whether or not the applicants met the legal requirements or burdens of proof with respect to consistency, compatibility, it is very important to the residents of Beach Park. And so if it is the pleasure of City Council to approve us on first reading this evening, we would ask you respectfully that if you could defer any second reading on this case until after the January 11th reassignment hearing occurs. And with that, I'll turn it over to Randy Cohen.
Good evening, Council. 4121 West Piper Street. Wanted to start out just with a brief look at the exhibit. This is the location of the site. For those of us that have been in Tampa for a while, this is the old Koger Office Park. It is within the West Shore area-wide DRI. More particularly, Zane did a really nice job, but let me just go over things for you. Kennedy Boulevard here to the north. This is Hoover Boulevard on the east side of the property. Bay Center Drive to the north of the property, and Mariner Street to the south of the property. Across the street from us, 6-story multifamily. Across both Bay Center and Kennedy Boulevard to the north is a 10-story office building. To the west, we have a 2-story office building immediately adjacent to us, and further down the way, we have a 7-story office building and 2 8-story residential buildings. To the south, 2-story office building. To the far south, 4-story office building. Across the street, a 1-story office building. In kind of catty corner, we have a 5-acre parcel that has a number of 1-story and 2-story office buildings on it. I'd like to point out that we are in total compliance with the West Shore Overlay District standards, which is a very great thing that deals with pedestrian activities, green space elements, transparency, embellishment, etc. So we are totally consistent with the overlay. Our 2 waivers are simply to general code. I would like to say that our site plan revisions listed in the staff report, we are in agreement with all of those. And I do need to apologize to both staff and city council. While we printed the site plan for the final submittal, for some reason our program shifted certain elements of the plan on 2 layers, which made for a little bit of confusion, but we have agreed with staff and they're in support of our changing those items between first and second reading. This is a look at the site. This is the northeast corner of the site, which would be along Hoover. This is where we have our neighborhood commercial space with a nice terrace outside of it and ability to engage the public sidewalk. Also have some additional meeting room in this area. We also have here on the fringe actually what is a grand tree that we've been able to save. We did substantial changes to the building between initial submittal and our second submittal to actually save this grand tree. This is the Mariner face of the building. This is the entrance into the multifamily, again, engaging Mariner Street and the new sidewalk that we'll construct along Mariner. At the bottom, we have, again, a larger look at the same thing in the large scale aerial or photo over here of the neighborhood commercial area, the terrace area, and then the additional seating area and engagement with the public sidewalk. Looking at the site plan itself, we have a multifamily building that wraps around the entire parking structure and extends over to Mariner, providing this neighborhood commercial in this area, our engagement to the community for the residential portion itself. We also, for each of the units along Mariner, we actually have stoops and stairs, so we're engaging the public sidewalk, which we will construct along Mariner itself. Substantial vegetation around the property. This is our sole entrance to the parking structure, which is embedded within the multifamily building. It's 7 stories as the multifamily building is. So all traffic enters and exits this project from Bay Center Drive. We also have our solid waste and delivery area in this area with a connection solely to Bay Center. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as we move into the waiver section. Our first waiver is exactly that. It's maneuvering in the right of way. This allows both solid waste and delivery trucks to enter the property via Bay Center and to back into the loading dock or the solid waste dock. Bay Center Drive itself is an unregulated roadway. In other words, there's no concurrency standards to it. It is a very low volume roadway. There have been other waivers of this type on other areas of Bay Center Drive to the west of us. More importantly, the only way to have designed this project to not require this waiver would have been if we had either the truck exit or entrance on Mariner. There is no one in the community, there was no one on our design group that felt that was a good idea. We believe we've met the intent of the code for this waiver because in fact, we eliminated any conflicts with Mariner Street, which is a much busier street and serves both office and residential. Waiver 2 is a rather unique waiver. Generally, this waiver is to protect residential when commercial or office is built adjacent to it. In this particular case, we are building adjacent to existing office. This waiver is also necessitated by an existing access agreement that we have with adjacent property owners that we are going to continue to fulfill. The waiver literally is to shrink the distance requirement from 15 feet to 10 feet in certain areas. We will still provide the 6-foot masonry wall that's required of it, and we understand everyone on staff is generally in agreement with this waiver. Want to just go through some comp plan issues with you very briefly. We're consistent with the West Shore Employment Center policies, 2 are listed here. We're also consistent with the mixed use policies and objectives in the comprehensive plan. Talk just a moment about transportation. This site existing has 2 multi-story office buildings on them. So changing the use from office to multifamily really results in a very small amount of additional traffic when those offices are fully occupied. They've not been fully occupied in the last bit of time, so folks can say what they wish about it, but our net increase in traffic is very minor in both of them. We are in the transportation concurrency exemption area. Nevertheless, we are paying a substantial amount of transportation fees for mobility fee, impact fee, DRI fee, mitigation fee, et cetera. Key findings of the staff, which is really, we are compatible with the surrounding area. We are substantially removed from any single family residential. Our height is compatible with the structures in the area and the trends that we're seeing. We are retaining more than 50% of the trees on site, including 1 grand tree. Our parking is actually greater than that's required by code. So basically what we have is a project here that has been deemed compatible with the surrounding area by your city staff and deemed consistent with the comprehensive plan by the Planning Commission staff. We're happy to answer any questions, and I'll turn it back over to Cammie.
Any questions, Mr. Cohen? Dingford, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Mr. Cohn. How many spaces are there currently in the existing office building that I think was built back in the 1960s? And I do recognize that it's been rather underutilized for quite a while. But how many parking spaces?
I've never counted those spaces, Councilman Dingfelder, but I would say there are probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 300 spaces with these 2 office buildings.
300, and those are all, as I recall, they're all outdoor spaces.
Yes, they're all surface spaces. Because of the time they were constructed, they do not meet any current landscaping or green space requirements. It's also difficult to give you an actual number of spaces used by these 2 buildings because as this property was originally developed by the Koger Corporation, they actually just had a sea of parking and shared parking all over the site with the many office buildings that exist.
Okay, and so we're going from approximately 300 spaces, perhaps shared in some way, up to the 490 for this multifamily project. Mr. Cohen, your slide referenced vehicles. I think it's VPH, which I assume is vehicles per hour or something. I'm not familiar with VPH. Usually, you guys talk in terms of trips per day or peak hour trips, and I didn't see that in your report. Do you have that as a separate analysis in terms of trips or peak hour?
No, sir. We only deal with peak hour, City of Tampa, transportation concurrency, the transportation concurrency exception area, and our traffic studies are all done for the morning peak hour and the afternoon peak hour. Daily traffic is not considered in any of the analyses done in the City of Tampa, other than on very general and gross 20 to 30 year planning horizons when we're dealing with transportation modeling for those things.
Okay.
Other than that,
so
everything.
Did city staff require I mean, when I look at this project, it's not unfortunately it's not a project standing alone because there are 3 or 4 or at least 3 or 4 other either projects that we've approved or projects that will be under consideration right there in that same little Hoover Mariner area.
Yes, sir.
And we already approved one, I think it was earlier this year or last year, I guess it was earlier this year, kind of further west and a little bit across the street.
Yes, sir.
And that was quite a big project, and you were involved in it. So now we've got this one, and then the correspondence that we have on record that I'm sure you've had a chance of seeing, and Ms. Corbett has had a chance of seeing, speaks to several other projects right there in that same little bottleneck of Mariner and Hoover that people are very concerned about. So I don't have a problem with the height. I don't have a problem with the layout. It all looks like a lovely building, but I think potential traffic cutting through that single family neighborhood is the big issue. And not just related to this one building, which is not small, 307 or 277 units.
Yes.
But what's the cumulative traffic impact? And has anybody required you, Mr. Cohen, to do a traffic study, not only for this project, but for all of these projects put together?
Well, the only other approved project is the recently approved project down the street on the Highwoods property.
Correct.
As you'll recall, when we did that rezoning itself, we actually diminished the amount of residential on that project from, I believe, 540 some units down to 292.
Which is exactly why you got my vote.
And with this particular project, because we established the transportation methodology for the project prior to that approval, this analysis also includes the Highwoods project with the total number of units that were approved at that time, which were the 540 units. So if you actually look at this project and the Highwoods project, we have no increase beyond that Highwoods was already approved for, in that our number of units combined with the Highwoods number of units basically equal the number of units that were originally approved for the Highwoods project. Regarding the other projects in the area, none of them have been approved. Therefore, the city does not and will not require that a traffic study for a zoning assume projects that have not been approved in this particular case.
Okay, well, let me ask staff, whose project is this, Zane?
Correct.
So Zane, again, my concern, and I think I'm just really sort of stating the concern of the correspondence that we've received that is in the file and of record. We're looking at each one of these pretty large multifamily projects incrementally in terms of traffic impact and transportation. And so Mr. Cohn is very effective, very smart guy, and so he's going to say, well, we already approved project A across the street, and this is project B, and down the road we know project C and D are coming, but each one incrementally, it's like boiling lobsters, right? You just keep turning up the heat and until you got a real problem. So, help me out here. Is the city not concerned about traffic and transportation on the total sum of all this?
Yes, sir. The city takes that into consideration. I will defer transportation to Jonathan Scott, who's also on the line. He can give you a better input on the traffic and traffic analysis.
But the reason I asked you, Zane, and I'll get to Jonathan in a second, is at some point you guys have to coordinate. You can't be in silos. I'm sure you have tremendous degrees and experience in planning. You can't be in a silo and just say, I'm only going to look at this issue and this issue and defer the whole thing. Don't you guys talk together and say, are we concerned about the Hoover Mariner area dumping out too much traffic to that single family neighborhood? Jonathan, go ahead.
City of Tampa Transportation, Jonathan Scott. The traffic analysis does look at background traffic for other projects that we know of coming up. But in this case, like when we did the methodology for his traffic study, we had him put in background of other projects that we knew of at the time that weren't completed yet. But now as they come in, we do have the traffic analysis for the other ones put in. So like when the other ones came in, we did have like this one in the background for the other ones. So it is cumulatively added as we know about the things that are coming. That's probably what Randy was getting ready to say. I can tell by the look on his face. But
one thing, Councilman Dingfelder, that I neglected is that in looking back at my methodology, the now withdrawn project to the south on Hoover was one of the projects that we were also required to include that traffic as background traffic in our analysis. So in fact, this project included the Highwoods Crescent project approved to the west, but in its original state before it was reduced. It also required the Hoover project that's since been withdrawn to the immediate south of us. So we've included 2 of the significant multifamily projects in the area, as well as our own project. I understand there may be a 4th one, but I don't know the status of that, and that came well after this project started its transportation analysis. So that project was not included in ours, but I would assume it likely had to include all of these projects in its analysis.
And
so you do, I believe, have a cumulative analysis coming before you at some point in the future.
Okay, last question, Mr. Chairman. Where would I find this traffic analysis? Because I looked at the staff report and I didn't see it attached to the staff report. Is it attached to the original application, or is it something that was transmitted just between Mr. Cohn and Mr. Scott, or where would I and the public find this traffic analysis? Yes, sir.
If I may, thank you very much. The traffic analysis is submitted via Acela, as all information on this rezoning is. It's accessible to the public in every form and fashion via Acela, which is the process the city uses to ensure we have good transparency on these projects. So the minute Jonathan saw it was the minute it showed up on the Acela system. So you can certainly gain access to it there.
Okay, and Mr. Shelby, that Acela information, is that, I'm looking at SIRE, which I think we believe is the full record of our decision. So Mr. Cohn just made reference to documents and information that's on Acela. I don't know enough about the computers to know whether or not that's somebody's linking that or what.
I guess the question is whether that's part of the clerk's file, and I don't believe it is. I believe, Madam Clerk, is it something that is required to be within the clerk's file in order for you to rely on that or make the decision, Mr. Cohen?
Well, no. That's not necessarily a question from Ms. Cohn. What I'm saying is, if Mr. Cohn has already made reference to a traffic study, and that traffic study is in Acela, but it's not in the record here, and I have no way of looking at it.
You do have, the public does have general access to Acela. That's a question for transportation, how that traffic study gets into the clerk's file.
All right,
Okay.
All right.
I would suggest you ask staff that question.
Well, I guess it would be Jonathan that asked that question since
Yes.
he's presentation.
And Zane had his hand up as
All right,
well.
well, Jonathan, either Zane.
go ahead, Zane.
Thank you so much, Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. For the traffic analysis, that'll be in the application review. We'll not go on SIRE as part of the application review at the very beginning.
All right. Well, for this project and then for any future projects, I think something as critical as a traffic analysis needs to make its way into, the SIRE, which is the record that, that is the record, right, Mr. Shelby? The SIRE is the record that anybody reviewing this would be looking at.
That would be the record that would get forwarded to a circuit court to review council's decision.
Right. So I think
If I can-
maybe between first and second readings, somebody needs to make sure that traffic analysis gets in the record. And for all future cases, if and when there's a traffic analysis, that needs to be in SIRE before first reading. Because if that's what everybody's relying on, then that should be there. I've been looking up and down Sire for the last hour and I can't find it. That's why I asked the question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Shelby, since Mr. Dingfellow brought up, I mean, it's a good point. So I guess we need to have you send something to staff and make sure that's done, if that's the case. You do not agree, sir? Or how should we proceed with this?
That is a very good question, Mr. Chairman, and that is a question that actually has been coming up in other arenas relative to access and make it part of the file. If you like, I can have a conversation with the legal department and with staff and with land development and see exactly moving forward how to do it. Council has made their position very clear with regard to what needs to be in the record with regard to a traffic analysis. Is that am I clear in that, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. It's your hearing, sir. Mr. Carlson?
Yeah, sorry to belabor this, but I agree with Councilmember Dingfelder. I assumed that whatever pertinent information there was in SIRE, since that's the public record. I also assumed that we're not supposed to go into Acela. I'm aware of Acela. I know that lots of people use it. I don't use it because I don't want to read information before it comes in this body, in this room. And so if that's wrong, then happy to go on Acela if that's the resource we're supposed to use. But what I understood is we're supposed to only consider the information in SIRE and also what's presented in this room. And so if that's true, we need to make sure that besides the transportation reports, are there any other reports that are on Acela, any other information in Acela that should be in SIRE?
Understood.
Or are we supposed to go into Acela? Thank you.
Well,
all right, Mr. Shelby, you have the marching orders. You know, we want to make sure everything is in the record so council can review all documents so we can make a clear decision on how we move forward.
Thank you.
I just have one other question, Mr. Chairman. Nothing to do with that. There was reference made to this, and Jonathan, I think this is directed to you. There was reference made to no right turn sign at Bay Center Drive, the possibility of a no right turn sign at Bay Center Drive. Clearly, I guess some people in the neighborhood supported that. Ms. Corbett indicates that they asked for that and that staff rejected that at this time. Can you elucidate us a little bit on that and to the best of your knowledge?
Yeah, Jonathan Scott, Transportation Planning. We had looked at that and discussed it. It wasn't an idea that we wanted to entertain because it would be kind of hard to enforce, and it wasn't really a good idea, you know, for circulation and so forth of the roadways, and it's kind of outside the purview of the rezoning as well. So that was kind of the discussion that came about from that.
I guess isn't the idea to try and direct this new traffic to go out to Kennedy or the extension of Kennedy, whatever it's called over there, as opposed to coming over there and going on Azeel?
Correct. I think that's what they were wanted to know about.
Okay. But at this time, staff wasn't interested?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Zane?
Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. Just for the record, traditionally, we haven't added traffic analysis or other documents because they can range from 150 pages to 1,000 pages. So they may not be able to fit. That's always been a problem in the past. So traditionally, that's why they have not been uploaded in SIRE.
All right, well, obviously staff and legal are going to need to wrestle with that in the future. I wasn't aware of that until tonight. So.
And is it council's pleasure with regard to this particular case that you still wish to see that traffic study? Is that relevant to your discussion between first and second reading? You wanted to see it by second reading? Did I hear that correctly?
That's this councilman's request. I mean, I think a big part of this case is all about traffic and that sort of thing. and they testified to it, and he testified to the study. So I would think that that needs to get in the record somehow or another.
Understood.
All right. Moving right along. Ms. Corbett, are we finished?
In the interest of time, yes, that will conclude our main presentation, and we'll save time for rebuttal.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Dingfelder. All right, anybody to speak on this item, item number 2 on the second floor?
Eileen Rosario, Development Coordination. There's one person here to speak on this item, and they have been sworn in. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Allen.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, council members. My name is Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South in St. Pierce, Florida. I'm here tonight representing Save Beach Park, LLC, organization which is a large group of very active, organized, engaged, and concerned citizens. This issue, multifamily, and other multifamily projects coming up, are the primary concern and maintain a very guarded and circumspect review by Save Beach Park, LLC. This application tonight is not being opposed, but is also not being supported by Save Beach Park. But Save Beach Park is here tonight absolutely supporting the deferral as provided by the school board, engineered by the applicant, as Ms. Corbett has presented. We do appreciate the efforts of the applicant to work with Save Beach Park, recognize concerns, try and address them. It is important that I state that Save Beach Park supports the First Amendment rights of all neighbors to express their opinions, either way on a subject that impacts them individually. With that said, I do want to make council and citizens aware that the last annual meeting of Beach Park Homeowners Association Monday night, a new board and president were elected, and the new president of Beach Park HOA is the founder of Save Beach Park. It is the primary interest and scrutiny that many multifamily zoning requests pending will be the focus and a concern of both organizations in the future. So again, we are here tonight supporting the deferral as presented by Ms. Corbett. Thank you.
Thank you.
Quick question, Mr. Pressman. Is that okay, Mr. Chairman? Thank you. Mr. Pressman, I'm a little confused on this school board issue. I appreciate the fact that in this kumbaya moment that your clients and the developer are in agreement to allow this to be approved for first reading and to defer second reading until after the school board does something. My concern is, and I'm only saying this because I wouldn't want your clients' hopes to get up too much, is let's say this, whatever the school board decision is not to your liking, your client's liking, and then this matter comes back to second reading, and your clients say, you need to stop this project because there's not enough space in these schools based upon what the school board decided, okay? I don't know, and Ms. Wells can chime in, I don't know that that's ever been a basis for us to deny a rezoning. My recollection is we're always told that those school board issues and capacity issues are all off base and out of base for us in regard to our reliance. So anyway, Ms. Wells, are you still on there, and can you help with that a little bit? And again, I'm not trying to make waves or cause trouble, but I just don't like people's expectations to be increased and then people get disappointed at the end.
Thank you, Kate Wells, Chief Assistant City Attorney for the record. When Ms. Corbett reached out to me last week with regard to this request to, the first was to include a condition on the site plan with respect to the proposed or requesting. The second request was to defer second reading until after the school board had voted on that request. And my position then and my position now is whether it's school capacity or school redistricting, that those two items are unrelated and do not impact council's ability and authority in deciding a rezoning petition. So while I'm not opposed to the request to delay first reading, it wouldn't be, it's not an indication to the neighborhood or to council that that decision on the redistricting is properly before council, or that council could deny the request for rezoning in the event that the redistricting is not approved. But instead recognizing perhaps that if the decision is not decided the way the neighborhood would like it to be, that the neighborhood or the represented associations may look to other reasons at second reading to express their concerns about this petition. Mr. Pressman at the beginning indicated that he's speaking on behalf of an association, but they're not here either in support or in opposition. I would anticipate that if the school board decision is not to their liking, that they would then raise whatever issues they feel are relevant and properly before council for consideration on the rezoning petition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Wells.
Can't have both.
Yeah, and I don't oppose a delayed second reading for any reason. If everybody involved wants to delay second reading, then fine. But I just wanted to sort of bring that to light, and Ms. Wells just did an excellent job in doing so. Thank you.
All right, anybody else to speak on this item on the second floor?
Eileen Rosario, Development Coordination. There's no one else here to speak on this item. Thank you.
All right, anyone ready to speak on this item, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Yes, sir. We have 5 out of the 7 registered speakers online and ready to speak.
All right, let's swear them in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
All right, we'll go with Eric Gardino first. All right.
Thank you, sir. Eric Gardino with the Bay Area Apartment Association, Government Affairs Director, 12477 Telecom Drive, Temple Terrace, Florida. We are a nonprofit trade association representing the apartment industry in the greater Tampa Bay region. I am here to speak in favor of this project. I've had the opportunity to review the project and really think it would be an incredible addition to the city of Tampa. The renderings, as we saw, were beautiful. The project is consistent with other development in the area. And the developers are looking, or have made a number of changes to address community concerns. I think probably from our standpoint as an association, one of the most important elements is that it's bringing additional apartment homes to our community. This is an area where I really want to focus on the rest of my attention on for this conversation. Just last month, the online periodical Globe Street ran an article with the headline saying, there is a severe shortage of rental housing at every price point. The article showcased data from RealPage, which is a data analytics firm, and their analysts noted that while we're having more people looking for apartments, we're also having more people staying put and renewing their leases. Tampa was among the cities that they referenced in this article as going through this experience. Actually, I should also note data firms, not just RealPage, but CoStar, ALN, and others all agree that the Tampa Bay region, we're in a period of unprecedented demand for apartments that has driven apartment vacancies down to historic lows. I've had a chance to work with ALN recently to identify some important points to keep in mind as you're considering this project before you today. First, over the last 3 years, our region has rented out more, about 4,700 more apartments than were constructed over this period. This year alone, over 3,000 more apartments were rented than were built. Second data point, this demand has eaten into the existing inventory of rental housing. As a result, vacancy rates in our region are about 5%. 5% is considered full. Normally, our region has vacancy rates between 8 and 9%. Low vacancy rates mean people can't find housing. I know, having talked to a lot of our members, that they have full vacancy. They can only put people on waiting lists. My last point, just to close this out, is that a way to address this is to build more housing. I think projects like the one before us is the sort of project that we need to consider, not just this body, but other governing bodies in our region. Seriously consider it as an antidote to the housing shortage that we're experiencing. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from Tim McGaughy.
Good evening, Council. Tim McGahey, 211 South Manhattan Avenue. I met with this applicant along with the local development opposition group within my capacity as the president of the Beach Park Homeowners Association. And the initial design was the most dense apartment building that was proposed for this area. And so you all know Stephanie. She likes to say this was literally a plywood palace. The neighborhood really just wanted to oppose this project, but this applicant was responsive to specific feedback. So I'm speaking as myself today. I'm saying that the applicant did it right. They reached out early in the process, and instead of proffering dog waste stations, they made actual plan revisions. I suspect some of the density changes were already things they were willing to give away in negotiations with the neighborhood. However, keeping additional trees on site, considering traffic flow changes, and adding the retail component came about due to working with neighbors. The applicant set a good example by working with the neighborhood. I believe that a mixed-use project such as this brings something of value to the area and is much better than the alternatives that could be in this space. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have Steve.
Hello, I'm Steve Rogai. Thank you, Council, for letting me speak on this matter. I'm a Beach Park resident and I support the project. I've been a resident in several capacities in the single-family homes that are adjacent to the proposed project, as well as the apartment complex that is immediately adjacent to the project. I live in very close proximity. I spend a lot of time in the neighborhood, a lot of pedestrian activities. I ride bicycles with my kids. I've actually spent a lot of time on that Bay Center Drive. And in my opinion, with the buildings back there, it's become kind of unsightly. I consider that to be a bit of an alleyway back there, and I've personally had some less than desirable interactions with folks that are back there in that area, that congregate in that area, that are not residents of the neighborhood, that often come in. So I think a residential project is exactly what that area needs. You know, I understand that the neighborhood had concerns originally about the development of the area, but I do think it's important that they, you know, consider this project on its own merits. I think that there are some other projects that have been proposed that do have some compatibility issues, but I don't think this particular project does. That West Shore district there really isn't a part of the neighborhood. I believe the ingress and egress of the project is contained to Bay Center Drive as they've proposed. Bay Center Drive is not really a road that's used by the neighborhood, other than you know, a lot of folks that I think do some pedestrian activities back there. I think the project would improve the pedestrian experience back there. I think the developer has done a fantastic job of listening to the neighborhood concerns by adding the retail components to there, lowering the density by over 50%. And I think I speak on behalf of myself and some other neighbors. We really appreciate that. So I definitely support the project, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. All right, we have David.
Good evening, City Council. My name is David D'Angelis. I'm the manager at this Mexican restaurant located on the West Shore Plaza, Yusa Cruz on Kennedy. I do believe and I support this development, Beach Park. I believe that this project will not only fulfill a need for the housing on the city, but as a manager of the business, I believe that this development will boost the economy in the small business like mine. The development group has been outstanding with the communication with us across the street from on the Kennedy Boulevard. There is no doubt about the development. It has done what they need to make sure that this project is out there for the community. I support the project. Being part of the Zero Mexican restaurant, I will encourage you to vote in favor of this development. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Elliott Ross.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm a Beach Park resident. I've lived on Sandpiper on the north side, facing towards this development since 1994. There have been a few changes over those years. And as I said, I face towards the project. I understand the neighborhood concerns that have been expressed over the period that these people have been talking with the neighborhood. And I think in this particular case, the project's location makes it very compatible with the neighborhood. What hasn't been brought up is that when Beacon and Freedom occupied these buildings, they had over 300 employees. And the traffic for that would be, in my mind, equivalent or even more intense than for the apartments. Secondly, there's 4 driveways that go on to either Hoover or Mariner right now to service these buildings. And the buildings were full up until the COVID pandemic. So since that time, Freedom was bought by Anthem, and they're rethinking what they're going to do. But the buildings will still be able to handle that many employees. And they are built out as back office works, cube farms or whatever you want to call them. So because the garage and parking access is limited to Bay Center, there's going to be less traffic going on, certainly on Mariner. And as I said, probably equivalent to what was there before with the office buildings. This developer has certainly listened to the neighborhood. The retail component was not in there originally. They put that in, which was talked about in all the meetings. And I'm looking forward to be able to have something close by without having to go out onto Kennedy or out to Hoover or out to West Shore. So, and then their willingness to ask to move out of the school districts was also noted. So they've reduced their development density to significantly less what's allowed under the current zoning and land use. And I don't know what else they can do to be good neighbors other than what they've done so far. And as a result, as one of the closest Beach Park residents to this project, I'm in support of the project and ask you to vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else to speak on this item? Register?
Chair, there are no more speakers for this item.
All right, thank you. We'll go back to the applicant for any rebuttal time. Mr. Cohen?
Before Cammie wraps this up, I need to make one correction. I look back at our traffic study. We included the expansion of West Shore Plaza, which is rather massive in our traffic study. We did not include the 200 Hoover project because it had not been approved or gotten to a state where it had actually gone through DRC at the time that the studies were completed for this project. So I just wanted to correct what I had said on the record. Thank you.
Question to Mr. Cohn.
You're right. Think about.
Thank you. Mr. Cohn, in regard to your study, do you have a percentage of vehicles that, coming off this project, X number of vehicles will go to the north, to Kennedy at any given time, and then X number of vehicles will go to the right, to the south, and go through, I can't remember what that is, Platt and Azeel, whatever those east-west streets are. One of them is Azeel, I can't remember if the other one's Platt or Cleveland, thank you. Is there any way to predict that? And if so, does your study speak to the percentage of trips or traffic that will go to the north, to Kennedy, versus to the south through the neighborhood?
Yes, sir. The vast majority goes to Kennedy Boulevard. We base those on traffic counts we took in the area, especially at the intersection of Mariner and Hoover. And given that the only access to this project is via Bay Center Drive, the vast majority, 90% or so of the traffic will go to Kennedy Boulevard. There's simply not that sort of close-in destination that would warrant going south on Hoover to go east on either Cleveland or Azeel. Cleveland having no signal at West Shore Boulevard makes it extremely unattractive for anyone driving that fashion. Even using Azeel is not a real attractive route because of the substantial number of speed tables that exist on Azeel today and will obviously be there in the future. So the vast majority of our traffic simply goes to Kennedy Boulevard because it's the most expedient way to get somewhere. I will also say that our study also addressed the issue of the closure of Ward Street, which happened early on. When we revised our traffic study, we actually also dealt with the city studies on the impacts potentially of the closure of Ward Street.
So when you provide us with your study between first and second reading, you're saying that your recollection is about 90% of the current Mariner traffic, which really, most of it's probably the apartments and some of it's the single family that comes out of Mariner, but the current Mariner traffic is roughly 90% left to the north and 10% right to the south.
That's my recollection, sir. I'm trying to get to an answer. Yeah, we're seeing about, at Mariner, we're seeing about 130, 140 trips at Mariner making a left to go up to Kennedy Boulevard, and we're about 30 trips making a right to go to the south. And from that, you have to look at what's residential and what's office. So a pretty substantial amount of traffic goes to the north, very little goes to the south. I suspect a number of those trips that go to the south actually have destinations in the neighborhood, perhaps visiting someone or something of that nature. It's simply not a very attractive route for someone who is looking for a destination in South Tampa itself. Plus, once you get to Azio, you still have difficulty getting anywhere to the south other than West Shore Boulevard, which is simply not an attractive route to go north or south on south of Kennedy.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Ms. Corbett, you wrapping it up, or?
I will be wrapping it up. Just a couple of points I want to touch on. To Councilman Dingfelder's point about the school concurrency and whether or not the school reassignment goes the way that we're hoping it to go. Save Beach Park is also represented not only by Mr. Pressman, but also by Katie Berkey of Vector and Polycop. And I've spoken with her several times, and they're very well aware. And as Ms. Wells accurately stated, I don't think they would be relying on the denial of that boundary as the basis for raising objections to rezoning, and they're very well aware of that. So I do appreciate you bringing it up, but I'm confident that they're aware of that. Also, just want to remind you briefly that this project is in the West Shore DRI, and transportation mitigation was dealt with through the West Shore DRI, and there's a section in the DRI that says that the transportation impacts of the area-wide DRI shall be deemed to be mitigated by the payment of the City of Tampa transportation fee. And as we pay not only the mobility fee, we also pay a specific development regional impact transportation fee that is in the West Shore DRI. We also have the neighborhood transportation fee and a transportation mitigation fee. And so we do, and whether those, the amounts of those fees, notwithstanding, that is the regulatory structure that where we deal with traffic impacts from individual projects within the transportation concurrency service area. I do think, and from talking to the neighborhood, we have heard from them that they would like the City of Tampa to do more improvements in their neighborhood, and we would certainly encourage you to spend any fees received from this project in that area to offset any transportation mitigation for that area. And just in closing, the evidence presented to you this evening from the Development Coordination, Planning Commission, and Mr. Cohen is all competent, substantial evidence that the applicant has met its burden, that it's consistent with the comprehensive plan and the Land Development Code, with the one exception of the waiver for the maneuvering in the right-of-way. And I think Mr. Cohen provided competent, substantial evidence to justify that waiver in that the only way to cure that waiver would be to put more traffic on Mariner. We just don't think that would be a good result. And with that, we respectfully request your approval with a reminder that should you approve that this evening for first reading, that we defer the second reading until after the January 11th school board hearing.
Any questions for the applicant? All right. Can I get a move to close?
Move to close.
Second. Citro, Miranda, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Mr. Maniscalco, what is your pleasure, sir?
While listening to the public comment, which we had virtual, we had, mainly virtual regarding this, and the positive comments received from this, I mean, it's not really a project that I would want to support, but the feedback was positive, and we heard from one individual saying, a gentleman that was virtual, that the petitioner really did go above and beyond, not just, offer simple promises or minor changes. It went a lot deeper than that, so I'm gonna read it. I don't know where it's gonna go. So I'll start with, I have an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 5415 Mariner Street and 5420 Bay Center Drive in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classifications OP1, office professional, to PD, planned development, residential, multifamily, and retail sales, convenience goods, providing an effective date. I think that there was competent, substantial evidence found, not just in the staff reports, but the presentation by the applicant and the testimony, as well as, again, the positive feedback that I heard from several of the speakers. Therefore, I'm happy to read this. And
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
Recognize?
Martin Shelby, yes. With regard to the revision sheet, staff, there is a revision sheet associated with this. And Ms. Corbett, you agree between first and second reading to address those issues on the revision sheet?
Yes, Mr. Cohen testified to that, yes.
Yes, just want to be clear.
so this would include the revision sheet in my motion, as stated.
All right, I think I heard Mr. Vieira second it.
Yes.
Roll call vote.
Citro.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
I'm going to vote no for tonight, because I have not seen the traffic report. In between first and second reading, I will review the traffic report and we'll see where it goes then. I'm very concerned about traffic and transportation. No.
Vieira.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
And Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried with Dingfelder voting no. Second reading and adoption will be held on December 16th at 9:30 a.m.
All right,
Is
5-minute recess for the
Wait,
clerk.
is that just one?
Mr. Shelby?
Yes, I believe Ms. Corbett wants to address the date of the second reading. Ms. Corbett?
What was this?
It'll be after January the 11th.
Can we bring back Ms. Corbett just for the
there?
clarification?
Open the hearing, Mr.
I'm still here. Yes, we're requesting that the second reading be held after January 11th.
Mr. Maniscalco, the room is reopened. Mr. Miranda, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
The
All right, we're open.
January
Madam Clerk?
We have January 13th, 2022.
That's a regular meeting. That would be for second reading. Is that
Yes.
correct? Mhm. Is that January 13th acceptable, Ms. Corbett?
Yes.
Okay, motion to close, please.
So moved.
Second.
Maniscalco, second by Mr. Miranda, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay, then if we could have the clerk just announce the date of the second reading and public hearing, adoption public hearing.
Motion carried with Dingfelder voting no. Second reading and adoption will be held on January 13th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you, council.
5-minute recess, gentlemen. We got a long night. Yes, sir.
Muted. unmuted.
What you say here going on around town? The people are saying you're gonna put the kid down. Oh no, oh look at what you did. You can call it what you want. I call it messing with the kid. You know the kid's no child, and I don't play. I sure it's what I mean. And I mean what I say. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, look at what you do. You can call it what you wanna. I call it messing with the kid. I sure is what I mean, and I mean what I say. But oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, look at what you did. You can call it what you wanna. I call it messing with the kid. We're gonna take the kid's car and drive around town. Tell everybody you're not putting him down. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Call it what you wanna, I call it messing with the, yeah. One more now. Your baby, now you want to trick on me. I spent one night with your baby, now you want to trick on me. Well, I found out fast, mama, you wasn't what you supposed to be. You say your baby needs shoes, tomorrow you got a brand new plan. Say your baby needs shoes. Tomorrow you got a brand new plan. I'm here to tell you right now, baby. Oh no, I'm not your man. Let me hear you, honey. Lonely for me. tell you right now, baby, that's one thing I can't stand. No, no. If you love me like you say, why you treat me like you do? If you love me like you say, baby, why you treat me like you do? Well, I ain't no fool. I'm cool, I know the blue. Said you never run around. Said you never stay out late. Said you never run around, baby. Said you never stay out late. Let me tell you, pretty baby, I got to set you straight. If you love me like you say, why you treat me like you do? If you love me like you say, baby, why you treat me like you do? Well, I ain't no fool. I'm cool, I know the blues.
Vieira,
Here.
Miranda.
Here.
And Goose.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Thank you. Item number 4, staff.
Thank you, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 4 is REZ 2150. The subject property is located at 2606 North 59th Street. The request is to rezone the property from residential multifamily 16 and commercial intensive CI to IG industrial general. I'll turn over the presentation to the Planning Commission, and after their presentation, I'll conclude mine.
Thank you.
Danny Collins, with your Planning Commission staff, I've been sworn in. Our next case is within the Central Tampa Planning District. Henley Park is the closest public park, being located approximately 0.8 miles to the northeast of the subject site. The closest transit stop is approximately 0.8 miles to the west at the intersection of East Columbus Drive and North 50th Street. The subject site is within a level D evacuation zone. Here's the adopted future land use map. The subject site is currently recognized under the TU-24 future land use designation. That TU-24 surrounds the subject site on all sides. Here's an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding properties. You'll see there's a mix of non-residential uses surrounding the subject site. There are a few single-family detached residential uses within proximity of the subject site. The proposed industrial general zoning district can be considered under the TU-24 future land use designation is consistent with the consistency matrix in section 2721 of the Land Development Code. As described in land use policy 9.3.4, the comprehensive plan discourages residential development near industrial zone areas. The proposed IG zoning supports this policy direction by discouraging the potential residential development on the subject site, which is adjacent to industrial zone parcels. Additionally, the request would encourage a development pattern that is economically sound by encouraging infill development on a vacant and underutilized site. In conclusion, the proposed IG zoning districts would provide for a development pattern that is comparable and compatible with the existing development pattern, while also being consistent with the TU-24 designation. The request will continue to recognize industrial lands for their support to key economic engines within the city. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, Mr. Collins? All right, being none, Ms. Barnes?
Thank you, Annie Barnes. Can I please share my screen? Can you see my screen?
You just blow it up for us? There we go.
Great. Again, the applicant is proposing to rezone 2606 North 59th Street from residential multifamily RM16 and commercial intensive CI to IG industrial general. There are no waivers required for Euclidean rezoning. The site is comprised of the south half of Lot 9 and Lots 10 through 11, Block 2 of Myers and Etter subdivision, platted in 1926. Shown here is a survey of the property, approximately 0.2 acres in size. This is an aerial map of the subject site and surrounding zoning. Property located north of the site is zone RM16 and developed with single-family detached uses. Property located south and west of the site is zone CI and developed with automotive and open storage uses. Property directly east of the subject site is zone CI and RM16 and developed with residential single-family detached uses and light manufacturing. There are CI and RM16 zone properties within the immediate subject area, but there is also industrial zoning and uses in the general area. Shown here is the subject site facing west on North 59th Street. Shown here is the property directly east of the subject site across North 59th Street. Here's a picture of property on both sides of North 59th Street facing north towards East Columbus Drive. And here's a picture of a warehouse north of the intersection of North 59th Street and East Columbus Drive. Development Review and compliance staff has reviewed the application and found the request consistent with the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions you might have.
Any questions for Ms. Barnes today? All right, we'll move to the applicant.
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth Management. The applicant is here.
All right. They've been sworn.
And they have been sworn, sorry.
All right.
Hello.
All right, whenever you're ready.
Yes.
Whenever you're ready.
Oh, no, we just want to.
State your name.
Oh, my name is Anay Hernandez and George Hernandez. We're the owners of the property. And we would like to just rezone to IG as to do like an open storage for our business. We just park vehicles there pretty much. That's it.
Who's the little girl behind you?
What's mommy doing?
Our kids,
huh?
yeah, we had nobody to watch them.
Is she going to testify?
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, any questions for the applicant?
May I please, Mr. Chair?
You're recognized.
Thank you very much. Is this a new business you're starting?
No, we've been in the business for 9 years.
If I may, what prompted you to change the zoning on this?
Because it's residential, we can't do open storage on it, so.
How long have you been in business?
9 years.
Okay, again, are you changing the format of your business?
No, no.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out if you've been in business for 9 years, why you're
Oh, we
now
used to
changing.
rent. We used to rent, and the people sold the property. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. They sold the property last minute, and thank God we were able to find this land. My husband pretty much only parks vehicles there for like a day or two. And then he takes them to like LKQ, which is the junkyard that's like down the street. So it's pretty much like just parking cars there for a day or two and then moving them to the junkyard.
I've got to tell you that it's very unfair that you bring your cute, adorable children here to try and sway our.
No. I didn't know they were going to
Thank
be
you,
like,
Mr.
I'm
Chair.
so sorry.
Every attorney in town should do that, right?
Any other questions for the applicant? All right, anybody else on the second floor to speak on this item?
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth Management. There is no one else here to speak on this item. Thank you.
All right, anyone registered to speak on this item?
There are no registered speakers.
Move to close.
Second.
Maniscalco, Miranda, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion granted. All right, Mr. Carlson, number 4, sir.
Yes, sir. I'd like to move file number REZ 2150, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, and ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 2606 North 59th Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RM 16 residential multifamily and CI commercial intensive to IG industrial general, providing effective date.
Second by Mr. Miranda. Roll call.
Miranda.
Yes.
Vieira.
Yes.
Cedro.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
And Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on December 16th at 9:30 a.m.
All right, thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Item number 5, staff.
Thanks so much. Zane Hussein, Development Coordination here with the City of Tampa. Agenda item number 5, case REZ 21-73, location at 408 and 410 West Park Avenue. Proposed rezone from RM16 residential multifamily to RM24 residential multifamily. I'll now pass it along to the Planning Commission with Danny Collins.
This is Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I've been sworn in. Next case is within the Central Tampa Planning District, and more specifically within the Tampa Heights Urban Village. The closest transit stop is located approximately 3 blocks to the north of the subject site at the corner of North Boulevard and West Columbus Drive. This transit stop is served by Park Route 15, connecting the subject site to the International Plaza and Net Park Transfer Center. The closest public recreation facility, Robert Gardner Park, is located approximately 2 blocks to the east of the subject site. The subject site is within a level D evacuation zone. Here's an aerial map of the subject site and surrounding properties. The subject site's outlined in this purple color. You'll see the subject site just on the south side of Park Avenue and is within 1 block east of North Boulevard. The surrounding area is predominantly residential in character. The subject site this is the adopted future land use map. Currently the subject site's recognized under the residential 35 future land use designation. That R35 designation surrounds the subject site on all sides. Just on the west side of North Boulevard is our parcels recognized under the residential 10. And then 2 blocks south of the subject site, shown in this magenta color, is our parcels recognized under the RMU 100 designation. The Planning Commission staff reviewed the request and found no adverse impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. The proposed rezoning supports many of the policies in the comprehensive plans that relates to housing the city's population, with increased available housing densities that promote walking and transit near employment concentrations, residential services, and amenities. The Tampa Comprehensive Plan encourages new housing on vacant and underutilized land to ensure that an adequate supply of housing is available to meet the needs of Tampa's present and future populations. The subject site is within the Tampa Heights Urban Village. Infill Policy 1.1.17 seeks to direct the greatest share of growth to the urban centers and urban villages. The request supports this policy direction by providing additional housing opportunities within the Tampa Heights Urban Village. In conclusion, the proposed rezoning would allow for a development that is comparable and compatible with the character of the surrounding area and is consistent with the development pattern anticipated under the residential 35 future land use designation. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Anything from Mr. Collins? All right, Ms. Zane's up.
Thank you so much. Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. Go ahead and share my screen. Case RZ 21-73. The applicant and representative is Matthew Sink. Property address at 408 and 410 West Park Avenue. This being a Euclidean, no waivers are required. Coming here to the overhead aerial, you'll see that the lot is surrounded from the north, south, and east with RM16 residential multifamily. To the west, you have RM18 residential multifamily, and the surrounding uses are all residential single-family detached uses. Coming to the plat here, you'll see lot 5 and 4. Lot 4 is the vacant lot right here, and lot 5 is developed with a residential single-family detached dwelling unit. The entire lot is 0.36 acres or 15,682 square feet. As I went down to the site, you can see what the site holds now, single-family home here, and a vacant lot straight ahead. To the north of the site, you'll see that residential single-family also. Down the street, you'll see more residential to the east and to the west. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the overall request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. I'm here for any questions if needed.
Any questions for Mr. Say? Mr. Dienfeld, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Hussein. The current zoning, correct me if I'm wrong, current zoning is RM16, and they're looking
Correct.
to upzone that to RM24, 24 units per acre. In reading the staff report, it appears that 24 units, RM24 would give them, based upon their acreage, would give them 8 units, correct? That's what the app.
Correct, that's correct.
That's what. And so my question is, under the RM16, the existing zoning, how many units would they be allowed?
For the RM16, they'll be allowed to have 5 units at this time.
5 units, okay. And that's 5 units over on top of two traditional single-family lots, correct? Traditionally, this is 2 single-family lots, and they were looking at 5 units is what they could build today without any permission. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Correct.
And they're looking to bump that to 8 units or 4 units per traditional lot. So my other question is if you can go to perhaps a tighter map of, and maybe the one that the Planning Commission staff used. I don't know if you have access to that or not, but what I want to see is what is the closest RM24? Because what I heard in terms of the testimony, I think either from you or Danny, was that there might be an RM18 nearby, but I didn't hear about any RM24 nearby.
Can you see my screen, sir?
No.
You're going to need to blow it up and maybe blow it up some more. I don't know.
All right, coming here to the overhead aerial, you'll see the site folded or outlined here in red.
Okay.
To the north, you have RM24 off West Amelia Avenue.
All right, hold on.
And
That's just for testimony purposes. That is how many blocks? 1, 2, at least 2 blocks.
2 blocks, yes, sir.
2 blocks to the north, and that's on what? Amelia?
West Amelia, correct.
Okay. And where else?
And then
Where else are we
1
seeing
block
RM?
north- 1 block north on West Columbus Drive, you'll also have an RM24, 2 units.
Okay, and we acknowledge Columbus is a fairly busy thoroughfare. Correct?
West Columbus is a popular road to drive on.
Okay. All right. So right in the core of that neighborhood, and I think Councilman Good said he grew up in that neighborhood. Right in the core of that, the only RM24 to date is just that one on Amelia.
2 blocks away on West Amelia, there is an RM24 lot, correct.
Okay. All right, I'm good for right now, thanks.
Any more questions for Zane? All right. Finish, Zane?
Yes, sir, I'm finished.
All right, let's go to the applicant. We have the applicant registered?
I believe he's in person.
Second, on the second floor, the applicant?
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth Management. The applicant is here.
All right. I gather you sworn him in already?
Yes, I have.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Matt Sink. I'm the owner of 408 and 410 West Park Avenue. I'm seeking rezoning from RM16 to RM24. The justification for that is that we are approximately 2 blocks from Armature Works, which is going to be, upwards of 4 to 6 stories behind it. My neighbor to the west is RM18. He just got his rezoning done. And 2 blocks north on Amelia is RM24. Over to the east, if you look at the future land use and the zoning for that one, that is RM24 as you get closer to Highland Park. Primary concern for us is as concerns for flooding and the possibility of them changing the flood zone in that area. We are in the lowest portion of Tampa Heights. Is that if we'd like to put parking or something on the back of the house from the alley and go above that, we are afraid that we might exceed the 30 feet that is going to be a problem for us with RM18. So the goal for me is this is my primary residence. It's going to remain my primary residence, and it gives me the ability to add units for my family as we grow older.
Any questions for the gentleman? All right, no questions. All right, anybody else to speak on this item on the second floor?
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth Management. There's no one else to speak on this item. Thank you.
Anyone ready to speak on this item?
No registered speakers.
Move to close.
Let's go.
Question.
Oh, Mr. Dingfel's question.
Okay, so your shirt and your hat say urban dwellings. I'm not familiar with it. Are you a builder? Are you a developer?
I own a real estate brokerage called Urban Dwellings. That's the name of the real estate company that I operate.
Okay.
I do hold a construction license. I do have a GC license.
Okay.
Correct.
And it's your intent at some point to build up to 8 units on this property?
There's no transitional zoning currently running that gives me what we're kind of looking for. I don't want 8 units. I couldn't even do it with the parking restrictions we have right now. That would be like 16 parking spaces, so it's not even feasible. So it's actually going to be between the RM18 and the RM24.
And how many units?
6.
6 units. So right now you have 5 units with the RM16.
Correct.
And my concern is that you could sell this the day after it's rezoned, and now it's RM24, which somebody could arguably design and build up to 8 units. And I'm not saying I doubt you, because I don't know you, and that's not my position to doubt you. But I don't know if you're still there.
I'm here.
So, something went flippy. We've been instructed by our legal staff that when these things get rezoned, it doesn't matter what the person says to us about what his intent is, because this runs with the land.
Correct.
I'm sort of surprised we haven't heard from that neighborhood, because we hear from that neighborhood a lot. on rezonings? Have you spoken with the neighborhood association?
Correct. The neighborhood association is aware. I presented to them almost 3 weeks ago. So they are fully aware what's going on with it. And being that on Amelia, which is 2 blocks north, that's, it's within the realm of it. And the neighbor next door being a RM 18 through the rezoning, no one expressed any concerns. I've spoken to all my neighbors. I did the good neighbor notice. I didn't hear from anybody.
Well, why didn't you come in with a PD plan development that would actually fix this at 5 units or 6 units?
Just because the cost of, the cost of developing plans, doing size and scalability, and going through that whole process, I have no intention of asking for any variances or changes in anything other than, so I was advised that Euclidean is probably going to be the best route since I'm not seeking any modifications, and the expense adding to the application to do a PD is more than I wanted to take on.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, there was nobody else to speak on this on the second floor. There was no one registered, correct?
That's correct.
Move to close.
Second.
Scalco, Miranda, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Citro.
And this is item number 5, correct?
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Chair,
Yes, sir.
thank you very much. We're going to, excuse me, and final number REZ 21-73. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance rezoning the property in the general vicinity of 408 and 410 West Park Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RM16 residential multifamily to RM24 residential multifamily. And the petitioner has met the burden of proof. Substantial evidence in the rezoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the city code. Under the section, compliance with the acceptable codes, goals, objectives, and policy of the comprehensive plan, in that the density proposed by the development does not exceed the density anticipated under the future land use category and will not alter the characteristic development pattern of this portion of the neighborhood. And the land development code, the purpose used promotes the efficiency and the substantial use of land and infrastructure.
Second.
Mr. Dayfeld, recognize.
Thank you. I'm going to respectfully disagree with the motion. When I look at the aerial map that's part of the record, I'm looking at single family, single family, single family, up and down Park Avenue. Granted, there is a large armature project, a block away. I acknowledge that. But in terms of setting precedent, I think this is horrific precedent that I can assure you any potential builder is going to be pointing to if this council approves it over the next year or two, to continue the trend of taking down the single family neighborhood that exists across this entire part of Tampa Heights. I'm looking at Park Avenue, I'm looking at Massachusetts, I'm looking at Amelia, I'm looking at Francis. I see a lot of single family rooftops, and this is not what this neighborhood is. And the testimony was that the only other thing over RM16 is the RM18, 2 lots over. And other than, I'm looking at the maps.
Directly next door.
I'm looking at the map, sir, and if they want to reopen, they can reopen and allow you to speak. But my point is I just think it's very bad precedent. We've been hearing from this neighborhood in terms of saying, too much and too dense a development. And this allows, as testified to by Mr. Hussein and part of the staff report, this allows up to 8 units on that property. So I'm sorry, I can't support it.
Mr. Chair, we as council people all have one.
No, I'm just shaking. I got a cramp.
Okay. We as council people all have one vote, and I think our vote speaks definitely for us. With all due respect, I withdraw my motion.
I move to
For a motion,
I bring the motion back for approval on item number 5.
I second.
Mr.
On the same, and you want me to read the whole thing, I'll read it again.
One of Mr. Citro has withdrawn.
And who was the second to that?
Second,
Who
For
had
the
seconded Mr.
original one, Citro made it, Maniscalco seconded.
And Mr. Maniscalco, what is your position with regard to the second? I'm just.
Councilman Miranda said that.
I moved it under the same
And I second.
criteria that he read into the record. You want me to read it, I'll read it.
It's not it's not necessary, but what I would suggest is for the purposes of the record being complete, I don't believe the petitioner had the final word with regard to rebuttal or any closing comments, and I think just for the sake of having.
I will reopen.
Move to reopen.
Maniscalco, second by Mr. Miranda, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Now, sir, if I can, Mr. Chairman, would you want to address him, just if he has any closing comments or any
You can
responses?
address him, yes, sir.
I am able to address them. Yeah, so the RM18 is actually directly next door. It's an existing duplex that is multifamily. Right next to it's 412 Park Avenue is currently a duplex multifamily. Directly across the street, 2 houses down, is also multifamily. So from the roof side, you might not see that there's multifamily there, but that whole section of Park Avenue has multifamily sprinkled throughout.
And I'll accept that because obviously you own the property and you know it better than I do. However, it's all RM16 and the property next door is RM18. But my point is I'm not seeing the RM24. I think that's an extreme, and I think it's unfortunate. I think if this thing came in on the RM18, it wouldn't be a big stretch from the RM16. But going to the RM24 is a big jump. It's a big jump you can't tell me there's not a lot of single-family homes up and down Park Avenue because I've driven it and you've driven it.
Correct.
So, all right.
Anything else from the petitioner before you close the public hearing? Anything else, sir?
No, sir, I appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
Maniscalco, Miranda, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Mr. Miranda, if you want to restate the motion, that would be fine.
Yeah, I'll read the ordinance. Item number 5, REZ 21-73, ordinance being presented for first reconsideration. An ordinance rezoning property general vicinity 408, 410 West Park Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1, from zoning district classification RM16 residential multifamily to RM24 residential multifamily, providing an effective date.
Second.
And
Maniscalco.
in my case, I'm presenting it's consistent with land use objective 9.2, which is intent to ensure that there is an adequate amount of land planned for residential purposes to accommodate the projected population. The density proposed by the developer does not exceed the density anticipated in future land use categories or will not alter the character or development pattern of this portion of the neighborhood pursuant to land use policies 9.2, 9.3, 0.8, and 9.5. The application is consistent with land use policy 2.1.2 and housing policy 1.3.4. The applicant encourages new housing on vacant and underutilized land. It's consistent with the development code. Proposed development is shown on the site plan, well, there is no site plan really, so I'll stop there.
Second.
Roll call vote.
Vieira,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
No.
Miranda,
Yes.
Goods,
Respectfully, no.
and Carlson.
Yes.
Motion carried with Goods and Dingfelder voting no. Second reading and adoption will be held on December 16th at 9:30 a.m.
All right. Item number 6.
Thank you, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 6 is REZ 2182. Subject property is located at 409, 411, and 413 East Oak Avenue. The request is to rezone the property from CN, Commercial Neighborhood, to PD, Planned Development, to allow for development of residential single-family attached uses. I'll turn over the presentation to the Planning Commission, and after their presentation, I'll conclude mine.
This is Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I've been sworn in. Our next case is within the Central Tampa Planning District, and it's also within the Tampa Heights Urban Village. The closest transit stop is 2 blocks north of the subject site on East Palm Avenue. This stop is served by Heart Route 1, connecting the subject site to downtown Tampa and the university area. The closest public recreation facility is Robert C. Garner Park, which is located a half mile to the northwest of the site. Subject site is not within an evacuation zone. Here is the adopted future land use map. The subject site is currently recognized under the residential 83 future land use designation. This designation allows development up to 83 dwelling units per acre. It's surrounded by that R83 on all sides. Here's an aerial of the subject site and the surrounding properties. You'll see the subject site, it's outlined in this purple color. It's just east of the intersection of East Oak and North Jefferson Street. The surrounding area has a mix of residential and office uses. This is Interstate 275, 1.5 blocks to the east of the subject site. The Planning Commission staff reviewed the application and found no adverse impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. This portion of East Oak Avenue between North Morgan Street and North Central Avenue, excluding the subject site, has an existing density of 6.13 units per acre. This density is 7% of the density that can be considered under the R83 designation. The request proposes 10 attached single-family units at an overall density of 24.32 units per acre, which is well below the density that can be considered R83. The request supports many of the policies in the comprehensive plan as it relates to housing the city's population. The Tampa Comprehensive Plan encourages new housing on vacant and underutilized land to ensure that an adequate supply of housing is available to meet the needs of Tampa's present and future populations. Additionally, the comprehensive plan seeks to direct the greatest share of growth to the urban centers and villages. The proposed plan development supports this policy direction by providing additional housing opportunities in the Tampa Heights urban village. Based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, Mr. Collins? All right, Ms. Barnes?
Thank you, Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. I'll share my screen. Apologies. REZ 2182, the applicant again is proposing to rezone 409, 411, and 413 East Oak Avenue from CN to PD to allow for development of residential single-family attached uses. The applicant is requesting 2 waivers. The first waiver requested is to allow units 6, 7, 8, and 9 front entry to face an internal courtyard. The next waiver requested is to pay into the applicable planning district tree trust fund for mitigation trees that cannot be planted on site. The site is comprised of a portion of 2 lots, lots 3 through 4, originally platted in Block 1 of Henderson Tampa Heights subdivision. Each original lot in this portion of Block 1 measured 70 feet in width and 120 feet in length when platted in 1890. Shown here is the survey of the property, approximately 16,000 square feet in size, or 0.37 acres. The proposed project is for residential single-family detached use, 9 units with a maximum height of 37 feet 2 inches, 3 stories. Minimum building setbacks are proposed as follows: the west side setback of 15 feet, east side 10 feet, north front 4 feet, and south rear 8 feet. A maximum setback of an additional 5 feet from the minimum setbacks are allowed based on the Architectural Review Commission's conditions of approval of ARC 21495. These are north and south elevations, the east and west elevations, and shown here is an aerial map of the surrounding of the subject property and surrounding zoning. The property is currently zoned CN and located within Tampa Heights Historic District, the local and national register districts. Property directly east of the subject site is zoned RM24 and developed with a clubhouse. Property directly west of the site is zoned CN and developed with an office. Property directly south of subject property is zoned PD and developed with office uses. Property directly north of the subject property and across East Oak Avenue is zoned PD and remains mostly undeveloped. Here's the subject property facing south from East Oak Avenue and North Jefferson Street. Shown here is property north of west of the subject site and along East Oak Street. Here's property north of the subject site across East Oak Avenue. And this is property east of the subject site facing towards I-275. Development review and compliance staff has reviewed the application and found the request consistent with the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances. That concludes, revisions must be, or modifications to site plan must be completed between first and second reading of the ordinance as stated on the revision sheet. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions you might have.
Any questions, Ms. Barnes? Mr. Gold, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Barnes or Ms. Wells, in regard to the staff report, item 8 speaks to the ARC process. The ARC obviously is the reviewing agency or the reviewing committee because this is in the Tampa Heights Historic District. So tell us a little bit more about that process. It appears to me it's a two-step process, but we don't see a lot of that. So, and there's Mr. Ron Villa, perhaps that even tell us more.
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Yes, I'll have Mr. Ron Villa with Historic Preservation chime in.
Good evening, Council. Just to give you a little bit of background on this, that the Architecture Review Commission has reviewed the reference recommendation for rezoning from CN to PD for the subject site at 409 East Oak at a meeting on November 3rd, 2021. At that meeting, the board listened to the presentation that the applicants made. They took in public comment. They asked questions to the petitioner, and then they discussed amongst themselves how to move forward with a motion. The ARC voted to recommend approval as presented at the public hearing with the following conditions. There were 3 conditions attached to their favorable recommendation. To add a note to the site plan that authorizes the ARC Commission the ability to adjust the dimensional setbacks up to 5 foot and the total building height of 5 foot to enable the development of the building that characterize the Tampa Heights Historic District and that will facilitate the architectural review process on part 2. So it's come through initially for the rezoning, received the favorable recommendation, and then the ARC, if it goes forward tonight, will get a second bite of the apple as far as the aesthetics move forward. The second condition was, as feasible, that the off-site trees to the south be maintained. And then the third condition, as the elevations that you saw that accompany the PD were just for presentation purposes, that those elevations were not part of the approval process that was associated with the PD. For the reasons that were stated, that the orientation and site coverage, the entrances and the porch projections, and the alignment, rhythm, and spacing are consistent with the Tampa Heights design guidelines. That's a brief summary of the ARC hearing, and I'll be here to answer any questions.
Any questions for the gentleman? Dingfellow, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a follow-up question, Ron. The concept of townhomes in that location in the district like that doesn't shock me or concern me because, you know, a lot of historic areas have townhomes, perhaps not that area, but you know, I could see where that would be okay from a street perspective. But I guess what I'm scratching my head about is there's 5 townhomes on the street, and then there's another 4 townhomes on the backside of the project, and then I guess they share a common lane for cars going in and out. That it's that back unit, that back quadrant of attached homes that strikes me as a little strange from an ARC historic perspective. I don't know if there's any, well, I'll just leave it at that and ask you your opinion, or did the ARC address that?
They did address it, and in reviewing the project, this has one primary street, which is Oak, and then the property is flanked by 2 alleys. So it has some challenges moving forward. In looking at a request that the street should have a presence to the front facade, which is accomplished through this design. This design has also been reviewed and approved by the ARC with prior PDs and approved by City Council as well. So the footprint that's established in front of you this evening has been approved in prior cases. And that was mentioned and discussed at the hearing.
Yeah, I've seen this design elsewhere around the city. I didn't recall this design being elsewhere in the historic districts. But you're saying...
It's a block away that has been approved, and through the presentation that I believe that you're going to see this evening, you're going to see references in the presentation by the client.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any questions, Mr. Biggs? All right, we'll move on to the applicant.
I'm here if y'all can see me.
We can see you.
Hi there.
We all been sworn.
Good evening, and you can sort of see my team behind me. Clayton Bricklemeyer Law Group for the applicant, 4427 West Kennedy Boulevard. I have not been sworn. I don't know who else behind me hasn't been.
We'll swear you all in now, Madam Clerk.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Will the people behind him be?
Anyone behind him be speaking?
Were you guys already sworn? They were here before I was.
All right, no
Thank you.
We have tried to rig up the technology up here. If we could switch to the Elmo, there we go. It's working. I appreciate staff's presentation. We're not going to do too much of recapping on what they told you, but my first job is to introduce the team. The folks you see behind me are Adam Wolf, who is the architect, Josh Nicholson, who's the builder, Stephanie Farrell, who is our historic consultant, Ricky Pederica, I believe and hope is on the phone, is our arborist, and Chris Weddle is our civil engineer.
Mr. Bricklemeyer, let me interrupt you for 1 second, just as a matter of housekeeping.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Farrell and I have worked together in the past for a nonprofit. I just wanted to mention that for the record, Mr. Shelby, that would have no influence on my evaluation or my vote on this project. But Stephanie and I, we've worked together, for many years on different things, but specifically we work together on a nonprofit. But like I say, it would have no bearing, no impact on my ability to make a fair and impartial decision.
And you have no interest in this, financial interest in this project whatsoever? Okay, thank you.
May continue, sir.
Thank you. I'm going to just very quickly look at the overall area here. We are just north of 7th Avenue, which is the connection between Ybor City and the Armature Works area of Tampa Heights. The other thing that I did want to hit on, and I'll probably bring up again in a second, but the streetcar extension is expected to come through Florida Avenue, and we are very near the stop proposed at Florida and 7th. All of that speaking to a need for some density in this area for use of your stuff. What I'm going to do now is actually introduce Josh Nicholson to kind of walk you through the evolution of this project.
Good evening, Council. Josh Nicholson, 3715 East 7th Avenue, developer, builder for this project. Wanted to walk through the outreach that we've done with the community. But prior to submitting the rezoning application in March of this year, we had an initial meeting with the Tampa Heights Civic Association to conversate the proposed buildings. The feedback we received was, in general, they like the use, which is the townhomes, and were favorable for the density in this area. We had some comments surrounding the configuration of the buildings and also the overall design aesthetic of what we were proposing. We were then That's what prompted us to then ask Stephanie Farrell to help guide us through the ARC process, the Architectural Review Commission, and make sure that what we were proposing was consistent with the design guidelines that have been established for that neighborhood. And so we worked through those items, and then in June of this year, we submitted our initial rezoning, which included at the time 10 units. Just to clarify, we worked closely with Ricky Pederica, our arborist, to make sure that there's an off-site tree that's a grand tree, and we want to make sure we were being sensitive to that. And so we proposed a 10-unit project that we felt was consistent and met all the requirements. And in August, in July, we met with Ron Vila and his staff to again discuss the precedent in the neighborhood and start looking at the surrounding fabric and how we can integrate this project successfully into this location. And then we submitted the plans to Development Services. Through that process, it was determined that there was going to be some additional waivers required that we're not asking for tonight surrounding parking specifically, and some green space that was necessary. We then met with the neighbors, the adjacent landowners, if you will. There's the FDOT owns the property to the east, and then the historic building to the west, and then there's two properties to the south that we share the alley with. We met with those folks and or attempted to meet. One of them didn't meet with us, but the other two met with us, and we then, after receiving the staff comments and meeting with them, we actually removed a unit that allowed us to make the parking work. It also helped us to meet the green space requirements, and then after some further dialogue with the Civic Association, we actually increased the front porch setback a bit because they wanted to see some engagement with the public realm on the front of the building. So we did all of that, and then we resubmitted the final plans that you have before you tonight are for actually 9 units that have the 2 waivers as were discussed before. And then we took that plan to the Architectural Review Commission on November 3rd and received a favorable recommendation from them for this rezoning after having established the precedent that exists in the neighborhood for this type of configuration. So I'm going to now hand this over to Adam Wolf, and he'll walk you through our design.
Adam Wolf, 3715 East 7th Avenue. Thank you for your time tonight. So here you have the final site plan that Josh is referring to. And really this was a collaborative effort over the last 9 months through meeting with both city development staff, the neighborhood association, the adjacent property owners, and our historic preservation consultant, Ms. Farrell. And the objective here was to meet the characteristics of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan, but also remain sensitive to the existing surrounding context, but also the added layer that we need to satisfy the conditions of the Tampa Heights historic guidelines, design guidelines. So here's our proposal. You can see the 5 units in the front. We have an interior motor court that's proposed in between the units in the back. I'd like to take some time after my presentation to share with you the historical precedents that we presented at the ARC hearing that they found consistent in terms of the 2 building typology. And then I want to kind of run through the key characteristics that are defined in the Tampa Comprehensive Plan and how we're trying to address those with our site configuration. The first characteristic speaks to the consistent setback from the street that produces a pleasing definition to the public right-of-way. Here you can see the 0 lot line building to the west, and we've tried to step back our facades to allow for the porches that were recommended by the Civics Association, but also not be so far back that it would be inconsistent from the alignment and rhythm along the street, along the block. The second characteristic that the comprehensive plan calls for is that you have a high degree of transparency on the street fronting facades. It also in the high-density category, it calls for 4 to 24 stories. However, due to the existing structures on the adjacent parcels, we felt that a 3-story development was more appropriate than a 4, so we stuck it to that. Here we have the vertical and horizontal integration of complementary and non-residential uses. Our subject property here is actually surrounded by 3 different uses, along with a vacant parcel, but has been proposed to multifamily development. We have commercial to the west and the east. In the south, we have commercial and single family, and same thing across Oak. And one of the things that led to our site arrangement, along with the historical precedent, is the ability that we could utilize the alleys that flank to the south and to the east for vehicular use, and that we can have our off-street parking integrated into the buildings, and also minimize our curb cuts along Oak. So utilizing that alley for vehicular access was one of the things that we saw as a positive to this site. And we think we've accommodated those comprehensive plan objectives. Here are the front porches that we're proposing, and it should be noted that all of the aesthetics are subject to the CA approval, but this is to elucidate the design intent that we're proposing. And here's a view of that motor court. We're planning on using pervious pavers in this motor court to further mitigate any kind of stormwater issues. However, it's not included in our stormwater calcs. I just wanted to note that. And I'm going to jump down to these precedents. We identified some historic site plan precedents within the Tampa Heights Historic District. These are all contributing structures. We have outlined on these following precedents the vehicular use area and the front entrances. Here we have a project that was demolished for the interstate development, but it shows the row house typology that mimics the massing and building form, setback, and orientation and site coverage that we're proposing. We also have, this was a boarding house with a carriage house in the rear, accessed via an alley with an interior motor court, both front doors facing the main street. Here we have 2 existing contributing structures and then 1 currently under construction multifamily project with the same vehicular access via right-of-ways and interior motor court. We also have a full lot coverage building on the east side of this parcel with interior motor court and both of the front entrances facing the main right-of-way. And here's the project that was recently approved with some waivers that were also granted, but it has an interior motor court. It has the front doors facing the alleys. We thought that that was not going to be in keeping with the context of the neighborhood, so we've faced ours towards our interior motor court and also Oak. And I'm going to go back and hand it back to Clayton.
Thank you, Adam. Clayton Bricklemeyer again, Bricklemeyer Law Group. I wanted to run real quickly through the 2 waivers. As Annie was nice enough to point out, the first one is to allow those units, which we're, there we go, to face an internal courtyard. I think Adam actually just covered that pretty well. There is precedent for facing internal courtyard, and we found it to be preferable to the alternative, and that was what staff and the neighborhood were also in agreement with. We also feel like it's closer to in accordance with the comp plan and the code for sure, which desires kind of rear and side loading, and I hope you saw that. The way the internal courtyard is going to look, I think it's preferable as well. The second waiver is to pay into the tree trust fund, and I'm hoping that Ricky Pederica is on because he was going to walk us through really quickly the existing tree situation and the planned landscape plan. Are you there, Ricky?
Mr. Pederico?
Sorry, Council, I'm having, this is Ricky Pederica, I'm having issues with my video. So hopefully I can address this maybe later in in the presentation.
All right,
Well,
so
I
Mr.
can-
Rickenmeyer, we'll
Okay,
go
we'll
back to
keep,
you.
we'll keep pressing on. Ricky, just so you know, I have a slide up of the current landscape plan to the extent that's what they can see, if that helps. I'll just say, we believe we meet the criteria for approving those waivers, and we would ask for that approval. There's a number of changes requested. You can see the amount of work that we've done with staff and with the neighbors. We are good with all of the requested changes that are listed in the staff report, and you will see those at second reading. And then, I'm trying to go slow, Ricky. The last thing was, I wanted to talk about the support. You'll hear from some support tonight, live. I also brought, this whole second floor, third floor thing makes it a little hard to submit things into evidence, but I brought support letters that I can't put on the Elmo because our laptop is hooked up to it. But I have a series of support letters from neighbors, and then notably from the Tampa Heights Civic Association, which we worked extensively with to get to a point where they could overwhelmingly support this project.
Mr. Chairman, just a point of order.
Recognized.
Thank you. Speaking of second floor, third floor issues, Mr. Brickemeyer, all of council at 6:49 this evening got an email from Ms. Lena Young, and typically when these come in a day before, we put them in the quasi-judicial box, which ultimately ends up in the SIRE system as part of the record. But when people email us at this late hour, I wanted to make sure that you get a copy of Ms. Lena Young's one paragraph comments in opposition to the project. So I will request that a staff person bring a copy of this down so you can have it prior to rebuttal.
And if you can, Mr. Dingfelder, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney, if you can give that into the clerk's office, if you, the clerk for receiving and filing. I will bring a copy down to Mr. Brickelmeyer, and I will take back the items that he wants submitted into the record. I will be back.
For the record, I just provided a copy of Ms. Lena Young's comment to the clerk, just to make sure everything's clean and neat. Thank you, Mr. Shelby. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If it's all right, I'd love to check with Ricky to see if he's able to make it work here.
All right, Mr. Ricky, you there, sir?
I think I'm on, council.
Let us see you first, and then we can go to proceed. Make sure you swear me in.
How to read that? With Dark Moss, I have been sworn. Can we pull the landscape plan back up? I'll speak to the waiver. The part of the influence, the site is influenced by off-site trees to remain on the west and on the south, and the canopy of those trees encroach onto the proposed site somewhat, slightly limiting the available rooting and canopy volume for proposed trees. So the part of the request, ironically, for mitigation relief is for tree preservation nearby. So happy to answer any other questions about existing trees later on in the presentation.
Any questions, Mr. Federico Jones? No. All right, you can finish, Mr. Brickelmeyer.
Okay, thank you. I just want to sum up, we are trying to strike a balance. If you heard the Planning Commission's report, we're asking for 7% of the allowable density. We are trying to strike a balance between some density here, and it's a very minimal amount of density that we're asking for. But your plan calls for, the Planning Commission report tells you up to 60 units on this 4/10 of an acre, which is obviously going to, it's going to be hard to design something that works like that and respect the historical fabric. This is the balance that we've struck. We've worked really hard to strike it. The staff has found us consistent. The Planning Commission has found us consistent. The ARC has recommended approval. The Tampa Heights Civic Association has recommended approval. And we would ask for your approval. Thanks.
Questions for the applicant? All right, we have anyone on the second floor to speak on this item?
Good evening. I have 3 people that would like to speak on this item, and all 3 people have been sworn in.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, City Council members. Woo. It's Justin Rickey, 103 East 26th Avenue. I'm the Vice President of the Tampa Heights Civic Association. I've not yet been sworn in. Do I need to get sworn in still?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just really quickly, Mr. Dingfelder alluded to a letter that Ms. Young had sent him that was done not in a board capacity. I really want to be clear about that. That would have been considered public comment. The Tampa Heights Civic Association does have a comment on this particular development. The Tampa Heights Civic Association supports rezoning 2182 of the property at 409 East Oak Avenue. Per the current site plan, the applicant met with our organization multiple times during the course of the year and made adjustments to transportation, parking, street engagement, and green space based on THCA feedback. We acknowledge that some surrounding property owners oppose and some are in favor of this rezoning. The executive board carefully considered those positions and the facts of the application during our deliberation and vote. The developer has made every effort to meet with the neighborhood and make adjustments to their plans based on feedback from the Civic Association. We have received letters of support for this project from both residents and business owners located adjacent to and within the surrounding area. The developer of this project has made every effort to do their due diligence and make this project one that has a positive impact on the Tampa Heights neighborhood. This letter of support pertains to the rezoning only, not to the certificate of appropriateness. THCA will address that separately at a later date. Thank you very much.
One question for you, sir. You mentioned Miss Lena Young Green. I thought Miss Green was a part of the Tampa Heights Association.
She's on the board member, but the official board position was one of support. So her letter was not the official position of the board. I want to be really clear about that.
Well, she sits on the board, but she is not a voting member.
No, she is a member at large. She is a voting member. However, her opinion is not specifically the board's. The board has these items. We vote on it just like you vote on it. It would be like you having.
I get it now. She dissented with her own letter opposing the project versus what your executive board voted on.
Correct, that's correct. So that would have been more appropriate, I would say, in like a public comment, and I didn't really feel like it should have been inserted at that point in time.
No, well, I think you stand correct. She submitted her letter, and Mr. Dean, for the president, got it, so we submitted for the record as far as an individual opposing the project, but your board submitted your letters with the packet. I just went around, it's so thick, so.
I just want to make sure that it's clear that the position of the board is one of support, and that didn't get convoluted or confused.
All right, I stand in your position. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sure, if I may, Mr. Rickey, thank you for stating that. That's the reason why I asked an earlier members of boards, especially president and vice president, whether they spoke for the board themselves or they were just speaking for themselves. So thank you for defining that.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
All right. Anyone else speak on this item, second floor? All right.
Hi. Rochelle Gross, 1602 East 3rd Avenue, Tampa. My brothers and I own the 1925 one-story historic commercial building adjacent to this site. I'm sorry to see what's happening to the historic district in Tampa Heights. There used to be an emphasis on green space, mature trees, appropriate setbacks, buildings in line with their historical predecessors, and adherence to guidelines for new construction. Sometimes these ideals are maintained, but more and more often, the defining characteristics that make the historical district notable have given way to waivers in the name of density. The 1915 Sanborn map referenced in the ARC recommendation hearing shows row houses, all with their front doors facing the street a few blocks away. The 1929 Sanborn map referenced in the same hearing shows individual structures surrounded by green space on this site. A key characteristic of our 83 land use category and a requirement in the guidelines for new construction states building facades and entrances should directly address the street. The style of the second row of those 4 units does not comply. Increasingly, in a time when mature trees are more necessary to our survival than ever before, across the city, they are systematically ground down to pulp and replaced with concrete and impervious structures. All 19 trees on this property are scheduled to be removed. I have 2 of the trees that Ricky mentioned, a 32-inch grand camphor and a 20-inch camphor that sit close to the property line. After the 19 trees are removed, my trees will be a few of the only trees of this size and canopy left on the whole block, and I ask that extra care is taken to ensure their survival. I'm also concerned about water displacement. This project is 80% impermeable, assuming the center driveway stays permeable. Our historic building and all entrance doors sit at grade or just barely above. It does not flood now, but considering the unprecedented flooding across the states this past year, I have grave concerns that should their property not absorb their runoff, the effect on our building could be disastrous. I ask that extra care is taken to ensure our historical building remain protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Whenever you're ready, sir.
Yes, sir. My name is Kevin Lockeson. I am the building owner at 308 East Oak Avenue, approximately 1 block away from the project. Just a few weeks ago, I had never met any of these guys, and I didn't really understand this process until recently. I've become a lot more involved, and I'm not a historian, I'm not an architect, and I'm not a builder. So one of the things that, as a business owner, I've been very good at is listening to people that know what they're doing. So I'm relying on the ARC and the City Council to make a lot of these architectural decisions. What I do know is that Tampa Heights is growing, Tampa as a city is growing, and there's gonna be development. This project is obviously very important to the neighborhood, the density, and by meeting this team, I've realized they've put their blood, sweat, and tears into this project. They're not out-of-town guys coming to make a quick buck. They're putting heart and soul into this project. So, again, I'm a block away. I want to see great things for this neighborhood. I can't tell you everything about the architecture, but I do know that if anyone's going to develop this project, I want it to be this team, and I am in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Alice Gross, 1602 3rd Avenue, wonderful Ybor City. A growing city most often requires increased density. This can be accomplished without sacrificing historic districts. This project, with almost every square foot paved over, every tree removed, exemplifies sacrifice. These 2 blocks of Oak Avenue and 2 blocks of 7th Avenue are comprised of small entrepreneurs and offices. This was originally called the Tampa Heights Office Village. Each building has its own parking area. Curbside parking is limited. In this 400 block, 2 buildings are historic. 2 are newer construction. The newer construction met every requirement of a historic district. Therefore, no waivers were needed. Now, everything works. New development in this area should remain in the same vein, so parking works. Residential and commercial use mix well if an area of land is well planned. This mass, the large, basic, the 3-story overwhelming mass on this size site changes everything. Parking availability will be destroyed, and flooding is a major concern. Allow these few blocks to breathe with appropriate conforming development. Every person who represents the city, elected, appointed, or as a volunteer, has an obligation not to impair, but rather to preserve or improve the quality of life for the residents of this city. This project soils it. Thank you.
Question. Ms. Gross?
Yes.
Just for the record, I think that was your daughter who was up earlier. She referenced that you and your family own the office, small one-story office project next door to this?
That's correct.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anyone else, Ms. Eileen?
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth Management. There's no one else to speak on this item. Thank you.
Right, we have everybody registered, Madam Clerk.
No registered speakers.
Registered speakers. We'll close? I'm sorry.
Question.
Go back to the applicant, I'm sorry.
Questions before you
Yep,
ask
the
the
applicant.
applicant to close. If there's any questions of council, otherwise it would be rebuttal.
Any questions of council?
Yeah, Mr. Brickemeyer, you had Ms. Farrell there. I don't recall if she spoke earlier. I'd like to hear her testimony. And good evening, Stephanie.
Good evening, John.
So you heard my concern earlier about this sort of two-tiered approach, and I have no problem with the front portion, and it looks like it's going to be really nice on the street part facing the street. One of the gentlemen kind of whipped through some of these precedent things that were alleged, which I didn't really get. You know, I had trouble grasping it because it went very quickly and all. But I'm a little torn, and Mr. Brickelmeyer, this goes to you as well. I'm a little torn on this because on the one hand, I recognize that this is an R83. So if you put 60-something units, as you said, on this 3 lots, that would probably be, who knows, 5, 6, 8 stories, including the parking, on the one hand. But on the other hand, I'm not thrilled about that double-decker approach with those rear units, because that doesn't feel like it really honors the historic district. And I'm not just the only one saying this. There are some letters in the file, including Mr. Brickelmeyer, the one that I sent down to you a few minutes ago, that speak to that. So anyway, with all that said, Ms. Farrell, you know, you're well recognized as one of the experts on Tampa Heights. You probably helped create the district at some point, and well, I'd appreciate your input.
In fact, I did work on the historic district, John. And my office, when I was the director of the Preservation Board, worked on the National Register nomination for the Tampa Heights Historic District, and also on preliminary guidelines for it. So there are many building types in the Tampa Heights Historic District. It's not, as you know, it's not just residential. It includes the office building next door, There's the Tire Temple Church, which I think is not one of the examples. But there is an example on the, maybe on, we can pull the Elmo back up for a minute.
She say Tyler Temple?
Yeah, Tire
On
Temple,
15th
yeah,
15th
yeah,
Street.
yeah. Tire Temple Church obviously had been a church and was converted to multifamily residential. It's a large-scale building on a in the middle of single-family dwellings, and also not far from Lee's grocery store, where some of us might have had a beer from time to time. But anyway, the Elmo, is that up in front of you now? I think Adam showed you this because he wanted us to see that there is a house that faces north, and then there is a drive that leads into a courtyard. This is the area that's colored in aqua, and then the front door of the building behind it also faces the street. It does not face, it faces north as well, faces or faces south. But anyway, they both face the street. So this is an example of a building where it's a two-tiered approach. And I guess one of the things that's really important to note in the historic district is that it is diverse. It is not just a series of two-story, 2- and 3-story Queen Anne buildings. It's a variety of architectural styles. There are bungalows, there's Mediterranean revival, such as the building that we see on this slide as well. And I think what Adam wanted to show us on that is that the apartment building, which runs north and south, and it addresses Ross Street, has an interior driveway that also allows for approach to the rear of the building to its west. So there is an internal drive court there, and with so they're the patterns of development. The site plans within the historic district really vary quite a bit. So there should be an understanding that historic districts should be, whatever happens, it should be compatible, but should allow for an evolution that reflects the current ability to live and work there. And was thinking back, I think this is probably the first infill project where I have been a consultant, certainly in this historic district. So it's not something that I do lightly. I really, certainly at this point in my life, only work on projects that I believe in, and where I believe in this case that this is compatible with the historic district. Is it a duplicate of something else, an exact duplicate of something else in the district? I can say it truly is not a duplicate, but it does resemble in some way the flavor of the district. So that's a long answer to your question, John. Did I answer it?
Yeah, I think probably the most important thing you said to me said to us is, unlike Hyde Park Historic District, which is rather homogeneous in terms of single-family house on the whole, one after the next up and down 10 streets, that you're pointing out the fact that this is more of a heterogeneous mixture of lots of different types of structures and uses.
Yes.
But it's still a historic district.
Yes.
And you believe that that's compatible?
I do indeed, and I think it's also important, John, to understand that the Architectural Review Commission, after long hours of deliberation, agreed that it is as well. Of course, the architectural facade will probably change somewhat, and in fact, the architect has made some refinements since the last ARC meeting. But the site plan, which is really what you're looking at today, the site plan and overall massing of the project, they found to be compatible with the historic district, and I agree with them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Stephanie.
You're very welcome.
Mr. Carlson wants to talk. There's a lot of big words used for Mr.
Ms.
Cross is recognized.
Ms. Farrell, I know we
Paid
all know,
extra for that.
I know we all know you, but members of the public may not. And could you just give us 30 more seconds on your background, experience, expertise, please? Just for the record.
Yes. I was the director of the Historic Preservation Board and worked on the creation of several historic districts. I was actually the director for 17 years and its architect for 2 years before that. So we worked on the creation of the Hyde Park Historic District, both the National Register and local historic district. The West Tampa district was National Register district was actually one of the first ones I worked on when I was retained as its architect. And then from there worked on Tampa Heights, the overlay district in Seminole Heights, and eventually the Seminole Heights Historic District. And then also worked with the city on the zoning changes to create the Ybor City, the special Ybor City districts, the YC1 through YC7 or 8. In fact, I think it may be YC9 by now, but basically a kind of zoning fabric where the historic character of the land planning would not be contradictory to its architectural character. So that was a really important work that I assisted with. And now I have been in private practice working on mainly historic properties such as the conversion of the old federal courthouse to Le Meridien since 1997. So that's a thumbnail.
I know it's hard to get such a short bio, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have a question, Ms. Farrell. Sure. I mean, a person that grew up in that area, the front porch was a big deal. To sit out on the front porch. When I look at the design, I don't see that when I look at these middle buildings. It kind of, to me, it takes away from, to me, what once was when you get this middle frame of buildings. So I guess that's what I'm hearing. I think that's the concern of some of the folks as well. And it kind of, when I look at it right now, I can't see anything in the back there. And usually the look of Tampa Heights, and you look at Park Street, all those streets up and down there, you got that front porch look. And you really don't have that. I don't see that with this design when I see a building that's right behind a building.
Well, sir, I'm just, the front building, of course, you can see, I hope you can see in the slide, the front porches that address Oak Avenue. And basically, the building behind it have similar front porches that face the internal courtyard, and then of course the second tier of the building, the garages are accessed by the alley, which is something which I think is important. So there we are with the front with the porches on the interior courtyard of the second row of buildings. So there are porches and covered areas on both buildings. Did I answer your question?
You answered it, but in my mind and what I'm used to seeing, this is a different concept. To me, it kind of takes away from the traditional kind of Tampa Heights homes that were over there. But again, that's just me visually looking at what I'm used to seeing, what you're showing now. But thank you anyway for your input.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Brickmeyer?
I guess I'll just I'll go back, and Councilman Dingfelder sort of said it nicely, back to the theme of balancing an R83 in the central business district periphery, which again in the Planning Commission report can ask for 60 units on this spot.
Yeah.
And we're asking for 9, started with 10. And with respect to the Grosses, who I think we've tried to accommodate at every turn, including dropping a unit, which was 10% of this project, we are asking for 7% of the allowable density. You heard your professional staff say that. So I guess that's, I'll end on that, except that, and I have other experts, if there was anything else in there that you heard that interests you. In the interest of time, I'm not gonna have everybody recite the stormwater regulations to you. But this is the balance, the alternative to get the unit counts that you really would like based on your infrastructure investments that you are making in this area would not be nearly as sensitive or good. And I think you've heard some enthusiasm. You know what, I'm actually going to say that the Tampa Heights Civic Association vote was 9-1 with one abstaining. So we didn't hear that exact number count, but I think it's pretty clear who the one was. But the Civic Association as a whole, by its elected board, voted 9-1, which is, I characterized earlier as enthusiastic support. That's what we're getting. It's not exactly the same, but it has the echoes, and Ms. Farrell did a nice job of summing that up. And I have a group of professionals behind me, and you have professionals who've weighed in. And I hope that's enough to warrant your approval. Thank you.
Anything else for the applicant, gentlemen? Mr. Maniscalco moves closed. Second by, I think Mr. Dingfelder got it. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Dingfelder, you wanna go with this?
Sure. Okay, Mr. Chairman. As I stated earlier, I'm torn on this one. I don't think it's ideal, but I do understand. I understand where they're coming from. I think there is a great risk with an R83 comp plan designation. And if they didn't build this and sold those 3 lots, somebody else could come along and build a 5 to 10 story building or something like that with 60 units and a lot of parking spaces. So with all of that, I will reluctantly move the following ordinance for first reading. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 409, 411, and 413 East Oak Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1, from zoning district classifications CN, commercial neighborhood, to PD, planned development, residential, single-family, attached, to provide an effective date. And specifically, I'll move the ordinance as I believe the applicant has met its burden of proof, provide competent and substantial evidence that the development as conditioned and shown on the site plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan and city code. And I find that the requested waivers do not adversely impact the public health, safety, and general welfare. Adopt the findings and reasonings of the City and Planning Commission staff reports. I won't go into further detail, but I do believe that it's consistent with infrastructure policy 1.1.17. It's consistent and compliant with Land Development Code 27136. And in regard to the waivers, again, as I stated earlier, I do believe that that it meets the criteria of 27139 paren 4. And I don't recall was there a waiver sheet?
A revision sheet, please.
A revision sheet?
Yes.
That I will incorporate into my motion, and that will be added before second reading.
Second by Mr. Miranda, roll call vote.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
Cedro?
Yes.
Maniscalco? Yes. Vieira?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
And Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on December 16th at 9:30 a.m.
All right, lucky number 7. All right, Mr. Collins?
I think we're awaiting city staff.
I think we're waiting for Zain Hussein to join us.
Okay. There is.
And the petitioner,
Zane, we can't hear you.
there he is, thank you.
Can't hear you, Jane.
I'm sorry, staff,
All right, we
or
got
city
you now.
council, I cannot hear anything on my end. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay, I'll, work with, our technicians to get me back on so I can hear. Give me a few minutes, please.
It's gonna be a little late night tonight, gentlemen.
No, we're gonna have a double header.
Late tonight, gentlemen. Can't hear you, Zane.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Thank you so much. All right. Case number 7, REZ 21-93. The address is at 3228 West O'Keller Avenue. This is a proposed rezoning from RS 50 to PD residential single-family detached. I will now pass it along to our planning commission to start the report.
This is Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I've been sworn in. Our next case is within the South Tampa Planning District, and more specifically in the Bay Shore beautiful neighborhood. The closest public recreation facility is Himes Avenue Sports Complex, which is located within a half mile to the northwest of the subject site. Transit is located 0.6 miles to the west of the site along South Del Mabry Highway. The stop is served by Heart Route 360 LX express route, providing connections to Brandon and downtown Tampa. The subject site is within a level B evacuation zone. Here's an aerial map of the subject site and surrounding properties. You'll see the subject site, it's outlined as purple color, just on the south side of West O'Keller Avenue and just east of South Bailey Avenue. You'll see that there's surrounding areas predominantly single-family detached. Here is the adopted future land use map. The subject site is currently recognized under the residential 10 future land use designation. It's surrounded by that residential on all sides. The Planning Commission staff reviewed the application and found no adverse impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. This portion of West O'Keller Avenue has an existing density of 9.11 dwelling units per acre, and the PD proposes one single-family residence at an overall density of 10 dwelling units per acre. Both the existing density along West O'Keller and the proposed density on the site are consistent with the density anticipated on a residential 10 future land use designation. Additionally, a majority of the residential parcels on this portion of West O'Keller are 50 feet in width, which is the same lot width of the subject site. Therefore, the planned development would be built within the existing street block and lot configuration of the neighborhood. The City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan recognizes the importance of single-family neighborhoods and seeks to promote compatible redevelopment of neighborhoods to ensure the economic health of the city and to ensure that an adequate amount of land is planned for the city's growing population. This request supports this policy direction and the plan's housing policies, which encourage new housing on vacant and underutilized land to ensure that an adequate supply of housing is available to meet the demands of Tampa's present and future populations. Based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Collins? All right. Zane?
Thank you so much, Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. Case REZ 21-93. The applicant is Tavlon Bulent with representative name Azam El Sheikh and Stephen McElhaney at the address at 3228 West O'Keller Avenue. This is rezoning from RS 50 residential single family to PD planned development residential single family detached. There are no waivers being requested for this PD. As we see an aerial view of the lots, you'll see on West O'Keller here, you'll see running south, you'll see West Gandy. Running north and south here, you'll see South Himes Avenue to the west. If you come over here to the east, you'll see South Mound Avenue. And to the north, you'll see West Coachman Avenue and West Beaumont Street. This property was inadvertently created with the adjoining property to the east that was approved as a planned development in 2018 as REZ 18-57. When the property was sold, the property became effectively created as 4,500 square feet in lot area. As this is not allowed in RS50, with the minimum being 5,000 square feet, this lot would need a PD to have any luck of having a lot establishment. As I go to the next slide, you'll see the overhead site plan of the proposed development. You'll see West Oak Hill right there, north and south. Now this was denied as RZ 20-56 by City Council on 3/16/2021. The zoning administrator has allowed this to come back within the 1 year because the setback requirement or setback was being met at having an increase from 15 feet to now 20 feet. The site is located 3 lots to the east of South Bailey Avenue and West Oak Hill Avenue intersection. The total site area is 0.10 acres. The property is surrounded by zoning district RS50 to the north, south, and west, and a planned development to the east with the single-family detached dwellings on each and every side. As I went out to the site, you can see the current site as is. And to the west, you'll see those single-family homes. Also, to the west of the site, you'll see the single-family homes, and the east all along. And to the north of the site, you also see those single-family homes up and down. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the overall request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Modification of the site plan must be completed by the applicant between first and second reading, as stated on the revision sheet, if approved the application. I'm here for any questions if needed. Thank you.
Any questions for Zane?
If I may, Mr. Chair.
You recognized?
Usually when I make statements to petitioners and we're trying to clear up continuances, I said if there's a major change in the response to the prior request, meaning the change in the petition, that they can come back within the year. Obviously, this petitioner has changed, but is the 5-foot difference considered a major change in their plans, site plans?
Correct. As per the zoning administrator, this was approved to go ahead and reapply with a 5-foot setback change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zane. I thank you
Thanks
very much,
much.
Mr. Chair.
Anyone else? All right. Mr. Renner, I'm sorry, sir.
Thank you, everybody. So what about us?
Okay, all right, okay, all right. All right, let's move right along. The applicant.
Good evening, Council. Steve Michelini, representing the owner. Let me start by saying that the owner didn't create this non-conforming lot. And the subdivision, I think the staff pointed out, the lots are 50 by 90, not 50 by 100. And that created some of the difficulties we were having meeting the the regular setbacks and the minimum lot size, which is 5,000 square feet. This lot, along with the adjacent lots and the entire subdivision, are platted at 50 by 90, which means that they're all, for the most part, unless they have double lots or some other configuration, they are non-conforming lots according to RS50. The staff also pointed out that all of the surrounding properties were 50 feet, so we're not introducing a new development pattern, size, scale. The objections that we received last time had to do with the setbacks, and we attempted to change the setback request at the hearing, and the hearing was already closed, And so we didn't have an opportunity to do that. In reviewing that with the staff, we now meet all of the criteria regarding RS50, and we're complying with the setbacks, even though we're compromised by the less than 100 foot of depth. In addition to that, we've gone and we've reduced the front yard setback. Actually, we pushed it further back to accommodate a tree in the front yard, and we're going to provide the 15-foot protective radius as being requested by the naturalization natural resources department. We're not requesting any waivers. Both the planning commission and the city staff have found this to be consistent. We're proposing a single-family residential lot, which is consistent with what the development pattern is there. And if I think that, I don't know if they showed you the subdivision map. I don't know how clear it is, but you can see that all of the lots are platted at 50 feet, and then the depth is 90 feet. And again, this is unusual. I'm not really sure why that happened, but it did. The purpose of a PD is to recognize unique conditions and allow design flexibility and promote the planned diversity and integration of uses and structures. This is consistent with the design and the development pattern that already exists, and we're meeting the setback requirements as established by the RS50 guidelines. It also is to promote the efficient and sustainable use of land and infrastructure. Again, the staff has found that we're consistent with that, and the application seeks to reestablish the original platted lot of the 50-foot width. And again, we haven't altered the site, the platting, or the depth of these properties. Encourage flexible land development, which reduces transportation needs. The lot and the development will face Oak Keller and the green space. There are no waivers for trees or green space being requested. So in spite of the fact that we have a smaller lot, we're still meeting all of the development criteria. Promote architectural features and elements which complement the surrounding community. The elevations provided for the residential style that is complementary and consistent with the development pattern. Design of the proposed development is unique and therefore in need of waivers. We're not seeking any waivers. So anyway, it goes on. There's five criteria regarding waivers, which we don't have to request from you because we're not seeking any. Under the residential 10 designation, this site can be considered. And these are the land use plan provisions. And this portion of West Oak Keller contains predominantly single-family detached residences, which we are also, we're going to comply with that. And within the public realm, land use objectives 4.3.6, we meet those requirements, which is improve pedestrian access through urban design, ensuring that sidewalks will be provided to interconnect them. Although there's no sidewalks in the area, we're still going to be providing a sidewalk. Land use objective 8.14, existing and future plans and regulations should be consistent with a comprehensive plan, and we've been found to be consistent. Land use policy 8.14.1, development shall not exceed the densities. We do not exceed the development density that's allowed. Land use objective 9.2, ensure there's an adequate amount of land for planned residential purposes, and we meet that as well. This is a single-family neighborhood, and we're proposing a single-family structure. Protect and promote and maintain residential neighborhoods in order to preserve the adequate amount of residential land. This is an infill project that's adjacent to single-family residences. Compatible development. The staff has already told you that we're compatible, and that's land use objective 9.3, and then compatible with land use policy 9.3.8, which intends that the residential development shall minimally be disruptive. It's not going to be disruptive. It will be compatible. Single-family uses, land use objective 9.5, maintain the stability and expanding opportunities for housing choices. This will accomplish that as well under land use policy 9.5.1 and 9.5.3, providing the same and approved densities that are allowed. Neighborhood and community plans, neighborhood objective 1.3, 1.3.10. We are consistent with all of those policies. Adequate sites to accommodate housing needs, housing objective 1.3, ensure adequate housing supply. The request, this goes on in the staff analysis, the request would allow for compatible infill development within an area that is planned for development pattern up to 10 units to the acre based upon the residential land use designation. The Planning Commission staff, and I'm excerpting from their report, has reviewed the application and found no adverse impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. The rest of the remainder is that they found it consistent, recognizes the importance of single family and infill housing. And so we have struggled and tried to make sure that this was a minimally invasive project, and we are not invasive at all. As a matter of fact, we're completely compatible with all of the surrounding development patterns, the development size, scale, and the placement of the single family structure. I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have, but I would respectfully request your approval.
Are there any questions for the applicant? Does anyone speak on this item on the second floor?
Eileen Rosario, Development Coordination. There's no one here to speak on this item. Thank you.
Is anyone registered to speak on this item?
There are no registered speakers for this item.
Second.
Maniscalco, Miranda, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Mr. Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have item number 7, file number REZ 21-93. Move an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 3228 West Keller Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS 50 residential single family to PD planned development residential single family detached, providing an effective date. Second.
Second by Mr. Citro. Roll call, please.
Carlson?
It is consistent with land use objective 9.2, which is intended to ensure that there is an adequate amount of land planned for residential purpose to accommodate the project population. And also under the section 27-136, proposed development shown in the site plan promotes and encourages development that is appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood.
Doing it right. Doing it right. Second.
Second by Mr. Citro.
Carlson?
Yes.
Booth?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Vieira?
Yes.
Citro?
Yes.
Maniscalco? And Dingfelder. Motion carried with Dingfelder being absent at vote. Second reading and adoption will be held on December 16th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you very much, Council.
Number 8.
Thanks so much, Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 8, case REZ 21-100. This is being heard for first reading at 713 East Robson Street. Proposed rezoning from SHRS, Seminole Heights Residential Single Family, to SHPD, Seminole Heights Planned Development Residential Single Family Detached. I'll now pass it along to our Planning Commission, Danny Collins.
This is Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. We've been sworn in. Our next case is within the Central Tampa Planning District, and more specifically within the Seminole Heights Urban Village. The closest transit stop is located at the intersection of East Robson Street and North Nebraska Avenue. This portion of North Nebraska Avenue is serviced by Route 400, which provides service to Marion Transit Center and the University Area Transit Center. Patterson Street Park is the closest public park, being located a half mile to the east of the subject site. Here is an aerial map of the subject site and surrounding properties. Subject site outlined in this purple color is on the south side of East Robson Street, just west of North Nebraska Avenue. There's predominantly residential uses on East Robson Street, and on North Nebraska are non-residential uses. Here is the adopted future land use map. The subject site's currently recognized under the residential 10 future land use designation, surrounded by the residential 10 on all sides. As you move towards Nebraska Avenue, this red represents community and commercial 35. Planning Commission staff has reviewed the application, found no adverse impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. This portion of East Robson Street has an existing density of 7.14 dwelling units per acre. Plan development proposes 2 residential units at an overall density of 8.33 units per acre, which is below the density anticipated under the residential 10 future land use designation. Additionally, there's a fine-grained development pattern along this portion of East Robson Street. The plan development would be redeveloped within the existing street block and lot configuration of the neighborhood. The City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan recognizes the importance of single-family neighborhoods and seeks to promote compatible redevelopment of neighborhoods to ensure the economic health of the city and to ensure an adequate amount of land is planned for the city's growing population. The request supports this policy direction and the plan's housing policies, which encourage new housing on vacant or underutilized land to ensure that adequate housing is available to meet the needs of Tampa's populations. Based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Let's go.
Sir, just for the record, I am here, I'm off camera, but we do have a physical quorum. I know that for the people viewing, they only see 3 people up there, but just want to let that know.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Stitchell's back. All right. Zane?
Thanks so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination, over case REZ 21-100. The applicant is Nicholas J. Lozito, with a representative H. Dwayne Milford, with the property address at 7130 East Robson Street. There are 3 waivers here for this property. We have 3 waivers here for lot 82. Its first one is to increase the front built-to line from 44 feet to 76 feet. B is to decrease the rear yard principal structure setback from 20 feet to 5 feet. And C is to decrease the east side yard principal structure from setback from 7 feet to 0 feet. Second waiver is for lot 83. It is to decrease the east side yard accessory structure setback from 3 feet to 0 feet. B, to decrease the build-to line from 57 feet to 52 feet. And C, to increase the rear yard principal structure setback from 20 feet to 25 feet. And waiver number 3 for lot 82. This is to allow parking for 2 cars in front of the home with no garage. As you'll see an aerial here of the property, you'll see East Robson Street where access to the property lies. To the north, you have 275 to the west. To the east, you have North Nebraska Avenue. And to the south, you have East Broad Street. The proposed rezoning is to allow for the development of the property with 2 residential single-family detached dwellings. The subject property contains a total lot area of 10,601 square feet, or 0.24 acres. The remaining lot has a total site area of 5,576 square feet, and the proposed lot has a total site area of 5,025 square feet.
Put your next picture up there.
As you see, lot 82, where the existing structure lies and will remain,
Thank you.
and the proposed lot here on lot 83. Both face East Robson Street here to the north, and that's where access will lie. As I went out to the site, you'll see the lot 82 and lot 83. You'll see the existing structure and the vacant lot, which they're proposing the structure to be on, the new structure. To the north, you'll see a single-family home. Along the west, as you'll see down the street, you'll have residential homes. And to the northeast, you'll also see residential homes up and down the street. The Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the overall request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Please refer to the Transportation Department comments for overall inconsistency findings here, if being so. Modifications to the site plan must be completed by the applicant between first and second reading, as stated on the revision sheet of the application. I'm here for any questions if needed.
Any questions for the any questions for Zane? All right, go to the applicant.
Yeah, my name's Dwayne Milford. I'm the agent for the applicant, Mr. Nicholas Lazito, who is joining us virtually tonight. My address is 7720 Polera Drive, Odessa. This piece of property is 100 feet wide by 106 feet deep. It's a single lot of record, but it is 2 lots on the old plat. As was mentioned, we want the ability to build a second home on the second lot, and normally it would be just a simple lot split to redivide the lot of record into 2 lots. But the existing home is right up against that center lot line. So the purpose of this really is to create a center lot line that will jog so that it provides a little bit of side yard for the existing home. The 2 lots will maintain 50-foot frontage at the street as required by the current zoning. The 2 lots will have 5,000 square feet of area as required. And the only reason we're able to do that is that we do have a little bit of extra depth on these lots. As I mentioned, the total is 100 by 106. Mr. Hussein mentioned several waivers. Most of those have to do with the positioning of the existing home. This home was originally built, according to the property appraiser, in 1923. It's in good condition, it's well maintained, and the owner would certainly like to leave that home in place. And to do that, we need the PD. We also need some of these waivers that are being requested. If there's any specific questions about the waivers, I'll be happy to answer those. Mr. Lazito is also available to answer questions. I don't think he intends to speak unless he does need to answer questions. And I'll leave it at that due to the lateness of the hour and just request council's consideration and approval. Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant? All right.
I'm here.
All right. Sir, you said that he was not going to speak, correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I'm just asking any questions for your representative, since you're not speaking.
Well, he's prepared to answer questions if needed.
Okay, then he need to be sworn in, so we need to swear him in.
I believe he may be. He's been on since before 5 o'clock.
Nicholas, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant or his representative? All right, anyone to speak on this item on the second floor? Someone's falling asleep. Anyone to speak on this item on the second floor? Miss Eileen, she still there? She gone.
I'm not.
That's okay, sir. Here she comes.
Okay.
It's late now.
Eileen Hurst, Area Development and Growth Management. There's no one here to speak on this item.
We're almost there, Miss Eileen. We're almost there. Anyone ready to speak on this item?
No registered speakers.
Madam Council, approved, second by Mr. Randall. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion granted. Is Mr. Vieira still there?
He fell asleep.
Is just for the purpose of the record, is Mr. Vieira logged in?
Look at Zane. Zane, you look like an NFL coach.
Mrs. Maniscalco, you take number 8.
Yes, sir.
He is logged on.
So I'll do this.
His camera is off, so he's on.
I think we should have his camera on to record his vote if he does vote.
Camera, so I'm gonna have to, I would support this, but I don't think I can vote without a camera.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Maniscalco, would you
I have
please?
an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 713 East Robson Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification SH-RS Seminole Heights Residential Single Family to SHPD Seminole Heights Plan Development Residential Single Family Detached, providing effective date. I think the applicant has stated competent substantial evidence. We've seen the staff reports. We've seen planning commission reports. There was no public comment against this. And in regard to the waivers, let's see, I would suggest that we do approve the waivers as stated and needed in regards to design for this property.
Second.
I think they have met their burden of proof, and it was more than clearly stated.
And with regard to the revision?
And the revision sheets as well to be included between now and second reading.
Seconded by Mr. Miranda, roll call.
Viera,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
and Dingfelder.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on December 16 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you very much.
All right, number 9.
Thank you, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 9 is REZ 21105. The subject property is located at 3407, 3409, 3411, and 3413 East Louisiana Avenue. The request is to rezone the property from residential single-family RS50 to residential multifamily RM18. I'll turn over the presentation to the Planning Commission, and after the presentation, I'll conclude mine.
This is Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I've been sworn in. Our next case is within the Central Tampa Planning District, and more specifically, it's in the East Tampa Urban Village. The closest transit stop is 1 block south of the subject site, East Osborne Avenue. This stop is serviced by Route 5, connecting the site to downtown Tampa, Net Park, and the university area. Closest public recreation facility is Fair Oaks Park, which is located a quarter mile to the north of the subject site. The site is not within an evacuation zone. Here's an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding properties. It's just east of the intersection of North 34th Street and East Louisiana Avenue. You'll see a mixture of residential and non-residential uses surrounding the subject site. There are residential uses directly to the west of the subject site, and then there are also some residential uses to the southeast of the subject site. Subject site is within the community mixed use 35 future land use designation. That designation surrounds the site to the northwest and south of the site. Directly to the east is residential 10, shown in this orange tannish color. The Planning Commission staff reviewed the surrounding area, finds the request comparable and compatible with the surrounding area. There is a presence of multifamily residential uses to the west of the subject site. The comprehensive plan encourages multifamily and attached single-family residential uses to be designed to include orientation of front door to a neighborhood sidewalk and street. As such, future development of the site for multifamily or attached single-family residential uses should address this policy direction. Additionally, the site is within a mixed-use corridor. Any development should address the mixed-use corridor policies of the plan. The request supports the policies in the plan as it relates to housing the city's population. The request would encourage new housing on vacant and underutilized land to ensure the supply of housing is available to meet the needs of Tampa's present and future populations. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, Mr. Collins? All right, Ms. Barnes?
Thank you, Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. I am going to switch my screen. Alrighty, REZ 21105, the applicant is requesting to rezone 3407, 3409, 3411, and 3413 East Louisiana Avenue from RS50 to RM18. No waivers are required for Euclidean rezoning. The site is comprised of 4 lots, lots 19 through 22, originally platted in Clarity and Massey subdivision. Each lot originally measured 50 feet in width and 107 feet in length when platted in 1945. Shown here is a survey of the property showing it about 0.49 acres in size. Here's an aerial map of the subject site and surrounding zoning. There's a mixture of commercial and residential uses in the immediate area. Although the predominant residential zoning is RS50, there is a need for a housing type with greater density between the existing commercial and single-family uses in the immediate and surrounding area. Here's the subject property facing south on East Louisiana Avenue. Here's a portion of the site traveling west facing south along East Louisiana Avenue. And shown here is a portion of the subject site traveling east and facing south along East Louisiana Avenue. This is the property located across the street from the subject site, as well as a grocery store located on the northeast corner intersection of East Louisiana Avenue and North 34th Street. Here's a property located directly behind and south of the subject site and developed with multifamily residential uses. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions you might have.
Anything from Ms. Barnes? All right, we're from the applicant. All right, Mr. Ropes.
Good evening, Council. How are you? It's getting late.
It is late.
I'm starting to get a bad feeling here. I'm always one of the last ones out here. Turn off the lights. Council, with your pleasure, this staff has done an excellent job of explaining this property. This was a parcel of property that we purchased across the street from the infamous Penny Saver grocery store. We have 4 single-family residential homes under construction and sold on the 8-lot parcel that was there. And we elected to transition into a semi-detached property. I'll just share with council a little bit of the units. Very proud of these units going into East Tampa. These will be sub, God willing, the creek doesn't rise, sub $275,000. So these are certainly attainable workforce housing for East Tampa, which so desperately needed. With your pleasure, I'll ask that you approve this project and be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Kevin, are those 3 twos, 2 twos? What?
They are 3 twos, single car garage with 2.5 baths, 1,450 square feet.
1,450?
Yes, sir.
How many total units on the 4 lots, Mr. Roble?
Be 8.
8 total units?
So it's 2 and then 2 and then a space and then 2 and then a space?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? All right, anybody on the second floor to speak on this side?
Eileen Rosario, Development Coordination. There's no one here to speak on this item. Thank you.
Good night, Miss Eileen.
One more quick question.
Go ahead, Mr. Defoe.
I don't remember seeing an alley on the back of these. Is there an alley?
There is not. This was a problematic parcel. The multifamily apartments are in the back, And this was kind of a pathway for some criminal activity from the apartments over towards the Penny Saver grocery store. When we purchased this property, we demolished the woods and some of the derelict structures that were on there, and it will wind up with 4 single-family units, which are already under construction, and then the 4 paired units that will.
Got it.
Got the Osborne Landing behind that. And
Yes, that's it.
And then you got the lot that's just, filled with problems right there behind Jackson's store.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone registered for this item, Madam Clerk?
No registered speakers.
Ms. Maniscalco, Mr. Miranda, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion granted. Mr. Carlson?
Yes, sir, I'd like to move number 9, correct?
Number 9.
Yeah. I'd like to move file number REZ 21-105, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration ordinance, rezoning property in the general vicinity of 3407, 3409, 3411, and 3413 East Louisiana Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS 50 residential single family to RM 18 residential multifamily, providing effective date.
Second by Mr. Maniscalco, roll call.
Miranda.
Yes.
Viera.
Yes.
Citro.
Yes.
Maniscalco. Dingfelder.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
And Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on December 16th at 9:30 a.m.
Mr.
Thank you,
Shelley, you said
Counsel.
we needed to take a 5-minute break, sir?
Yes,
Mr.
in order to, thank you.
I'm sorry, thank you, Counsel, I appreciate it.
In order to assist with CTDV with the presentation on the second floor, they've asked for a 5-minute recess to be able to get that set up for the last item.
All right, gentlemen.
Again,
recess.
please silence your microphones and remember that the platform is still broadcasting. Thank you.
Well, I tried everything, but I just can't get on.
Put it together with a magnetic thing.
Oh, you're say that again?
She's my hoochie coochie, they call her Mama Luigi, my baby. She's my hoochie coochie, they call her Mama Luigi, my baby. Oh, yeah. If she got just a dime to see, she'll take the dime and divide it with me. She's my hoochie coochie, they call her Mama Luigi, my baby. She ain't no big conniver and she don't believe in jiving, my baby. She ain't no big conniver and she don't believe in jiving, my baby. Whoa, whoa. All she do is watch TV. Stay home at night and wait up for me. She's my hoochie coochie, they call her Mama Luigi, my baby. She don't try to pull a kind of okey dokey slipping on me. She don't try to pull a kind of okey dokey slipping on me. Whoa, whoa. If I want about a 9:30, Mama Luigi is right on time. She's my hoochie coochie, they call her Mama Luigi, my baby. Hoochie coochie, she my hoochie coochie, Mama Lou. Hoochie coochie, she my hoochie coochie, Mama Lou. Hoochie coochie, she my hoochie coochie, Mama Lou. Hoochie coochie, she my hoochie coochie, Mama Lou.
What do they say, 5-minute presentation? Or is it very thorough?
It's the place to go for a midnight creep. That old house detective always fast asleep, but he don't mind if you raise some hell. Or you can party all night right here at the Blues Hotel.
You know the walls are peeling. You know it must be the pits. Forget about room service. You know it ain't no risk. That bar's on the window. Look like a prison cell. But you can party all night right here at the Blues Hotel. Let's party
At the Blues Hotel.
Let's party.
BB.
I hear you, Coco.
Let's party.
Let's party.
BB King.
Let's Coco.
Let's party.
Let's party.
Hey. Let's party.
Let's party.
Hey. Let's party.
Yeah,
At
at
the
the
Blues
Hotel. Blues with a feeling. That's what I have right now. Lord, blues with a feeling. You know that's what I have right now. I knew all the time, baby, you didn't love me no how.
Roll call, please.
Carlson,
Here.
Maniscalco,
Here.
Dingfelder, Citro,
Here.
Vieira,
Here.
Miranda,
Here.
and Goods.
Here.
We have a fiscal quorum.
All right. Staff, are we ready for number 10?
Yes, thank you, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 10 is REZ 21132. The subject property is located at 4705 East Henry Avenue and 5709 9 North 47th Street. The request is to rezone the property from RS50 to RM24. I'll turn it over the presentation to the Planning Commission.
Mr. Sister, you just saw that, right?
Yeah, Miss Barnes and Miss Wells it's the ladies wearing red tonight.
Day. Is something? Mr. Collins, we're ready, sir.
Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff, been sworn in. Our last case is within the Central Tampa Planning District, and more specifically in the East Tampa Urban Village. The closest transit stop is located approximately 100 feet to the southwest of the subject site on Hillsborough Avenue. The closest public recreation facility is Lucy Dell Park, which is located 3/4 of a mile to the northwest of the site. The site is not within an evacuation zone. Here is an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding properties. The subject site is outlined in this purple color. It's just southeast of the intersection of East Henry Avenue and North 47th Street. You'll notice there's predominantly residential uses that surround the subject site. To the east of the subject site are some non-residential uses. Here is the adopted future land use map. The subject site is currently recognized under the residential 35 designation. It's surrounded by residential 10 to the north, west, and south of the site. Also to the north is property that is is under the jurisdictional boundary of unincorporated Hillsborough County. To the east of the site is our parcels recognized under the CC 35 designation. On July 1st, 2021, City Council passed an ordinance amending the subject site from the residential 10 designation to the residential 35 future land use designation. That was through Tampa Comprehensive Plan Amendment 2102. Though the proposed zoning district RM24 is not present in the surrounding area, it is consistent with the underlying future land use per section 2721 of the Land Development Code. The residential multifamily 24 zoning districts would allow consideration of 176 dwelling units on the subject site at an overall density of 23.94 dwelling units per acre. This density is well below the density that can be considered under the residential 35 designation. Multifamily and attached single-family residential uses are encouraged in the residential 35 designation. This rezoning will provide more residential housing choices for existing and future population growth, while also creating additional housing and opportunities consistent with the compact city form strategy and infill policy 1.1.18. The subject site is located within proximity to several commercial services and employment opportunities along East Hillsborough Avenue and North 50th Street. Lastly, the subject site is currently vacant, and the comprehensive plan encourages new housing on vacant or underutilized lots. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa comprehensive plan. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, Mr. Collins? All right, Ms. Barnes?
I'll share my screen, please. Great. Again, the applicant is proposing to rezone from RS50 to RM24. There are no waivers requested for a Euclidean zoning district. Shown here is the survey of the property. The subject site is undeveloped and located southeast of the intersection of North 47th Street and East Henry Avenue. Here's an aerial map showing the surrounding zoning. Surrounding properties located to the east, south, and west are zoned RS50 and developed with single-family detached dwellings. Property located north is located within Hillsborough County and zoned residential single-family and developed with residential single-family detached dwellings. Although the area is predominantly single-family in nature, the residential 35 future land use allows for a greater density of residential development. Shown here is the subject site facing east from North 47th Street. This is the subject site on the right and facing north along 47th Street. Shown here is the subject site on the left and facing south on 47th Street towards East Hillsborough Avenue. And this is directly across from the subject property. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and found the request consistent with the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Any questions, Ms. Barnes? All right, we'll go to the applicants.
Good evening, Council. Kayon Henderson, City of Tampa, I know, Interim Housing Manager, Housing and Community Development, and I have not been sworn in.
Neither have I.
All right, well, we're going to swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I'm excited to be here this evening and take the next step in preparing the city's 47th Street property for development as affordable housing. As you may recall, midsummer, the city did process a plan amendment on the property to change the land use from residential 10 to residential 35. So this evening, we are requesting a rezoning from RS 50 residential single family to RM 24 residential multifamily. It is our intent to publish an RFP early of next year, about January, to solicit proposal for development. The property was purchased with federal funds. We did use community development block grants funds in 2019 to purchase this property. It is restricted to development as affordable housing in concert with the parameters of the grant funds. I'm now going to turn it over to Abby Feely, our Director for Development and Growth, and she's going to give a brief presentation on the zoning request.
Good evening, Council. Abby Feely, Director of Development and Growth Management. I have been sworn. I echo Kayon's sentiments this evening in relation to taking the property to the next step of development. Annie and Danny did a great job on familiarizing us with the location of the property, and I have just a few additional slides that I'd like to share with you this evening. Again, everyone keeps saying this is at the southeast corner of Hannah and 47th. I like to say it's north of Hillsborough on 47th on the east side. This parcel does contain two parcels with 7.32 acres. And as Kayan just mentioned, we did purchase it with CDBG funds in 2019 and recently completed the plan amendment before you in July to a residential 35. The site is shown here in yellow, and as Danny mentioned, it does abut that red CC 35. The City of Tampa municipal city limits is just to the north of the property on Henry and just to the east of the property on 50th Street. And there are commercial and heavy commercial uses along 50th, and on the east side of 50th there are industrial uses. So this property, if you see there in yellow, you can also see there's a similar property over at 43rd just north of Hillsborough, the Kenneth Court Apartments. That also has a similar transition from the CC 35 to that Res 35 back into the R10 district. So this is very similar to that pattern. Provides us an opportunity, the RM24 will, for single family semi-detached, single family attached, single family, and residential multifamily. Here's an aerial of the property as well. And this, I threw it back old school on this one and just went to show kind of the traditional zoning atlas here, where you can see the CI properties along 50th that abut the rear yard to the subject property here. The RM24 standards will require us to have a 25-foot setback on 47th, a 20-foot setback in the rear, abutting those non-residential properties, and then a north setback of 7, a south setback of 7. The RM24 allows for buildings up to 60 feet in height. However, once we reach 30 feet, we will have to step those buildings back. So for example, if this is proposed with development of 5 stories at 50 feet, those setbacks will be increased by 20 feet in all directions. Just mentioned to you the uses that can go here, also the buffers as Annie mentioned there are no waivers that are permitted with the application before you tonight. And depending on the proposals that come in, we don't foresee there would be an additional rezoning and are seeking full compliance with land development regulations on this property. Annie did share with you some photos. Here are some others. Just taking you up 47th. I did share several of these with you when we did the plan amendment. There are two churches that are on 47th, one to the north on the east side, and one on the west side that is in direct proximity to this as well. And then I have some pictures of the commercial that is located at 47th and Hillsborough. In relationship to transit, there is 800 feet to the nearest transit stop on Hillsborough Avenue, 3/4 of a mile to the stop at 56th Street, where they're served by 4 routes, and a half a mile to 40th Street, where it's served by 1 route. I'm going to turn this back over to Kayon to conclude our presentation.
So this is really consistent with the recently adopted future land use classification. It really lines up with our goals, objectives, and policies of the plan. Development will meet all development regulations, as Abby just stated. We are not asking for waivers. No waivers are being requested or permitted with this application. What's really huge for us is also that this can have the development of a maximum of about 176 dwelling units. And this also allows us to move forward to launch the request for proposal to have some developers come in. That does conclude our presentation, and we are requesting your approval of the request, and we're available for any questions.
All right, gentlemen, that property, Abby said, it's really north of Hillsborough Avenue. And they changed the name from Kenneth Court to Silver Oaks on 43rd Street. Me and myself, Mr. Dingfelder, have been out there before. I can say I'll be in support of this project because it's well needed and will really bring some good things to that area. Wish we had some other dollars to buy some other stuff around there too, but I think this is going to be a good win-win for everybody in that community. Any questions for the ladies? Ms. Dingfelder, you recognized.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies in red. Was that coordinated?
I told you.
Was not.
On a more serious note, it is unusual for the city, of course, to be an applicant. It's not unprecedented, but it's unusual. I'm just curious about the process in regard to the people who were reviewing this also happen to be people that work for you, Ms. Feely. So I'm just wondering how that process worked. I mean, did you go in for regular full-blown DRC review meetings, with all the relevant staff and get raked over the coals by all these people who perhaps refer to you as boss?
A Euclidean zoning application does not have a DRC. The
good
application was filed by Ms. Henderson, and I'm just here tonight to tag team on the presentation with her.
Okay, but
What's your good answers on it?
good answer. So you still go through a staff review process, even if it's not a PD, correct?
Yes, just like with the plan amendment, the city filed the plan amendment as well as an independent applicant, so I wouldn't really know how else we would do it. We are the property owner.
I know, it's sort of strange. Okay, no other questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions for the applicants? I don't know, it's a ghost town, I know it's not anyone on the second floor anymore. Anyone registered to speak on this item, Madam Clerk?
No registered speakers.
Random, Maniscalco, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Who did I leave off on? Ms. Dingfelder, why don't you take this? You're over the housing,
Sure. All right, in regard to file REZ 21-132, an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. I'll move an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 5709 North 47th Street and 4705 East Henry Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1, from zoning district classification RS50 residential single family to RM24 residential multifamily, providing an effective date. And specifically, I would find well, excuse me 1 second. I would find that that the applicant, in this case the city staff, has met its burden of proof to provide competent, substantial evidence that the rezoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the city code, and I'll incorporate the findings of the planning commission staff and the city staff reports in my motion.
Second.
Second by Maniscalco. Roll call vote.
Carlson? Carlson?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Vieira?
Yes.
Citro?
Yes.
Maniscalco? Dingfelder?
Yes.
And Goods?
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on December 16 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you,
Good night.
council.
Thank you.
Good night, ladies. All right, gentlemen, that's it for the evening. Mr. Vieira?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. A couple of quick motions, if I may. I sent a memo on this, a motion for report from Chief Tripp, Tampa Fire Rescue, on the employment benefits of injured fire workers who have been, or firefighters who have been allowed 6 months of extension, and that this take place, if schedule permitting, on December 2nd.
Just 1 second, Mr. Vieira. I did read your memo, sir. But I've also had some calls in reference to this same situation with some other employees. And me being a retiree of the police department, I kind of understand a little bit of it, and it's more entails just having Chief Tripp. So if I'd like to make a friendly amendment to your motion, that
Sure.
the HR
Maybe
department,
pension board?
that the HR department and the pension board come to the council to explain that, because I'm hearing that there's a disconnect with the affected department and the pension board. So we need to find out what that disconnect is, because we don't want people who do get hurt and then they're out because 6 month not extension, because some departments may be given an extension and some may not. So let's find out where the areas of what make sure we're consistent on all fronts of what we're doing. So if I can just get a friendly amendment to that, that'll be fine, Mr. Chair.
Very, very friendly. And I was actually going to probably invite the pension board, because I don't know who their chairperson is. I know Mr. Spearman is on there, but you are right that that's part of the delay, is that if the pension board isn't hearing their request, then they're in limbo. So yes, sir, I do accept
Yeah,
it.
do you take with the HR and the pension board? I think that'd be the best move with that.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Thank you, Councilman Vieira. Yes, the pension board, which consists of city representatives, fire reps, and TPD representatives. I thank you for inviting them also.
Mr. Carlson?
Yeah, I've gotten a lot of calls and there've been posts on social media about this, and this is a situation, I don't know how much of it the staff is willing to talk about publicly, but there are some very serious issues, and I think we have to take this seriously. In the last administration, there were lawsuits around these kinds of things, and a lot of embarrassing incidents, and we need to make sure that we've cleaned up the former policies under the new administration and new leadership. Thank you.
And with saying that, it's just not the police and fire pension. You also have the pension of of our non-sworn personnel, regular general employees. That I guess I've got a couple of calls about that as well. So we need to have HR here to explain with I guess both those pensions, what we're doing with this maximum medical liability, that you get that 1 year deal with an extension.
Can we get a second and a vote?
Yes, I'm gonna say Mr. Vieira made the motion and Mr. Chairman made the second with a friendly amendment. Is there any other discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous.
All right, Mr. Vieira?
Yes, sir, and then really quick, I motion for report on funding and creation of a sidewalk along North 9th Street in Bougainville and Linebaugh. Along this roadway, there's a home that has 17 disabled veterans, and they've made, many of them are wheelchair bound. And I went there this past week, and they've made the request to have a sidewalk there, and staff can inform council on this, because staff has been working with me on it. But I'm told that this would cost about $83,000, and I would like for staff to report on plans to fund and implement this improvement on February 17th of next year.
Mr. Maniscalco has seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Anything else, sir?
Yes, sir. I just quickly motion for Revenue and Finance to work with my office to provide $400 from my account to Forest Hills United LLC for their Jingle Carts program.
All right, second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion granted.
And then last, if I may, Mr. Chair, I motion for a workshop. I don't know if we can do May of 2022 for what the city is doing to provide housing for people with disabilities. I'd like to invite Tampa Housing Authority to participate and discuss incentives that our city is presently using in staff and things that we can do additionally for that if we can go all the way back to May.
Second by Mr. Maniscalco.
If I can.
All in favor?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
You recognize, sir?
Just that the calendar, just so you have it in front of you, the calendar has not been prepared. I don't know when it'll be coming back to council, but whatever the workshop day in May is what the council's motion is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Thank you.
All in favor? Any opposed? All right, anything else, sir, before we cut you off?
Nothing else, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Maniscalco. Mr. Carlson.
It's the 95th anniversary of the South Tampa Chamber of Commerce, so I'd like to make a motion for accommodation that they've asked me to present at their upcoming meeting.
All right, second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion granted.
Thank you.
Anything else, sir? Mr. Citro.
Not tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Dingfellow.
No motions, just wishing everybody a happy Thanksgiving next week, and also Mr. Maniscalco, if I can, wish you best of luck in your wedding date, which is around the corner. So.
Amen.
And your lovely bride.
Mr. Miranda.
No, I'm not getting married. No, none, sir.
Mr. Shelby.
Just a happy Thanksgiving, council. Thank you.
Mr. Dingfellow, I have just one quick one. I'd like to make a motion to present a commendation to Gavin Thomas McCarthy for obtaining the rank of Eagle Scout. Further accommodation be presented during his honor court ceremony on December 13, 2021.
We have a motion by Mr. Chairman, a second by Mr. Miranda. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right.
Second.
Miranda, Central, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Adjourned.
Breakfast will be served in 30 minutes.
Is it turkey and stuffing?